Sometimes, love finds the quiet ones.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Fell in Love with Neze Rankett movie. Before we start, please go support Justero9 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Belle is a male. Neze, the eldest sister in the Justice family, is in love, and her family, as good friends, would do everything possible to help her and make her happy. Nothing could go wrong. Prologue. Girls, I'm in love. What? It was just another night at the headquarters of the quiet and civilized family of Justice. In the dining room, everyone was enjoying their dinner after another very productive day of patrolling, having cheerful and fun conversations among themselves while enjoying the wonderful dinner that their goddess prepared with much love. Everything pointed to it being a quiet dinner, a normal family dinner without anything new, as usual. But out of nowhere, while they were all chatting, the beautiful wolf of the family blurted out those words, causing everyone to fall silent and process what she had just said. Slowly, they all turned their gaze towards her, seeing the slightly embarrassed expression she had as she touched her food with her fork and looked at them out of the corner of her eye. "What?" Kagaya asked, thinking she had misheard. The she-wolf blushed a little more as she was embarrassed by all of this, especially seeing the bewildered expressions of her friends. "I'm in love," she whispered sadly. And she repeated it again, and this time they all heard her clearly, opening their eyes slightly. In love with my job, I imagine," Rihanna said with a slight smile, believing that's what her wolf friend meant. Haha, that's right, Neze loves patrolling. Iska laughed, understanding everything. "You gave us a scare for a moment," Mariu whispered. "No, it's not that kind of love. I'm in love with a boy," she repeated, taking a sip of juice from her glass. "It's the kind of love you have for another person." The girls just looked at each other, still not believing what the eldest sister in the family had just said. They were still processing it. Is Neze in love with a boy? The words kept echoing in his mind over and over again. And the she-wolf grew more nervous when she saw that nobody was saying anything. "See Sheik." "What?" And the classic of classics, they screamed in shock as they processed everything, causing the she-wolf to cover her ears, since her hearing was very sensitive to loud noises. Why do they have to shout about everything? The she-wolf thought, watching Celty's glasses crack. A little more and all of her area will hear them. The girls watched in shock as the wolf finally understood everything, putting her food aside and focusing on that super important topic. "In love? You?" Rihanna asked, still unable to believe it. "You're in love with a boy?" In response, Neze nodded slightly, observing everyone's perplexed expressions. "Perhaps it was a mistake to tell them that, but I really wanted to talk about it with my family. I needed them because I didn't know what to do." "Well, it's obvious," Iska whispered, her initial shock fading. "Neze is the oldest of us all, she's already 20, it was bound to happen sooner or later that she'd be interested in a boy." "Neze in love, this is new," Noin thought, a little excited, wanting to know more about it. "Hey, are you in love?" Ryu asked, looking much more embarrassed than the wolf. "Hey, are you talking about being someone's partner? Hold hands and stuff." Neze nodded at those words, and the elf became even more embarrassed as that was a lot for her, starting to receive pats from Mariu to calm her down. "Interesting," Kagaya whispered, resting her arms on the table and looking at the wolf. "Very interesting." Now she had the attention of all her friends, for better or for worse, she really needed to talk about it. "I know what I just said was sudden, but I really need your help because I don't know what to do," she said, looking at them nervously. "Help? What do you need our help for?" Allies asked curiously. "Do you want to do a special event or something?" "No, I'm asking for your help so that he notices me." The girls had to close their eyes, unable to see that cute embarrassed expression of the family's she-wolf. Seeing her with that attitude was something new for them. They exaggerate everything, Neze thought with an anime-style sweat drop. "Who wants cookies?" At that moment, the goddess of the family entered the dining room with some cookies she had freshly baked, smiling and hoping that her daughters had already finished their dinner. Although he was confused to see that they were all silent and hadn't touched their food plates much. "Is something wrong?" she asked curiously, putting the plate of cookies on the table. She was also a little worried, thinking the food wasn't delicious. "The Stri-sama, Neze is in love," exclaimed Allies, causing the goddess to let out a sound of surprise. "Is that true, Neze?" he asked, turning to look at his daughter. "See a Stri-sama." Intrigued, the goddess of the family took a seat and looked at her daughter. Now he had the attention of his entire family. "Now you have to spill all the information, Neze. You can't leave us hanging like this," Lyra said, seeing the wolf's nervousness. "Speak." "Come on, girls, don't pressure her," Mariu pleaded, knowing how difficult it was for her friend. "Neze trusts us enough to tell us something as important as her feelings, so let's let her speak at her own pace." But we need to know everything, Rihanna said seriously. We need to know if the boy who has caught Neze's attention is a good boy or a bad boy. He's a good boy, he really is, whispered the she-wolf, smiling slightly. The girls only saw their friend smile. It was the first time they had seen her smile like that, a smile of a girl in love. This is too much, Iska thought, already imagining thousands of love stories in her head. Aha, I hope it's not that wolf from the Loki family, Kaguya said with disgust. If it is, I'll kick you to bring you to your senses. Oh come on, I don't have bad taste either, Neze denied with some distaste. That boy is the complete opposite of him. The Astri family had had a few arguments with the pedantic wolf of the Loki family, which was why he was somewhat disliked in that place. So who is it? Iska asked, her eyes sparkling. Well. Neze began to play with one of her strands of hair, remembering the person she had fallen in love with. The captain of the Hestia family, Bellcranel. The girls opened their eyes in surprise upon hearing that name. They knew it because his family was somewhat famous for the trouble they got into. They all looked up at the ceiling, remembering a smiling boy with red eyes and white hair. His appearance was unique, so it wasn't hard to remember him. Bellcranel? Kaguya asked, raising an eyebrow. Isn't that boy about 3 or 4 years younger than you? Does that matter? Neze asked, showing that age didn't matter to her. Damn it, Neze. You're going all out. Lyra shouted, making her blush again. Do you really like Bell? Allies asked in surprise. Yes, have you spoken to him? It's obvious, Noin said. Allies has spoken to half the world. Haha, of course, as captain it's my duty to get along with all the captains of the other families. Not to brag, but I even spoke with King Otter, said the Redeed proudly, remembering that incredible conversation between titans. Is it true that there are goblins in your headquarters? Allies asked Otter when she found him in the dungeon. The Gullivers, the big man replied seriously. It was a great chat between two incredible captains, she whispered proudly. Their conversations don't matter, Kaguya said, turning to look at Neze again. What matters right now is Neze's situation. She's in love with someone younger than her, and that's very worrying. Hey. Haha, of course not, Astri laughed, finding it all amusing and endearing. I'm friends with Hestia, and I think that boy is around 16 years old. That's acceptable. See? There's nothing wrong with it, said the she-wolf, looking at the Oriental woman. And why do you want us to help you get closer to him? Rihanna asked curiously. If you like him, you should at least know him a little, although now that I think about it, I've never seen you talk to him. I think Allies is the only one who's spoken to that boy. Well, Neze said sheepishly, scratching her cheek. I've tried, but I never have the courage to approach him and talk to him. I've tried for a long time, but it's difficult for me. Oh? So you like him without even knowing him? Lyra asked. Don't tell me it's one of those love at first sight things. Those almost never work out. That's not it, he. Neze nervously observed the expressions of her friends, waiting for some explanation about how she fell in love with him. She was about to speak but decided against it, lowering her gaze. It's best to forget about it, she whispered dejectedly. After all, it's impossible for him to ever notice me. The girls saw Neze's dejected expression, causing them discomfort and pain. They didn't like seeing her like that. At that moment they all felt the need to want to help and support her in all of that. It was Neze's first love, and she looked very much in love, judging by her expressions and how difficult it all was for her. They knew their friend and knew that she wasn't the type to fall in love easily. Something must have happened for her to become interested in that boy, but apparently she didn't want to talk to them about it at that moment. But it didn't matter. As her family, it was their duty to support her and at the same time find out if that boy would hurt the pure heart of their beautiful friend. I wish I could get to know him better and be his friend, but I don't even have the courage to approach him and talk to him, she whispered. I don't know why all this is so difficult for me, but I doubt he'd even notice me. There are plenty of pretty girls in his family. Why would he look at someone who's more muscle than beauty? What are you talking about, Neze? You're the most beautiful girl I know. Mariu shouted, trying to cheer her up. Yes. You're the cutest beastman. Asta shouted. Girls, he whispered. But. Don't worry, Neze. The one who shouted those words was Allies, who stood up. You're with the right person. I'll help you become Bell's wife. She shouted determinedly. I'll be his Cupid. Wife. She stammered nervously as she saw her captain skip hundreds of steps. Ha. As if that narcissist could do anything, Kaguya mocked, then looked at the wolf. Don't worry, Neze, I'm an expert on all those matters. I'll help you, and I'll also find out if that cute boy is the right one for you. The Bell is. Ah, Kaguya's no good, Lyra said. All she knows how to do is cut meat. I'm the right person to nurture their love. You? You're not even interested in those topics, Rihanna said. I think I'd be the right person for all of this. Better yet, Noin said. I have experience in those matters. Sure, if you consider failure an experience, Salty said, adjusting her glasses. Hey. Do you want some advice, Neze? Salty asked, and the she-wolf nodded. Don't accept Nguyen's help. I don't know why, but I don't trust him to help you with matters of the heart. He might stab you in the back. I have some advice for you, Neze, Nguyen said. Don't take Salty's advice. She thinks all the answers are in the books, and that's clearly a lie. It's not a lie. I can help you. Iska shouted excitedly. It's the mission I've been preparing for since I was born. I don't know much about it, but I'll do my best to help you, Neze, Muryu offered her help shyly. And I to help manage to say the embarrassed Ryu. I think I could help you better, Astri chimed in. Hestia is my friend and I can find a way for you to get closer to that boy. I think you should get him drunk and do whatever you want with him. They all fell silent and turned to look at the one who said those words, who was Asta, still eating her dinner. I'm just kidding, she smiled nervously. But I think I can help Neze better. Nonsense, I'm the one who can best handle this matter, Kagaya continued to insist. All you're good for is cutting with your katana. Allies retorted, causing a vein to pop out on the Asian woman's forehead. I'm the best, what's more, in just 1 month I'll make Neze and Bell great friends. I'm sure of it. Really? Rihanna asked with an arrogant smile. I bet I can make them a couple in just 1 month. Nonsense. Exclaimed Iska. I'm the best. In just 1 month, I'll have Neze walking down the aisle in a wedding dress, a dress I'll make myself, by the way. Ha 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 ha. Novices. In just 1 month I'll make sure you have successful children. How about that? The hobbit asked, smiling. Girls, it's best if you leave this to me. I have a lot of wisdom after all, and I can support Neze with her crush, Astri said in a calm voice. I still say don't trust Nguyen. Shut up, Salty. While they were all arguing, Neze just sat there with a blank face. I think it was a bad idea to ask them for help, she thought, watching them continue arguing about who would help her. Or rather, it was a bad idea to tell them how I feel. I loved them all, I loved them very much, but I was aware that they were not the most civilized people. I didn't know why, but I felt that they would push him away instead of helping her get closer. If only she weren't so shy about those topics, she could do it on her own. Now I feel more nervous about this. Neze was the most beloved girl of all. All the girls loved her like an older sister and respected her. And what they all wanted most was for that she-wolf to be happy, so they would do everything possible to help her. So they would do everything in their power to bring her closer to that boy, although of course, first they would find out if it would not hurt her or wound her beautiful feelings. Neze had always helped them with everything, so it was her turn to give them her help. I will help her. No, it will be me. Although first they would have to reach an agreement and put an end to that discussion. After that, they would make that rabbit fall in love with her friend. Hostess of fertility. In the famous bar in Arario, a trio of friends were having a quiet dinner. She was a suicidal Asian woman. A blacksmith who gave bad advice. And a possessed rabbit. They were the inseparable trio Welf, Bell and Makoto. They had gone out for dinner, inviting the whole family, although Lily and Haraham couldn't attend and Hestia was working with Hephaestus, so only they went to dinner. They were chatting peacefully until the albino felt a chill run down his spine, causing his friends to be surprised by his reaction. Is something wrong, Bell? Welf asked curiously. I don't know, Bell replied, turning around but seeing nothing. I felt something strange. A new problem? If so, count me in, Makoto said excitedly. Get a grip, we're not here for your suicidal ideas, Welf said, making the Asian woman roll her eyes. Maybe it was just a normal reaction, Bell said to himself. Yes, that must have been it. And with a smile, he continued having dinner and chatting with his friends. Without knowing that she would now be the target of some vigilante girls who only wanted their friends' happiness. And that's how it all began. The pure love of a werewolf for a rabbit. The love story of Bell and Neze. End of prologue. Chapter 1. Lyra and Asta. Neze Rankett. At the Astri family's farm. She was a girl somewhat known in the city for all her achievements and discoveries in the Dark Age, helping many people. Also known for being one of the strongest in the family, competing for a position with Kagaya and allies. The girl who was one of the strongest of all level 4s overall, that was already a complete achievement. Although she was loved and admired by many in the city, she was also somewhat feared because of her appearance. Neze was a beautiful woman, no one could deny that, but she was somewhat intimidating to be around. She was 1 meter and 70 centimeters tall, which was tall by female standards, and that already made her somewhat intimidating. The same applied to his expression, always serious and seemingly alert at all times. And lastly, his muscles weren't exaggerated, but it was clear that he exercised every day and that his brute strength was great. All those factors made many people afraid of her, believing she was a violent and angry girl. A complete beast. And the truth was that they weren't that far from reality. On the battlefield, that was Neze's attitude, someone who attacked every enemy without mercy, demonstrating authority when it was her turn to let her companions. Someone who broke bones to extract information from a member of Evilus. A girl who didn't hesitate to attack, someone who truly commanded respect, much more so than allies, who was the captain of the family, although according to them, when allies got angry, it was much worse. But that's not the point. The rumors about Neze weren't entirely false, but that was only true on the battlefield against an enemy. Because outside the battlefield she was a completely different person. The kind girl to all her friends who tried to help whenever she could. Someone who gave off the aura of an older sister, someone who genuinely cared about everyone. She was the real Neze, a kind and good-hearted girl to all those she considered important in her life. Even people who had exchanged words with her were surprised to find that she had a soft and warm voice, the complete opposite of what they had imagined. There were two different Nezes. The violent and imposing one on the battlefield and the kind and calm one off the battlefield. But lately a new attitude of hers had come to light that I didn't even know she had. An attitude that surprised her friends. The attitude of a shy and nervous girl when it came to matters of love, or rather, the boy she liked. That was an attitude that none of them expected, as it was nothing like their reliable older sister. But there was one thing they were clear about. I wanted to continue seeing that tender attitude of hers. City of Arario. Neze was walking calmly through the city streets with a basket in his hands. I was doing the shopping for today's meal and for tomorrow. It was a moment he enjoyed, as he liked to walk peacefully through the city. It was pleasant for her to walk around and see the civilians smiling without any worries. It was definitely worth giving everything in the dark age for all those smiles. Let's see. What does a Street-sama want now? He thought, taking out a small piece of paper and reading it. 2 days had passed since Neze gave that shocking news to her family, who began to argue about who would help her with her beautiful love story. The discussion didn't lead anywhere because they all got sleepy and went to sleep, something Neze was grateful for since they kept giving him very disturbing ideas about how to win him over. But things continued the next morning at breakfast with more arguments and more crazy ideas. It got so bad that it tired Neze, who asked them to forget everything, to stop helping her, that it didn't matter anymore. The girls just watched her for a few seconds before falling silent and continuing with their breakfast. That made the she-wolf let out a sigh of relief, believing that it was all over. Very naive to believe they would give up so easily. Tomatoes and onions, let's start with this, she thought, ticking off both orders and entering the market. I don't know what went through his mind when he asked them for help, since he knew them perfectly well and was terrified of what old people they could become. They were pretty and popular, but the boys thought twice before trying anything with them because they felt they would be getting into trouble. That was the reason why they were all still single. Then I have to buy fish, Rihanna hates it, but there's no other way, she thought as she arrived at the vegetable section and started placing her order. Everything would be easier for her if she had the same courage she had on the battlefield. She wouldn't have had to ask her friends for help, but since it was so difficult, she had no choice but to turn to them. Although he knew immediately that it was a serious mistake. I should have spoken privately with Iska or Astri-sama. It would have been easier, she thought, filling the basket with tomatoes and onions. Mariu seems like a good option too, but the rest I want them, but I realized too late that they were bad choices. I didn't even know why I expected anything from them. Begaya, Lyra, Allies, Ngoin, Rihanna, Asta, Ryu and Selti. She felt that none of them would give her good advice or help. Besides, make him fall in love with me? I don't even know if I can manage it, she thought, having already paid for everything and continuing on her way. I heard rumors that he likes blonde girls, and I'm anything but blonde. Neze had always been a confident person, but she had just realized that when it came to love, that confidence disappeared. Like now. Neze stopped in the middle of the market when she saw a certain person a few meters away from her. It was that albino who had been on her mind for a long time. There he was, standing in front of a fruit stand while talking and laughing with the owner, who was an old lady. Seeing that smile made Neze feel a warmth in her heart. And without meaning to, he remembered something from the past. The memory of him with that same smile, extending his hand. That up. A memory I cherished. Well, she thought, smiling slightly. It seems we both decided to do our shopping on the same day and at the same time. It was silly, but that simple coincidence made her feel a little happy. She remembered reading that a person in love was happy, no matter how small the event, and she could confirm that this was true. She was happy about that small coincidence. Well, I think I'll continue with the shopping. She wouldn't approach him to talk for 2 reasons. She was embarrassed and because they didn't even know each other. It would be very strange for her to suddenly start talking to him out of the blue. And she wouldn't just stand there watching him either. She'd look like a stalker. Maybe he doesn't even remember me anymore, she thought with a touch of nostalgia, recalling that moment. Anyway, I have to buy the fish. What are you waiting for, Neze? You have to go and sink your claws into your prey. The she-wolf jumped a little and fried upon hearing two familiar voices behind her, quickly turning around. It was Lyra and Asta who were standing with their arms crossed. Girls, what are you doing here? The beastman asked with a bad feeling. We were following you, we're shopping. Asta turned to look at Lyra with a frown because of what she said. Honesty above all, said the hobbit. What do you want? Neze asked, glancing back to see that the albino was still at the fruit stand. Isn't it obvious? We're going to help you like we promised. Lyra exclaimed, raising her thumb. Gee girls, I already told you it's not necessary, she refused, starting to feel nervous. Of course. Ahana means family, and family helps each other. Asta said, patting the wolf on the arm. Girls. Don't worry Neze, we're here to give you the best assistance, said the smiling Lyra. They really did look very trustworthy, but Neze knew them and knew that nothing good ever happened when those two got together. They were the youngest in the family but very dangerous. What are you waiting for, Neze? Asta asked. It's just a few meters away from you. I can't do it, we don't even talk, I explained nervously, watching him still there buying fruit. Oh come on. Obviously, since you never dare to talk to him, you have to take the initiative if you want him to start noticing you. Lyra shouted, hitting her fist with her palm. I heard he's kind to others, I'm sure you'll find it easy to socialize with him, Asta tried to encourage her. I know, but. They both made it look so easy, but for her it wasn't. This is the first time I've seen a she-wolf not wanting to hunt a rabbit, even though it's completely defenseless just a few feet away, Lyra said indignantly. You're a disgrace to your kind. Neze, I know it's difficult for you, but if you never take this step you won't achieve your goal. Those words from the dwarf left Neze thinking. He was right, if he continued like this, he would never approach her to talk, and time would pass. I could never thank him for that day if he continued with that attitude. Listen, I have an idea, Lyra said with an amused smile. Neze had a bad feeling about all of that. You're out shopping, so it's perfect. With these words, he's sure to notice you, she said excitedly. And what is it? Approach him, walk in a flirty way if necessary, and then call him. With just those words, the wolf knew it was a terrible idea of the hobbits. And when you have their attention, say hey, I'm looking for a couple of eggs, and I think you have them, and after those words, growl at them, it'll be incredible. Neze's face turned bright red upon hearing that perverted idea from her hobbit friend. Lyra. She shouted, very embarrassed. What? In my mind it sounded good. Don't be an idiot, Lyra, Asta said, disappointed. That'll make Neze look like a complete pervert, and we don't want that. She has to look like a sweet and intelligent girl, so that when he sees her he'll say, wow. What a sweet and intelligent girl. She has to make a good first impression. So? Then what do you have planned? It was definitely a very bad idea to have asked them all for help. Neze already regretted having said that to them. All those two demons would do was embarrass her in front of him. It has to be something casual and normal, Asta said, watching him continue buying fruit. How much was he buying? He wondered. First, you have to sneak up behind him so he doesn't notice you. It's well known that rabbits run away at the slightest noise. Neze wanted to slap herself in the face for the dwarf's words. When you're close to him, put your hand on his shoulder and say, hey, can you tell me the time? That way you can talk to him calmly, and since you have your hand on his shoulder, he won't be able to run away. Don't be an idiot, Asta. That'll scare him into thinking you're going to rob him. Remember, asking for the time is a very common phrase among criminals, and Neze's face and height won't help, the hobbit reminded him, making the dwarf let out a sound of surprise, since she had forgotten that detail. I don't know if they want to help me, or if they're just making fun of me, Neze thought, unable to decipher the intentions of those two. It was definitely a bad idea to listen to them. He had to leave before they came up with an even worse idea. Girls, I have to finish the shopping so let's leave this for another day, okay? None of that. Haven't you heard the saying don't put off until tomorrow what you can do today? Lyra asked, crossing her arms. You're not going to run away. You have to talk to him, even if it's just for a short minute. It's late, he's leaving now. The moment Asta said that, the wolf turned around, watching him say goodbye to the old woman with a smile before continuing with his shopping. It was always the same. I could only watch him from afar. It had been that way for a long time and would continue to be so. Unfortunately for her, her two good friends hadn't planned for it to end that way. They would help her until the end. Hey albino kid. The wolf opened her eyes in shock upon hearing Lyra's scream calling him. Desperate, she looked back and saw Lyra and Asta running off to hide in an alley. Those dwarfs. He thought, wanting to punch them. But then he remembered that they had called him. She slowly turned her gaze towards him, seeing that he had stopped and was staring at her. It was obvious that he would see her since she was the only one standing in front of him and the vendors who were on either side. That made her feel nervous because she didn't know what to do. And her nerves increased even more when she saw him walking towards her. Whatever happened now, he didn't have to make a fool of himself. He had to maintain his composure. It would be difficult. Did you call me? Belle asked curiously as he stood before the nervous wolf. Ah, and I. And as was inevitable, her nerves surfaced, preventing her from speaking properly. "Oh, Neze." Asta and Lyra whispered, cheering on their friend. While the she-wolf looked around, searching for some excuse for all of this, she began to feel embarrassed when she saw him staring at her. Those red eyes made her nervous. But when he looked at the ground, he found his salvation. "Why you dropped that coin," he said, pointing to one side of him. Belle looked down curiously and saw that there was indeed 1,000 Wallace coin next to his feet. "Oh. I didn't realize," she said, bending down to pick it up. "Goodness, you just saved me. If Lily had seen 1,000 less, she'd surely be mad, haha." Neze's heart beat a little faster for a few seconds when she saw him laugh and smile just a meter away from her. It was truly warm to talk to him even though he didn't say anything. That's how love felt, a new and very pleasant feeling for her. It's nothing," whispered the she-wolf with an embarrassed smile. "She's very pretty," thought Asta and Lyra, still hiding, still not believing that she was their trustworthy older sister. "Belsama." The she-wolf was a little confused when she heard a female scream, even though there was no one around. Although seconds later he saw the albino take a communication stone out of his pocket, a sign that the female voice came from there. "What's happening? What's going on? Why is it taking so long?" complained the female voice. Sorry, I got distracted talking to the owner of the fruit stand." Alright, but don't take too long, Haraham-sama can't prepare lunch until you return to headquarters with the ingredients. "Understood." Thus the strange conversation ended under the watchful eye of Neze, who only observed Belle's expressions throughout the entire conversation. "I have to go," he said, putting away the communication stone. Yes, I understand. Well, goodbye. Thank you so much for helping me, Neze." And with a cheerful smile, the albino turned around and ran away before the person who called him could get even angrier. Meanwhile, the she-wolf stood with a surprised expression upon hearing those last words. "Thank you so much for helping me, Neze. He remembers my name," she thought with a gleam in her eyes, watching him walk away until she could no longer see him. Her cheeks flushed slightly and her heart began to beat a little faster. Even though it was a very short conversation, it made her feel many emotions. As Lyra and Asta emerged from their hiding place, they were somewhat confused by the interaction they had witnessed. "What's going on here?" Lyra asked, crossing her arms. "You said you didn't know each other, and yet he said your name as casually as if you'd already met. Is there something you haven't told us, Neze?" Asta asked, narrowing his eyes. But the she-wolf said nothing, she just stood there staring at the place where he had gone. "What?" Although seconds later I turned to look at them with a beautiful and cheerful smile. "Girls, I didn't think I'd be saying this, but thank you for your help," she said, patting each of them on the shoulder. "Really?" the two asked, surprised and thinking she was going to get angry. "Yes. But. Also." Lyra let out a groan of pain as she received a blow to the head from the wolf. "Don't ever do that again, Lyra," he said seriously. "And you too, Asta, or you'll suffer the same fate. It is understood." "Oh come on, thanks to us you managed to exchange words with him," Lyra defended herself, starting to walk alongside them both. "I know, but don't do it again," she said, then looked at the list. "Since you're here, help me with the shopping." And after that, the three of them continued walking through the market, with the she-wolf avoiding a happy smile as she remembered the conversation she had. "You still haven't told us how he knows your name." "Keep walking, Lyra." On Belle. He was walking calmly with his head down towards his headquarters with all his purchases. Although seconds later he stopped and turned to look in the direction where he had said goodbye to the she-wolf. He remained like that for a few seconds until he brought his hand to his face and scratched his cheek, a little embarrassed, looking in that direction. And after that action, he turned around and continued on his way. Lyra and Asta's help went moderately well. End of chapter. Chapter 2. Ngoin. Always a spectator, never a protagonist. That was the phrase Ngoin repeated to himself every time he had the chance. Always a spectator in other people's love lives. I would never be the main character and I could never steal anyone's boyfriend. Although that wasn't her intention, she wanted to be loyal to her friends above all else. She would never fall in love with a friend's boyfriend. Never. What kind of evil person would do that? In the end. Since she would be a spectator in other people's love lives, she would at least be relevant by trying to help. To help her good friend and sister Neze, to help her love blossom. Help her spread her wings and fly to her love nest with her beloved. That was his power. To guide others to something she could not have. It was a harsh reality, but he had already accepted it. Someday I'll be the protagonist of my own love story, she thought, clenching her fist. And when that moment arrives, I'm going to enjoy it like you can't even imagine. And while that distant moment arrived, she would take it upon herself to help her friend Beastman capture the attention of that mysterious rabbit. She would make that boy drool over her. What? I had no idea. But if Asta and Lyra's crazy antics made a small breakthrough, then she would achieve much more. It's my turn to give assistance, she thought determinedly, walking through the dungeon and seeing her wolf friends back. You'll see, Neze. I'll help you. That day some girls from the Astri family had decided to explore the dungeon, which were Neze, allies, Mariu, Rihanna and Noin. A quiet exploration to pass the time between them. The others couldn't attend because they had things to do or were simply lazy. But it didn't matter, as long as there were more than 3 of them they would be a great team. Then that guy threw a vase at my head, but in a friendly way, allies recounted while Neze and Mariu listened with nervous smiles. He threw a vase at you. How can that be friendly? Neze asked, raising an eyebrow. Don't try to find any sense in it, it's allies, Mariu whispered, already used to her captain's strange stories. And I have another interesting story. When I was a complete novice, I met a strange guy in the dungeon. He was completely covered from face to body, and all he said to me was welcome. And he opened his trench coat, showing me many weapons for sale. I never saw him again. I saw that guy selling things in Revere last year, Mariu recalled that day. Although I never saw him there again. Suspicious, allies whispered, tapping her chin with a finger. Oh. By the way, they say there's a famous fortune teller who recently arrived in town. If I see him, I'll ask him to tell my fortune. Those things are a scam, Neze said, not believing in fortune telling. I know, but it'll be fun to try. Oh. I just remembered something else. While they were chatting, the boyfriend stealers Noin and Rihanna walked behind them, having their own conversation. Neze seems a little more cheerful lately, Rihanna said, watching the wolf smile nervously at allies' stories. Lyra and Asta said it, she talks to that albino boy and that makes her happy, Noin recalled, arms crossed. Neze happy about something like that, who would have thought? How cute. To this day they were still not used to seeing their friend in love, but it was the reality. Now, her daily routine would involve seeing shy and embarrassed expressions on her face. And all because of an albino boy. Now that I think about it, I don't recognize this Bell guy. Is he really that cute? Noin asked curiously. If Neze is this in love with him, I imagine he must be very handsome. Listen, Noin, it's not that I believe Celti, but be careful what you ask. Neze won't hesitate to kill you, Rihanna warned. Jealous beastmen are just as dangerous as an elf. Oh come on, it's not that big of a deal, she whispered, turning to look at Neze, but froze when she saw that Neze was looking at her out of the corner of her eye. It was obvious she would listen to their conversation. She was a beastman with a fauna after all. I watch her for a few seconds before continuing to listen to allies' stories. I told you so, Rihanna whispered with an amused smile at the look of fear on Noin's face. And I just want to help nurture their love, she said nervously. Ugh, because of Celti, now she has weird ideas about me. I just want her to be happy. I understand. I'm surprised that Lyra and Asta have done something right, so we also have to help like the good friends we are, Rihanna said, crossing her arms and pulling Noin out of her fear. But how? Noin whispered, bringing a finger to her chin. How can we help him notice her? Even though the whole group was chatting, they kept killing monsters. Every monster that appeared, died. The goal for the day was to reach the 18th floor, and they were only on the 15th floor, so they had adventures ahead of them. Meanwhile, they continued talking. By the way, Neze's ally spoke, leaving her strange anecdotes to capture the attention of the she-wolf. What's going on? She asked as she ripped the head off a minotaur under the watchful eye of Mariu, who felt sorry for the monster. Another weird story of yours? Haha, of course not, she laughed playfully. So? Next week I'm going to the Hestia Familia headquarters. Do you want to come with me? I asked with a slight smile. Hey? The she-wolf opened her eyes a little surprised to hear the Redeed's words. Anything but this was expected. Go to the Hestia family headquarters. Are you going to the Hestia Familia headquarters? Mariu asked curiously, catching the attention of Noin and Rihanna. Yes. I have a few things to discuss with them about a future mission, I explained, still smiling. I originally planned to bring Kagaya, but then I remembered you like Bell, so I decided to invite you instead. That way you can see him, and who knows, maybe you two can get closer. The four of them looked at Allies, a little surprised by what she had just said. Allies, that's a good idea, Mariu whispered. That's right. I'm really impressive. That was a very good idea for Allies to have given a try, Anna thought in surprise. Damn, Allies is providing great assistance, and today's supposed to be my day, Nguyen thought, biting his nail. I need to come up with a good idea fast. Can I really come with you? Neze asked, still surprised by the invitation. Of course. I said I'd be your Cupid, and that's exactly what I'll be, he said, bringing a hand to his face. Even I'm surprised at how amazing I am. Neze couldn't help but feel a little excited by that invitation. After the last talk she had with him, she felt a little more courageous to approach him and talk. Perhaps that visit would help her a lot. Allies, thank you for the invitation. Don't thank me, it's all for my wonderful friend, she said, giving a thumbs up. And don't worry, I'll be there to support you in everything. I'll even tell Belle how wonderful you are, so she'll realize how amazing you are. That's not necessary, she said nervously, knowing that she would have the courage to do something like that. She could already imagine the embarrassment she would feel if Allies started talking without stopping. Allies is giving good help, how strange, Rihanna whispered, watching the retard boast about her incredible ideas. She's stealing the spotlight. Nguyen thought, frustrated that she wouldn't be able to help her friend. I have to think of something. But his chance to help her make everything worse had arrived. Neze, Mariu whispered, catching the wolf's attention. What's happening? Observes. The human pointed in a specific direction, causing the others to turn their gaze to that place. The she-wolf's heart began to beat a little faster, and her tail began to swish from side to side because of what she had seen. Walking in their direction was a certain curious group. They were Belle, Welf, Mikoto and Lily. They looked like they had just come from some kind of exploration. Oh, I can smell love in the air, Rihanna thought, watching Neze as the albino approached, laughing. His tail won't stop wagging. How cute. This is my chance. Nguyen thought, knowing it was his moment to provide an assist and shine like never before. But no matter how much she thought, nothing decent came to her. The ideas just wouldn't come. If he didn't hurry, Allies would steal the glory again, and he wouldn't allow it. She promised that would be her day to help Neze, and she would keep her promise. All I had to do was think of something, and fast. Think. He was having trouble thinking of anything. Although seconds later his mind was filled with wisdom. I know. The classic of classics had reached his brain. The cliché event, but super effective in those situations. An event where nothing could go wrong. Crazy Falls. It's the best idea. She thought excitedly. I would push Neze when that boy was near, that way she would fall into his arms very gently. It would be very romantic to see them look into each other's eyes, then slowly approach and kiss. It was too soon for something like that, but dreaming doesn't cost anything. An accidental fall. Perfect. That's all she could think about at that moment. What's wrong? Rihanna asked, noticing Nguyen's strange expressions. Rihanna, I have an idea, she whispered, beginning to tell her friend her plan without anyone else hearing. While they were talking, Neze just watched as that albino approached while laughing. It seemed that they had not noticed his presence except for the hobbit. She would never tire of seeing her smile, because it was with that smile that everything began for her. How did it all go from simple admiration to falling in love? I have to greet him, she thought determinedly. She felt a little more motivated knowing that he remembered her name. A simple greeting would be more than enough to start, and we would gradually move forward. I still couldn't believe that I got that courage thanks to Lyra and Asta. In the end, those little ones did help her, in their own way, but they did help her. That's the look of someone who is determined to achieve it, Allies thought, looking proudly at the she-wolf. Neze, Mariu thought, knowing that her friend was planning something because of her look. Unfortunately for the she-wolf, something would happen that would shame her because of someone who only wanted to help her. That's an excellent idea, Nguyen. Rihanna whispered, excited by how romantic that would look. She still had to see if that boy was trustworthy, but if she was honest, she wanted to see Neze's reaction when she fell into his arms. It would surely all be romantic and full of roses everywhere. And Neze's shy expression would be the icing on the cake. Aren't they? My ideas are incredible, the human whispered proudly. It's time to put them into action. It's a great plan, but there's just one problem, she whispered, noticing a certain detail. No problem, this is going to work, he said, walking towards his goal. I'm going to help you, Neze. Wait, Nguyen. As the human approached, Neze began walking towards the albino, who finally noticed her presence. The she-wolf's eyes lit up a little the moment she made eye contact with him. But she also felt a little nervous, but she wouldn't back down. She had already made eye contact, so she would go all the way. It would just be a simple greeting, nothing more, and maybe a conversation would start. I'd leave it to chance. He just hoped everything would go well and that he wouldn't start stuttering, as that would be very obvious to his friends. She had to keep her composure. "You can do it, Neze." And when I was just a few meters away, I greeted him. "Oh." But something happened that ruined their plans. "Oh no. I've tripped." Nguyen reached the back of the wolf and pretended to fall, pushing something hard against her friend. Neze, who was not expecting that, moved forward with some speed and strength which surprised Belle, who was not expecting that either. Nguyen's idea was that Belle would catch her in his arms, creating a magical and romantic moment. But the opposite happened. As he almost collided with Belle, Neze tripped over a rock and hit the albino's chest with some force, which pushed him back. "Everything's fine, just a simple push, nothing to worry about." But there was something Nguyen hadn't noticed, something Rihanna wanted to warn him about. But it was already too late. "Hey?" Behind Belle was a precipice. Belle's face turned pale as he leaned over and looked at the precipice. "I try to keep my balance, but I can't because the piece of ground where my foot was had come loose." "Ah." And the inevitable happened. "Ah." Belle plummeted downwards under everyone's watchful eyes. "Eel." Welf screamed in alarm as he saw his friend fall and heard an impact down below. "Belle dono." "Belle sama." Makoto and Lily screamed in alarm as they saw their friend fall into the precipice and heard the thud. Meanwhile, Neze remained on his knees with an expression of horror upon seeing what had happened. She had just pushed her love interest off the cliff. "I couldn't believe it. Belle." And alarmed, she looked out, shouting his name, believing that she had killed him. "Belle." I'm fine. I think." And to everyone's relief, the albino's pained voice was heard down below, a sign that the precipice was not so great, as it would have been a certain death. The relief Neze felt in her heart was enormous upon hearing his voice. For a moment tears almost escaped her eyes as she imagined the worst. But luckily he managed to survive that, although he most likely had many fractures. A nervous expression appeared on Nguyen's face as she saw what she had caused, feeling allies and Mariu glaring at her. "Oops" was all she said with an innocent smile, hoping Neze wouldn't get angry. "She's an idiot," Rihanna thought, slapping her face. "A complete idiot. Die in family hospital. 2 broken ribs, a fractured arm and a fractured foot." These were the words that Saint Hermid said to Belle, who was lying on a stretcher with his foot and arm bandaged, and most likely his torso as well. "Is there ever a week you don't show up here?" Hermid asked wearily, as he was a regular customer. "I'm seriously considering getting a room registered in your name." "I swear I don't do it on purpose," he said with a nervous smile. "D don't think I'm someone who likes to hurt himself." "And I hope not." The saint let out a tired sigh. "May I ask what you were doing?" "Did I fall?" she replied, still smiling. "How many meters?" "I don't know, I think 20 or more." Hermid only slightly disagreed with that response. He was a lost cause. "You'll have to rest for a week, so no going to jail or anything like that, got it?" "Yeah." "Okay, then I'll leave you alone so your friends can visit you. Later we'll discharge you so you can rest at your headquarters." "Understood." "I'm leaving and you'd better get some rest or you'll suffer the consequences." Hee. And so the saint left, leaving the albino alone with a nervous smile. "Miss Hermid is truly imposing," he thought, with an anime-style sweat drop. "I feel like one of these days she's going to hit me." After those thoughts, he lay on the stretcher waiting for his friends to come in and talk to him, although they were taking a long time. Normally they came in instantly when he was injured and ended up in the hospital. Although seconds later the door opened, catching his attention. He thought it would be well for Makoto, but opened his eyes a little surprised to see a certain she-wolf enter with an expression of regret and shame. Hello, the she-wolf greeted with a nervous smile. "May I come in?" "Of course. Come in." I could get an idea of why he was visiting him from his expression. As the she-wolf, with a nervous expression, entered the room and approached the stretcher, guiltily eyeing the bandaged arm and foot. It must have hurt him a lot. How are you?" I asked, standing 1.5 meters from the stretcher. "I'm fine," he replied with a smile. "Miss Hermid told me I needed a week of rest and I'd be as good as new. It'll pass soon." "I understand," I whispered, looking down. This is nothing," he continued, seeing her expression. "I spend a lot of time in the hospital so I'm used to it, haha, although this is the first time I've come here for a fall from several meters." Neze felt much more guilty upon hearing that, even though she was not to blame for her friend's crazy ideas. "I'm sorry," Neze apologized as her ears drooped slightly. "It's my fault you're like this." No. It wasn't your fault," I said quickly. "Of course it is, I'm sorry." She felt extremely embarrassed by what had happened. She wanted to win him over and ended up accidentally breaking his arm and foot. If her friends wanted her to make a bad impression, they had definitely succeeded. They had made her look bad in front of him. Neze, this wasn't your fault, it was just an accident, Belle said, not wanting to see that sad expression on the wolf's face. I know you wouldn't be capable of something like this, you just fell at a bad moment, that's all. Or rather they pushed me, he thought, wanting to slam Noin against a wall. Moreover, I would do it when I left the infirmary. Don't feel guilty about this, it's not a big deal, she said, smiling slightly. In fact, strange as it may seem, I'm grateful for this fall. Huh? The she-wolf opened her eyes, a little bewildered to hear that. Why? Because I'm talking to you. The she-wolf's heart nearly stopped when she heard that, as her eyes widened in surprise. Am I hearing right? Did he say he was happy because he was talking to her? Neze was trying her best to keep her cheeks from blushing and her tail from wagging, but she was finding it difficult. Talk to me? Yes, he said, smiling a little sheepishly. The truth is, I've wanted to talk to you for a while now. No matter how much he tried to control it, he couldn't. Its tail began to swish from side to side. Why? Asked a she-wolf, eager to know the answer. Because I like you, he said, scratching his cheek a little nervously. Since that day I've wanted to approach you and talk to you. All this time he had the same feeling as her. Neze felt very happy to hear that. Every time I saw you on the street, I wanted to go up and talk to you, but by the time I realized it, you'd already disappeared, he whispered, puzzled. I always wondered how you managed to disappear so quickly. She just looked away with a nervous smile, remembering that she was the one who avoided him because of her shyness when she looked at him up close. Who would have thought that her desire to get to know him better was always within her reach, but her shyness prevented her from achieving it. But finally I have the chance to talk to you, she said, smiling again. Last time I couldn't because Lily called me and I had to leave. But now there are no interruptions. I know, thanks, Neze. Huh? The she-wolf was confused by this sudden gratitude, seeing how he smiled at her warmly, but this time she wasn't embarrassed, she was just confused by this sudden gratitude. I've waited a long time to say thank you, she whispered. Why are you thanking me? He doesn't remember, he thought with a touch of amusement. I just wanted to thank you for everything you do for the city. Oh, it's not a big deal, she laughed, scratching her cheek. I'm just doing my job. I know, and you've saved many lives without expecting anything in return, I whispered, lowering my gaze with a slight smile. You really are an amazing girl. Neze didn't fully understand his words and gratitude. Rather, she was the one who should be thanking him for what happened that day. But even so, she couldn't help but feel a warmth from those words. Going back to the beginning, don't worry about my fractures. I'll be healed soon. He said, returning to his cheerful attitude. I hope so, I whispered, smiling slightly. I wish you luck with your recovery and don't worry about paying the hospital bill. I already took care of it for you. That wasn't necessary. Of course, since you're like this because of me, I had to take responsibility. Well, thanks then, haha, I was already worrying about my wallet since I spend a lot here. You should be more careful. But you pushed me. Ugh. It's just a joke, so don't be sad. Late. Haha. Ha ha. Neze was able to fulfill part of his wish that day. Being able to talk to him normally, like two acquaintances. And it really did feel very nice. I felt I had taken a big step towards reaching her heart and becoming a friend, or perhaps more. Without knowing that he had taken that step a long time ago without realizing it. The infirmary door opened, catching the attention of those in the hallway as it was Neze, who wore a beautiful smile. The Hestia Familia members were a little surprised by this, but decided to go into the room and see their friend, leaving Neze alone with her friends in the hallway. So? How did it go? Allies asked, believing that Belle hated the she-wolf for pushing him. Is he angry with you? Rihanna asked. Mariu was about to ask something too, but then she noticed, just like everyone else, how the wolf's tail was moving from side to side. He did that every time he was happy. Looks like it went well for you, Allies said, happy for her friend. Where is Noin? Neze asked, not seeing the human anywhere. Do you want to thank him for his help? Rihanna asked. No, I want to smash her against the wall, she replied, maintaining her beautiful smile. Where is? She ran off to headquarters, she seemed scared of you, Mariu said, making the she-wolf crack her knuckles. Belle could have suffered a more serious injury if the fall had been from further. I'll give her a little big sister punishment. Did you have anything to do with this too, Rihanna? No, not at all, it was all Noin's idea. Okay, then let's go back to headquarters. And so the group of girls left the hospital with the wolf's tail still wagging from side to side. No one could take away the happiness she felt at that moment. She felt that things would be different now and that she could talk to him more freely thanks to that conversation. Little by little she was making progress and that made her happy. The help he received from Noin also turned out reasonably well, or rather, well. But that would not save her from her punishment. End of chapter. Chapter 3. Mariu. Headquarters of the Estrie family. In the courtyard of that family, Neze was training as he did every morning. His training consisted of putting weights on his hands and feet and throwing punches and kicks as fast as possible with that weight. It was a simple but very effective type of training, as it greatly increased the speed of his punches and kicks as well as their power. He learned that type of training thanks to a strange man he met in the city who gave him those training techniques. He told her it was the power of youth or something like that. It was strange, although I had to admit that the training was very effective. I wonder how Belle is doing, he thought, throwing a kick that created a slight gust of wind. 4 days had passed since that attempted murder where the culprit got what he deserved. The mark of Nguyen's body was still visible on the wall of a hallway. And since then Neze had not seen Belle since he did not leave his headquarters because he was recovering. For a moment she thought about going to visit him, but that would make her seem too obvious to her family. So she decided to resist her urge to go and wait until allies went to accompany her. Meanwhile, he would train to improve his skills and patrol, although that day was a day of rest, so he would train for a few more hours and then see what to do. With a smile, he began throwing rapid punches into the air, moving the air around him. She felt very happy from that day and that conversation. Remembering that Belle had wanted to get closer to her all that time made her happy. Did that make them friends? No, it was still too soon for that, they barely knew each other. I needed to have many more conversations with him in order to become friends and perhaps something more in the future. Now she felt that she could approach him and talk more normally thanks to that conversation. Little by little she was making progress and that made her happy. I can't believe it, but in the end asking for their help did help, she thought with a nervous smile. About Lyra and Asta. They were among the worst options, but miraculously they managed to bring her closer to him. If they managed it, I didn't even want to imagine what it would be like with Iska or Mariu. They would probably make me take many steps. And thinking about Mariu. TSSS, Neze. The she-wolf stopped throwing kicks and punches when she heard her name, looking up and seeing the smiling Mariu peeking out of the window on the second floor. Mariu, what's wrong? Asked a curious wolf. Are you busy? Mariu asked, still smiling. Well, I'm training, but if you need anything I can leave the training for later, he replied while wiping his sweat. The truth is, if I need anything, I'd like you to accompany me to a certain place. Huh? Where to? She asked curiously. You'll find out later, so will you come with me? Of course. I don't see why not. For that reason, Neze was the most beloved in the family. She was the one who always helped everyone without hesitation. He would always help even if it was beyond his reach. Perfect. Just give me a moment, I'll go take a shower and join you. Great. I'll be waiting for you in the living room. And so the human left, leaving the she-wolf standing in the yard. I wonder what she wants, she thought curiously, removing the weights from her wrists, which fell to the floor, cracking it slightly. Well, it seems to be something important, so I'll help her. After that, he removed the weights from his ankles, which also fell to the ground, cracking it. Asta once picked them up and said they were just as heavy as his armor. That already demonstrated the enormous strength that the she-wolf possessed. He didn't even know what they were made of. It was just a request he made to Asfi. He never told her how he made them, but it didn't matter. Now his training was much more effective. Okay, a shower will help Mariu. And with a smile, Neze left the training yard to go to the bathroom and then help her friend. Without knowing that she was about to experience one of the most disturbing moments of her life. A little while later. Neze and Mariu were walking peacefully through the streets of Aurario, although the wolf was still curious to know where her friend was going. So what are we going to do? Neze asked again, curious. They had left the headquarters not long ago, and her curiosity to know what her friend wanted remained. Mariu stopped, much to the beastman's confusion. Although seconds later I turned to look at her with a cheerful smile. I'm going to help you win over the boy you like. I exclaimed, making the she-wolf's eyes widen in surprise. It's my turn to help. What? He whispered. Lyra, Asta and Nguyen already helped you, I also want to help you get closer to him, she said with a tender smile. Neze just stared at Mariu in surprise. I didn't expect her to suddenly arrive and tell me she would help me. Although she was honest, she had a lot of hope for Mariu. If Nguyen, Lyra and Asta had achieved something, she was sure that with her, she would go far. Are you sure you want to help me? I don't want you to feel obligated. Not at all. My greatest wish is for you to be happy and I'll do whatever it takes to make that happen anything. She whispered those last words, giving Neze a momentary feeling of unease. So don't think I feel obligated. I want to help you. Well, if you insist, she said with a shy smile. Thank you so much for your help, Mariu, I really appreciate it. Don't thank me. That's what friends do, she said with a warm smile. Now come on, we have to get started on this. So the human started walking again, followed by an eager Neze wanting to know what her shy friend had planned. But how will you help me? Bell is still recovering at his headquarters, and I highly doubt we'll be visiting him, Neze asked again, curious. Haha, it's not necessary for me to be present for him to end up madly in love with you. Neze was even more surprised by those words. What was Maryu thinking about? For some strange reason, I was starting to get scared. Now we have to wait in this alley, said the human, stopping on a quiet street. Why? Because we're going to wait for someone. Neze was starting to feel a little nervous about all of this, but she decided to listen to Maryu. She was the shy and innocent one in the family. Surely what she had in mind wasn't anything bad. So both girls stood in that alley for about 10 minutes, leaning against a wall. And after about 10 minutes a very suspicious hooded man arrived at the scene, causing Neze to become alert in case he was an enemy. Maryu? The man asked, looking at the human. That's me. Okay, here's your order. From his pocket the man took out a small bag and handed it to Maryu, who took out a small bag with valise and handed it to him. Thank you for the help, the human said gratefully. At your service. And with the money handed over, the man turned around and left the place under Neze's watchful, confused gaze. What happened? Neze asked, puzzled. Who was that guy? Are you associating with criminals? Haha, of course not, Maryu laughed at her friend's ideas. He's the best photographer spy in the city. Photographer? Maryu took a picture out of the small bag and showed it to Neze, making her eyes widen in surprise. It was a photo of Bell smiling, a very good and detailed photo. The background behind him made it seem as if he were in the Square of Babel. I needed a photo in a specific position, and he, more than anyone, could do the job, the human explained, putting it away again. I understand, but why the photo? Maryu turned to look at Neze and smiled innocently. You'll find out later, now let's continue on our way. So the human started walking again, followed by Neze, who was already starting to have a very bad feeling about all of this. He didn't even feel anything like that with Lyra and Asta. Her fear senses were being activated, something very strange since she wasn't a fearful person. But even so, despite all that, she decided to trust her friend. It was Maryu, it was impossible that she was planning something bad, right? Some time later. Time passed and both of them arrived at Daedalus, something that confused Neze even more. Why are we in Daedalus? The she-wolf thought, growing increasingly suspicious as she watched them venture into a particularly dangerous part of Daedalus. There were drunks lying in a corner, people smoking in the dilapidated doorways of their houses. From the smell of the smoke he knew it was illegal weed. Other people in an alley fighting over a bottle of liquor. That part of Daedalus was a complete mess. It seemed like a lawless place. These places are patrolled by the Ganesha family. Why is it like this? The she-wolf thought, increasingly confused. But what intrigued him most was what Maryu had planned. Why were they there? Was her friend involved in something illegal? She didn't want to believe it, but her friend was giving her reasons to suspect. Maryu, please, don't make me arrest you, Neze thought, praying that it wasn't anything illegal. After a few minutes Maryu stopped in front of a door of a somewhat dilapidated house. Here it is, the human whispered. So what are we doing here? I asked, sensing a very strange energy in that place. It was a very heavy atmosphere. You'll see. Maryu walked towards the door and knocked 3 times. Seconds later the door was opened and a man with a long beard and glasses appeared. Name? The man asked without greeting. Maryu, she replied. Reason for the visit? Witchcraft. For what? Neze asked, bewildered upon hearing those words. With who? With a certain Aureas, that was the name he told me, he replied with a smile. Forward. The guy opened the door wider so they could both enter. It's in the basement, room number 4. Thank you, let's go, Neze. And taking the hand of the surprised she-wolf, he entered the place and the man closed the door. While Neze was still in shock from what she heard while Maryu was guiding her. Witchcraft? Did that even exist? I had read about it in old books, but thought they were just myths of the past. Now I was starting to feel more afraid. After walking for a few more minutes they arrived at the basement, specifically at room number 4. Neze was still in shock, so she couldn't speak the whole way. Talk. The human knocked twice on the door. Forward. And a man's voice was heard on the other side giving them permission to enter. Maryu simply opened the door and entered without letting go of Neze's surprised hand. The shock only increased upon entering that room and seeing a man sitting in a chair and the god Hermes tied hand and foot and with his mouth covered on the floor. I was in the middle of a red circle with candles around it. The god Hermes moved like a worm, watching the 2 girls with panic. Neze no longer understood what was happening. So you've come here for my help with my great skills, said the man, crossing his legs. You've done well, miss. My friend needs your help, Mariu said, pointing to Neze. I'm glad you agreed to help her. MMMMMM. Orias just stood up and walked towards the girls and saw Neze, who was still processing everything. So you're the she-wolf who requested the binding. Duamar. Hide up. Love spells are esoteric rituals designed to influence a person's romantic feelings and behaviors. In short, a type of witchcraft directed at a person to make them suddenly become interested in someone else. MMMMMMM. Do you have what I asked for? The guy asked, looking at Mariu. Here it is. The girl took the photo and handed it to Orias, who took it and stuck it on Hermes' forehead. You're probably wondering why the god Hermes is here, he said, pointing at the frightened god. Well, to make the binding much more effective and strong, we're going to offer a sacrifice, and what better than a divine sacrifice? That way, this Bell fellow will become completely obsessed with you. The only thing on his mind will be your name and your face. Come on Neze, it's time for your love to come true, said Mariu with a happy smile, taking the wolf by the hand and walking to the center and circling Hermes. Neze was still in shock, processing everything. This will be easy, once the speech is over you stab a knife in his heart and the binding will be complete, said Orias, magically pulling out a book. MMM. Ahem. The candles around the place magically lit up as Mariu smiled and tears escaped from the god's eyes. And so the discourse of witchcraft began. To rule and strike, to intervene in things. His hand is perpetual light. My heart is always in power. The man began to speak in a language that neither Mariu nor Neze knew. Touch affection. Act curse. Fascinate your soul. Fascinate your weak mind. The atmosphere in that place began to get a little colder as that speech went on. Your heart is a magical urn. An eternal faithful dog. Stone and flesh forever. Never a gap. Noose. Noose. MMM. The speech continued and Hermes' expression grew more panicked. And Neze was still reeling from her initial shock. I don't want to go to school. The price of avocado has increased. Pursuant. Pursuant. I can feel the power, Mariu whispered, watching as the candles shone brighter. Damn bellcranel, you bastard, you never paid me back in this matter, I'm in debt because of you. The girl with light blue hair watched from her hiding place with a slight smile, seeing the god Hermes writhe like a worm. Your girlfriend isn't dead, but you are because your adoptive father killed you because you got your girlfriend pregnant. She's an elf. MMMM. Oh come. Oh come. Let me see my children marry. MMMMMMMMMM. And after being in shock for a long time, Neze finally regained her senses with her tail bristling. No. I screamed the she-wolf, taking a step back. They're sick. I shouted, feeling fear after a long time. I don't want Bell to love me against his will. I want it to be genuine. MMM. Hermes nodded through tears, wanting to leave. Earl, the binding is more effective, Orias said as he moved the cape. I'm not going to participate in this. Never. And with her tail still bristling, Neze ran away under the watchful eye of Mariu, who was worried about her friend. Wait, Neze. Everything has an explanation. I shouted, wanting her to come back, but she was already gone. No, now Neze thinks I'm crazy and I couldn't explain anything to her. I think the one who got scared was someone else. Asfi emerged from the darkness, adjusting her glasses, her eyes showing regret. I'm sorry Mariu, my idea scared Neze, Asfi apologized, scratching her cheek, a little embarrassed. And no, it was my fault for not telling her about all this, but you said I had to be very realistic and if she didn't know anything, then it would be perfect. Even so, I'm sorry, but I achieved my goal. Asfi turned his gaze towards the god Hermes, who had fainted with his face completely pale. He wouldn't be surprised if he had wet himself. This whole love spell thing was nothing more than a lie to give Hermes the scare of his life. The day before, Mariu met that strange fortune teller who told her she could ask him anything, so Mariu asked him how he could help her friend get closer to the boy she liked. It was there that Orias gave her the idea of the love spell, something that Mariu disliked, saying that it was the lowest thing a person could do. The one who didn't dislike it at all was Asfi, who was passing by and heard the conversation where she asked them if they could help her play a small joke on her god for something he had done that definitely deserved punishment. Mariu, who had received a few favors from Asfi, decided to help her, and Orias, who was bored, also helped. It was there that Mariu invited Neze to walk while Asfi, disguised, kidnapped her god. Because of the panic, Hermes failed to notice the lie in that, and it didn't help at all to see Neze very upset. So you could say the prank was a success, although sadly Neze was also scared by it and ran away. I have to apologize to Neze, Mariu whispered regretfully, as she now felt that she had mocked her friend's feelings just to help Asfi play a prank on her god. Sorry Mariu, my desire for revenge didn't make me think things through. Don't worry, whatever the god Hermes did, he surely learned his lesson, she said with a slight smile. Thank you for the payment, Aurea said gratefully, counting the values he received since he bought the candles and created the eerie atmosphere. It even looked like she was really going to summon a demon, something that surprised both of them. But they decided not to give it any importance. Talk, 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 talk. Somewhat desperate, Mariu knocked on Neze's bedroom door, wanting to talk to her. Neze, please open up, I want to explain everything to you. Talk, 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 talk. Upon arriving at headquarters, she asked her friends if they had seen Neze, to which they replied that she had run away to lock herself in her room. So he immediately went to knock on the door. She didn't want her to think she was crazy or that she just wanted to make fun of her. She couldn't bear to earn Neze's hatred. She was her older sister, so if she had to get on her knees to be forgiven, she would. Come on. After a few seconds the door was opened a little and part of Neze's face peeked out. What do you want? I whispered, eyeing Mariu suspiciously. I don't want to go with you anymore. I don't want to know anything about that witchcraft. I'm not crazy. Everything that happened has an explanation, the human said quickly. It was all just a joke. Are you kidding me? I asked, surprised, opening the door a little wider. Explain yourself. You see, what happened is. And so Mariu began to explain everything in great detail, hoping to win Neze's forgiveness, whose expression of fear towards her friend gradually disappeared as the conversation progressed. And that's all. And after a few minutes the explanation ended. I understand, so it was all a joke directed at the god Hermes. Yes. I'm sorry for not telling you, but Asfi said it had to look realistic, so I didn't tell you so your reaction would be natural, she whispered, embarrassed. But what about the photo? Did you take a picture of Belle just for this? In fact, that photo already existed. Apparently, it was taken by a group of his fans some time ago. I just paid to have one obtained for me. Fans? Yes, while researching I realized that it's something popular among adventurous 15 and 16-year-olds. I understand, so it was all just a joke. Yes, so please forgive me, it was never my intention to scare you. Okay, I forgive you. Really? That's great. I exclaimed happily. In fact, now I'm really going to help you win Belle over. I have a few good ideas so that Nguyen was walking through the headquarters corridors with a bored expression, looking for something to entertain himself. Maybe I'll ask Asta to play a board game, she thought, not very sure. However, while walking, he saw something that caught his attention. It was the mark of his body slammed against the wall, but next to that mark there was another one of someone else who was also slammed against the wall. Looking down, he saw Mariu lying on the ground, it being obvious that the mark was hers. Oh, Nguyen said with a playful smile. And what did you do to anger Neze? See Khalid Aprox. Mariu was eliminated without even being able to truly help Neze. All because of a joke. End of chapter. Chapter 4. Allies. The she-wolf and a smiling Retid were walking through the streets of Verario. They were Neze and allies, who were walking towards the Hestia Familia headquarters. The week had passed since the accident in the dungeon, and a few days since the trauma that Mariu caused to the she-wolf. And just as allies had said, a week after that day she went to the Hestia Familia headquarters for a small meeting about a future mission. The meeting would also include Neze, at the invitation of the Retid. And it would be perfect since Neze had planned to ask her how she was after what happened that day and if her recovery had gone well. This time she had things to talk about so she wouldn't get nervous. Little by little she overcame her nerves, being able to act like a kind and calm girl as she acted with everyone. Thank you for inviting me, allies, the she-wolf said, continuing to walk. Don't thank me, Neze, anything for a friend, she said, turning to look at her with a smile. I know Belle and I'm more than sure he's a good guy, so I'll give you all the help I can. Thanks again. But I'm still curious to know how you fell in love with him, the Retid whispered, touching her chin with a finger. I know Belle is attractive, but I know you're not the type of person who focuses on looks. Well. But it doesn't matter. I exclaimed, smiling again. You probably don't want to talk about it, so I'll respect that, like the great captain I am. Actually, I don't mind telling you the truth, Neze whispered, seeing no problem and telling allies why she was interested in Belle. The reason she didn't want to tell her family how it all happened is because part of the story makes her look very vulnerable and fragile, and she didn't want her friends to have that image of her. They wanted her to be seen as a reliable older sister, not as someone insecure and afraid. That was the reason why she didn't want to tell her story at first. But with allies she had no problem, she was her captain and she knew that she would always listen to everything and would continue to see her the same. Furthermore, despite her being a narcissist, she trusted him a lot and for some reason, she didn't feel the same distrust she felt towards the innocent Mariu. It's not necessary, Neze, allies refused, smiling. I have an idea, after all. Really? She asked, a little surprised. Yes, after all there were difficult moments in Arario where we all had our fears and insecurities. Al's eyes looked up to see the street and the houses, only to be replaced by an image of everything destroyed and engulfed in flames. An image that no one wanted to remember, not even Kaguya. It was very difficult and many of us wanted to collapse at that moment, but somehow we managed to stay on our feet, some perhaps because of the words of other people. The she-wolf felt a little embarrassed when she saw Alice's small smile. For some reason, I felt that she already knew the truth behind everything because of the way she spoke. Bell is a good guy, so I give him my approval. I'll try to give you all the help I can, but in the end, it all depends on you and your determination to be with him, she said, giving him a thumbs up. But you're a wonderful, kind-hearted girl. I'm sure he'll see all that in you and fall in love. Ali's Neze whispered in surprise. Don't be offended, but it's strange to see you praising someone other than yourself. Haha, I know, but I also praise people who deserve it and you deserve it more than anyone, she added with a happy smile. If one day I don't get to be in the family, the position of being a perfect and wonderful captain like me will be in your hands. You're perfect. And Kaguya. I like Kaguya, but she doesn't have the patience needed to be a captain. Yes, I agree with you. Great. Then let's continue walking to that meeting. And without losing her smile, the Redeed continued walking under the watchful gaze of the she-wolf who was observing her back. Seconds later she smiled too. Without a doubt, you are the most worthy of being my captain, he thought, quickening his pace slightly to catch up with her. And the best friend anyone could have. And with those thoughts, they both continued walking towards the Hestia Familia headquarters, this time with the wolf feeling a little more confident thanks to her friend's words. Hello. I greeted Alice with a smile as I stood in front of the headquarters gates next to Neze. The one I greeted was a Renard who was tending the garden, who stopped doing that upon hearing the greeting. Oh. Alice-sama, the Renard greeted, also with a smile. I knew the Redeed. Noin wasn't lying when he said that Alice knew half the population of Arario. Alice-sama. I love being called that. Exclaimed the Redeed, feeling her energy bar fill up. Don't you want to join the Astri family? Alice Neze whispered, shaking his head slightly. It would be an honor, but I already have a family that I love very much, the Renard said with a happy smile, opening the gate for them both to pass through. Okay, but the offer will always stand. Hello, Neze greeted the moment she made eye contact with the Renard. Forgive her, she's very lively. Don't worry, it doesn't bother me. It's a pleasure to meet you. Neze, call me Neze. It's a pleasure, Neze-sama, I'm Harahim, she introduced herself, bowing slightly. Come in, Hestia-sama and Bell-sama are in the living room, just enter and go straight to the left. Thank you Harahim, the Redeed said, starting to walk alongside Neze, who said goodbye to the Renard. So they both started walking through the corridors of the headquarters in search of the room to talk about that mission. So what's the mission about? Neze asked curiously. I decided to come with you, and I don't know what it's all about. Nothing complicated. The Hestia Familia wants to collect some materials from the 28th floor, but since there are only a few and they're almost all level 1 and 2, they can't do it themselves. So they asked for our help, requesting that some of us accompany them, she explained cheerfully. And we, being good people, agreed to help our allies. I understand, as I recall Bell is level 3, Neze whispered. Yes. He's only been in this city for 2 years and he's already reached level 3, he's very talented. Yes, it's incredible, I whispered, remembering an albino with blood on his head, trying to help as many people as possible in a city engulfed in flames. And we arrived. They both arrived at the door that connected to the headquarters room, so allies knocked twice. Forward. Hestia's voice was heard from inside, granting them permission to enter. Good morning. Alice greeted everyone animatedly as she entered the room, and behind her came Neze, who looked around the place. It was my first time visiting that location. Although it wasn't luxurious, it was very welcoming. Welcome. In the room, just as Harahim had told them, were the goddess Hestia and Bell sitting on a sofa. The moment Neze made eye contact with Bell, she waved to him with a slight smile, a greeting that he returned with his own hand. Hi Bell. Alice greeted the albino cheerfully. Hello Alice-san, thank you for coming to help us with this. No problem. Friends help each other, right? I asked, looking at the she-wolf. Yes, they help each other, I whispered, remembering the help from Lyra, Asta, Noin, and Mariu. Please take a seat, Hestia invited, gesturing to the sofa in front of them. It won't be a very long conversation, but it's best if we're comfortable. Thank you, goddess Hestia. So both girls sat down opposite them. Neze felt a little nervous as Bell stood in front of her, unable to avoid making eye contact from time to time. And who are you? Hestia asked, looking at the she-wolf. Forgive me for not introducing myself, I am Neze, it is a pleasure to meet you, Goddess Hestia, he introduced himself, bowing slightly. Neze? Oh. You are oh. Hestia didn't finish speaking because Belle stepped on Hestia's little toe. Am I? Neze asked curiously. You're a super strong wolf, incredible. I heard you break your enemy's columns with a single blow. What rumors? She laughed nervously, relieved that he had said those rumors in front of the albino. I just hoped she wouldn't start to be afraid of him. That's nothing, once I knocked a minotaur's head off with a single punch, Allies recounted proudly. And once I grabbed one of the evilest members and shoved its head up the backside of another evilest member. It was incredible. Allies, there's no need to say those things, Neze said nervously, not wanting Belle to hear those stories. He was ruining his image in front of him. Wow, how scary, Belle whispered. Ugh. And Neze just let out a groan of pain, lowering her gaze in shame. The Allies laughed when she saw her friend with that attitude. So, shall we begin with the mission? Hestia asked Allies. Clear. And so began the conversation about that small help that the Estrie family would give to the Hestia family. In short, a somewhat complicated objective for them on the 28th floor, and what better than to ask the vigilante girls for help. Since it was the 28th floor, it wasn't necessary for all of them to go, so only 4 would accompany them to collect those materials that were on those floors. The Hestia family usually earned a lot of money on their expeditions, so they would give 20% of their earnings as payment to the Estrie family, in addition to the money they collected themselves. It was a fair deal, or at least that's how Lily had told Belle. Allies had no problem accepting the deal. After all, she liked to help, and money was the least of her concerns, something Hestia appreciated. The mission was in a few weeks, so they still had time to prepare. Most of the time during the conversation, only Hestia and Allies spoke. Belle and Neze remained silent for most of the time, only making a few comments from time to time. And obviously, the exchange of glances throughout the conversation was very constant, something that made the she-wolf a little nervous. Thus the deal to accompany the Hestia family on their expedition was closed. Great. Thank you for helping us, Allies, Hestia said, shaking hands with the Redeed. No problem, the Estrie family will always be there to help, she said with a cheerful smile. Would you like something to eat? I have cookies and coffee. Since you went to the trouble of coming here, you can at least have something to eat, asked the goddess of the hearth. That sounds perfect. Allies agreed without hesitation. I was starting to get a little hungry. Me too, Goddess Hestia, Neze said. Great. I'll go to the kitchen to get everything ready, I'll be back in a few minutes, she said, standing up. I'll go with her. The Redeed also stood up under Neze's watchful gaze. Really? Thank you for your help, Allies, you're a very kind girl. So they both left the room, although before leaving Allies turned to look at Neze and winked at her. The living room door closed, leaving Belle and Neze sitting silently on their respective sofas. For some reason the atmosphere felt a little uncomfortable, or perhaps only Neze felt that way. Come on Neze, you're supposed to have more courage now, she thought, encouraging herself while glancing at Belle. Upon seeing him, she realized that he was staring at her with a slight animated smile. Nervous? I didn't even know why I was nervous. I was supposed to have arrived full of enthusiasm, so I had to prove it. How are you? Was the first question the she-wolf asked. Huh? I'm referring to your foot and arm, she said, a little embarrassed, remembering that she had pushed him. Oh, that's it. I'm fine. I'm fully recovered, he replied, waving his arm from side to side. I told you it wasn't anything to worry about. I'm glad even so, I'm sorry. Haha, I already told you it's nothing, it was just an accident, she said with a cheerful smile. If it hadn't been you, it would have been something worse that would have pushed me over the edge. My luck isn't the best. Ha ha ha. Neze couldn't help but laugh when she heard those words, a laugh that was contagious to Belle who started laughing with her. Perhaps it was just an ordinary, simple moment, but however simple it was, for Neze it was special. By the way, lovely headquarters, the she-wolf complimented, looking around the room. It's very welcoming. Thank you so much, I like it a lot too, she said, remembering the day she got it. And to think I didn't have to spend a single penny to get it. Oh really? Yes, it was a gift from a gentleman I helped. To be honest, it took me by surprise when he gave me the keys to the house, she whispered, remembering that day with nostalgia. I cannot accept this property. Those were the words of a nervous Belle. Here are the keys, boy. You saved my life and my granddaughter's, so I'm giving you this house. It's yours. The old man in a sack said with a smile. Just by looking at him, you could tell he had a lot of money. But either you accept the house or you marry my granddaughter, it's your choice. Okay, I accept. Marry my granddaughter? No, the house. Your granddaughter was almost 30 years old. How could I marry someone twice my age? Belle said, not understanding the old man's mentality. Haha, look on the bright side, now you have a beautiful headquarters. Neze laughed, finding the story amusing. You're right, it's not the biggest in the city, but I'm happy here and it has a good training ground. I think accepting it was the best option. If a house has a training yard, it's perfect for me, the wolf said, making it clear that she loved training. It was one of the things she did most each day. In short, I really like your headquarters. Thank you, Kami-sama always tries to make it as welcoming as possible. A smile formed on her face as she said that. She is the goddess of the hearth after all, she has the aura of a mother just like a Stree-sama. The conversation was going very well between them. Neze had put aside her initial nervousness and started talking happily with him. The conversation continued normally for both of them, talking about any topic while waiting for allies and Hestia to return. By the way, Mikoto admires you all very much. Mikoto? She said curiously, since she didn't know her. She's an Asian woman in my family, she admires you all a lot, even though she's not here right now, I'm sure she would have been very happy to talk to you. Really? I would have liked to meet her. Maybe on another occasion, although the girl he admires most is an Oriental girl from his family. Pagaya? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Wow, I never thought there was anyone who admired her. Because you said so? Pagaya is a bit special, she's not a bad person, but she has her quirks, he replied with a nervous smile. But hey. She's strong so it's normal that someone would admire her. Haha, it seems your family isn't the only one with strange people, Belle laughed amusedly. You can't even imagine, she whispered, letting out a sigh as she remembered her friends. I think we all have something special that characterizes us. Really? Tell me something that characterizes you. Something that characterizes me, she whispered, bringing her hand to her chin. Well, when I get angry with someone, I feel like slamming them against a wall, no matter who it is. He said calmly, although he instantly covered his mouth when he realized what he had said. She began to feel nervous because she had given herself a bad impression with her words. I slowly turned to look at Belle, who was looking at me in surprise. Great, now he thinks I'm a violent girl, she thought nervously. Although what happened next calmed her nerves. Ah ha ha. Belle started laughing loudly, making the she-wolf look confused. Although seconds later I just stared at him, laughing and smiling. Wow, slamming people against the wall, that's new, said the albino, wiping away a tear brought on by his laughter. You seem like a very patient girl, so they must really make you angry for you to react like that. Well, you could say that, she whispered, scratching her cheek in embarrassment. But don't think I do it all the time, it's very rare, maybe I do it once a year or maybe never. Nguyen and Mariu's marks on the wall are only 4 days apart and it won't be long before there's a third one. A little white lie so as not to seem violent in front of him. I believe you he whispered, looking at her with a smile. Thank you, a smile that always ended up captivating Neze. If witchcraft existed, then the albino practiced witchcraft every time he smiled, since it always made his heart race. Meanwhile, Belle just watched as the wolf's tail swung from side to side while she chatted with him. Neze hadn't noticed, but her tail had been like that since the beginning of the conversation. Something which the albino had found very cute. I'd like to hug that tail, she thought, seeing how fluffy it was. It looked like she brushed it gently every day. Is he looking at my tail? She thought, embarrassed, finally realizing where he was looking. I don't know whether to feel happy or embarrassed. Its tail began to move a little faster from side to side, which amused Belle somewhat. It seemed to have a life of its own. Beautiful, Belle whispered. The whisper reached Neze, who blushed deeply and her tail began to move very quickly. A little more and she would have flown through the air like a helicopter. Here are the cookies. Their conversation was interrupted when allies arrived in the room with a tray of cookies, which she placed on a small table. Neze let out a sigh of relief at their arrival. A little more and she would have died of embarrassment. The goddess Hestia will be here soon. She's making coffee, she announced cheerfully, sitting down next to Neze. So we'll have to wait for her before we start eating the cookies. She makes the cookies and they're delicious, so I hope you like them, Belle said with a kind smile. For sure, yes. After that, the three of them sat down, having quiet conversations about the mission they would undertake in a week. Everything was very calm, much to Neze's relief. For a moment she thought allies had planned something to embarrass her, but that wasn't the case. But I was wrong. Allies had arrived determined to help her. By the way, what do you think of Neze? The she-wolf opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing the question allies asked the albino. Hey? What do you think of Neze? Isn't she a very pretty girl? She asked with a cheerful smile. Well, she is very pretty, Belle whispered, embarrassed. Upon hearing those words, the she-wolf's cheeks flushed bright red and her heart began to beat wildly. Isn't that right? She's a wonderful girl and very reliable, I'd say much more so than me, he said, tapping his chin with a finger. So don't hesitate to ask her for help whenever you need it. I'll keep that in mind and I agree with you, Neze is a wonderful girl. The she-wolf felt her heart leap out of her chest the more words the albino spoke. She felt happy because of those words and knew that Allies was saying all that to help her, but it was being very embarrassing for her. I'm glad we think the same, Allies agreed proudly. Usually many people are afraid of her, but it's the complete opposite of what they think. She's the most amazing girl in the city. Allies, stop it already, Neze whispered, embarrassed. She's kind-hearted, very pretty and friendly, much prettier than me, hell, whoever ends up with her will be the luckiest person on earth. Belle could only laugh slightly upon hearing all that, glancing sideways at the embarrassed wolf. Neze is everything that is right in this world, Neze is peace, Neze is love, amen, whispered the Retid. Amen, and Belle repeated the words, playing along with the Retid. Are you finished yet? The she-wolf asked, still embarrassed, looking at her friend. Yep, You two get along very well, you have a very nice friendship, Belle praised, looking at them both. I'm happy for you. Thank you. Here's the coffee. At that moment Hestia arrived in the room with 4 cups full of coffee, placing them on a small table next to the cookies. The 3 of them quickly took their respective cups and began to enjoy the coffee and cookies. Allies, you idiot, Neze thought, embarrassed, glancing sideways at her friend. I knew she'd say things like that. And it was too strange because he praised her a lot, even saying that she was much more beautiful than her, something unusual, since he always said that she was the most beautiful and nobody else. I didn't know Allies could be like that when it came to helping her friends. Oh, by the way. Then the Retid spoke again, causing Neze to start praying that she wouldn't start praising her excessively again. I placed a small advance order for some things that we will take on the small mission that will be in a few weeks. A small favor? Hestia asked curiously. Yes. It's just a small box with some magic stones. They have their uses and I feel they'll be very helpful down there, she explained, taking a sip of her coffee. They're giving them to me this Thursday, but unfortunately, I'll be busy that day and won't be able to go and get them. What a shame, Hestia whispered. But I've already found the solution. As she said those words, she turned to look at Neze. Can you go and get that package, Neze? Of course, I don't see why not, the she-wolf readily agreed. Perfect. Although, since this is a mission for both families, I think someone should accompany you. How about accompanying Neze? He asked, turning to look at the albino. I'd love to, it would be unfair to leave the job to you guys alone, Belle readily agreed. So I'll go with Neze. That's teamwork, Hestia whispered proudly. Exactly, Allies nodded. You can pick up the order at 9 in the morning, as I'm not sure what time I'll have them ready. I'll give you the address that day. Of course, they both said at the same time. And with that said, the 4 continued drinking coffee and eating cookies while chatting quietly. Although seconds later Neze's expression of tranquility turned to total shock when he realized that he had overlooked a certain detail. Allies just set me up on a date with Belle, she thought in surprise, glancing sideways at her friend who was chatting happily with Hestia. I'm going out alone with Belle. I spoke so casually asking for that favor that she didn't even realize it was all her plan to get us both to go out together. Allies had just given him the best assist he could have received. I'm going out with Belle, she thought, glancing sideways at the albino who was laughing at Allies' stories. I'm going on a date. Maybe it wasn't a date, but the Retid had arranged everything so that she would turn that errand into a date. As she told him a while ago, she would give him all the help she could, but it all depended on how determined she was to go out with him. Ally, she thought, watching her friend laugh. The great warmth filled her heart as she finally understood everything. Some time later. After drinking their coffee and saying goodbye to Hestia and Belle, they both left and began walking peacefully through the streets of Verario. Wow, thankfully everything went well, Ally said, stretching her arms. Now all that's left is to talk to the girls and see who wants to join us on this mission. Perhaps I'll tell Iska or Ryu, their skills would be very useful down there, after all we're going to support the Hestia family. Anyway, there are still a few weeks to go so we have time to. Allies. Retid was surprised to feel Neze hug her from behind and cheerfully calling her name. Neze. Being shorter, the she-wolf placed her chin on top of the Retid's head while smiling. Thank you so much, I whispered, still hugging her. Thank you so much, really. Allies only opened her eyes in surprise for a few seconds before smiling. Don't thank me, it's all to help my great friend, she said with a radiant smile. For the first time since the topic of winning Belle over with the help of his family began, he received real help. Help that was not meant to make fun of her, cause problems, or scare her. Help that truly came from the heart with the sole intention of making her happy. And all that because of the least expected person. I love you, Allies. I'll never regret the day I decided to follow you and join the family, he whispered, still hugging her. Thank you for everything, my friend. Come on, don't say that, you're going to make me cry. Perfect girls don't cry. Even perfection can crumble. The ha-ha Neze laughed, pulling away from the hug. Come on, I'll buy you your favorite chocolates. Great. Exclaimed Aritide, excited by the chocolates, as she began walking beside the wolf and they chatted happily. Alice's help towards Neze was a complete success. Now everything depended on the she-wolf to transform that errand into a date. And she would succeed. She wouldn't waste the help her friend gave her. As long as they didn't ruin everything, a girl with a name that started with K and another girl whose name started with R. Everything was left to fate. End of chapter. Chapter 5. The end. Isa. What's wrong? We found ourselves in the Astri family room where only two of its members were seated. They were Iska and Neze. The Amazon was painting her nails and Neze was waiting for the moment to ask her Amazon friend for something. The others were not there. Some were resting in their rooms after the day of patrolling and others had decided to take a walk around the city. I would like to ask you a favor, you are the only one who can help me at this time. Really? And what do you want me to help you with? She asked curiously, putting the nail polish aside. Well, I wanted to know your opinion, she said, a little nervously. Opinion on what? Of clothing. Don't look at me like that, she pleaded, seeing how the Amazon was staring at her in shock. Do you want to wear something other than a bra and short shorts? She asked, surprised, and Neze nodded slightly. Why yes, I have some clothes in my room and I wanted to know your opinion. And may I ask why you want to change your clothes? He asked again, trying to control his excitement. Well, I'm going out with Belle and… Say no more. Iska shouted, startling the she-wolf. It's finally my turn. A series of confetti and fireworks exploded behind Iska at the moment he said those words, much to Neze's confusion. Your turn? It's my turn to make your love story blossom in the most beautiful way. I whispered, making the she-wolf's cheeks flush. And what better way than with your looks? One of the senses that makes a person fall in love the most is sight, so we'll attack bellcranel's eyes with your lovely appearance. But I just want. Let's go. And taking Neze by the hand, she ran out, both disappearing from the room. Oh, and I was going to bring cookies for lunch, Astri whispered as she headed towards the living room and saw them both rush out. Things have been a bit lively around here since Neze made that confession. I should see how I can help her. And with those thoughts the goddess entered the room to eat the cookies by herself. Meanwhile with Iska and Neze. They were already standing in front of the wolf's room door with Iska standing with her arms crossed. I never thought this day would come, the Amazon whispered seriously. The day all the planets would align to give me the power I need to help you, the day of the apocalypse. Come on Iska, don't exaggerate, the she-wolf said, rolling her eyes. Sorry, she laughed, scratching her cheek. But a date? You're going on a date with him? Come on. Tell us. Well, it's not exactly a date. Allies arranged everything so that we would both go and pick up a package for a mission and… I understand. Allies arranged everything so you could turn that job into a date, the proud Amazon said. Just as I expected from my captain, so intelligent and astute. Allies was walking through the streets of Aurario, bored, but for some strange reason she felt a surge of energy and began walking with a big smile. Well thought out, Neze, you have to look absolutely stunning to get that date off to a good start, Iska said, giving a thumbs up. But remember, that guy thinks you're just delivering a package, so you have to plan everything so you can do typical date things without looking suspicious. I know, I'm still thinking about it, I whispered, still not knowing what to do to turn everything into a date. I would have to ask Celti for one of her books to fill myself with knowledge. So? Are you going to try on the clothes? I'll wait here to give you my honest opinion, she said, giving a thumbs up. Although it's obvious you look beautiful. More beautiful than anyone. That's a song. I know. Now go inside and get beautiful. So Neze went into her room and Iska stayed outside anxiously waiting for everything. I wonder what kind of dresses she'll have, she thought excitedly, imagining Neze dressed in different ways. She'll surely dress like a princess. I can't wait to see her. What are you doing standing in front of Neze's room? The one who asked that question was Asta, who was barefoot, wearing short shorts and a white sleeveless shirt. It was the most comfortable outfit she had to wear at headquarters. I'm waiting for Neze to come out of her room, the Amazon replied excitedly. Why don't you just knock on the door instead of standing there waiting for her? The dwarf asked, puzzled, stopping in front of her friend. You don't understand, Neze is going to try on a different style of clothing and wants my opinion. She's going to try on a pretty dress. Oh. The dwarf's eyes sparkled upon hearing that, placing herself next to Iska and waiting for the wolf. I want to see her in a dress too, Asta said excitedly. I'm sure she'll look very pretty. Don't doubt it, the Amazon said, crossing her arms with a proud smile. Now all that remains is to wait for her to reveal her beauty. And? So the two friends stood waiting for the she-wolf to come out with her new appearance. Meanwhile, with Neze. She was standing in front of her bed looking at the clothes she would wear, although she didn't seem very sure about wearing them. But it's the best I have, she thought, still doubtful. I have nothing else. This is the most passable thing I can get. For a moment she thought about going dressed as usual, but allies advised her not to, saying that if she wanted to make a big impact on Bell, she had to dress in a way he wouldn't expect. Well, since we're here. And with those words the she-wolf began to dress in her new clothes, a style she almost never used. It feels weird to wear a shirt, she thought, since she was used to wearing only a bra. In fact, now she thought it was a good idea to dress better. Now she felt a little nervous and embarrassed to appear in front of Belle wearing only her bra. She had never cared about that before, but not now. It had to look its best. I hope Iska gives me the go-ahead since I have nothing else, fashion is really complicated. A few minutes later. Iska and Asta were still outside waiting for Neze to come out. Is she cosplaying or what? Asta asked when she didn't come out. She's taking a long time. You don't understand, Asta. Fashion is not something to be taken lightly and Neze already understands that. He wants to look his best for himself. For him. Is it because of that rabbit? Yes. Neze will have a date with him. Oh. Asta's eyes shone with excitement again upon hearing those words. Now she understood why he was putting so much effort into his clothes. A date? Is Neze going on a date? Iska and Asta turned their gaze to the side, watching as Kagaya and Rihanna walked in their direction with curious expressions. Yes. She'll go out with her prince. Exclaimed the excited Amazon. I see, that's interesting, Kagaya whispered, tapping her chin with a finger. So what are you waiting for? Rihanna asked. Well. Before Iska could continue speaking, Neze's bedroom door opened, catching the attention of all four of them. The wolf left the room a little nervous, although she was surprised to see Rihanna, Kagaya, and Asta there too. But she decided not to dwell on it. Perhaps their opinions would also help her. While her four spectators looked at her in surprise, especially her new outfit which was not a style she usually wore. So? How do I look? She asked, putting her hands behind her back. Does it look good on me? Her four female spectators looked her up and down, carefully analyzing her. After that they looked at each other with doubtful expressions. You look cool, Asta complimented, giving a thumbs up. Really? The she-wolf asked excitedly. No, you look terrible, Kagaya said. Are you going on a date or to a funeral? Ugh. Kagaya. Rihanna scolded, seeing that she had hurt the wolf's feelings. What? To be honest, it looks good, but it's terrible for a date, the Asian woman said again. Does it look that bad? Neze asked, looking downcast. That's not it. Iska said quickly. You look very pretty, no one denies that, but more than feminine I'd say you look cool. Exactly. That's it, Rihanna agreed. Cool? Whispered the she-wolf. You have the appearance of a bad girl, a cute bad girl, Asta said, walking around the wolf to analyze her. A little more and she'll look like a little teardrop girl. I have black lipstick if you're interested, Kagaya said, making Neze smile nervously. I don't understand. Do I look good or bad? Neze asked again, wanting to know everyone's true opinion. You look good, but for a date you leave a lot to be desired, Rihanna said, searching for the right words. Exactly. Exclaimed Iska. You look cute, but don't you have anything more feminine? This is the best thing I have in my wardrobe, the she-wolf replied, looking at her shirt. It was a gift from Noin for my birthday. He gave me several different shirts. Noin has terrible taste, Kagaya whispered. The human was on the roof fixing a part when she suffered a mini heart attack after falling from the roof. Hey, I just saw Noin fall out of the window, Asta said. Nobody cares, what's important right now is Neze's image, Rihanna said, tapping her chin with a finger. So you don't have anything feminine, Iska whispered, thinking of a solution. I'm sorry, I never paid much attention to this whole clothing thing, Neze apologized, sounding a little discouraged. She thought she looked good, but those thoughts had just been crushed. I still say she looks cute. Go for it, Neze. Don't let anyone discourage you. The little girl encouraged, giving a thumbs up. Asta, Neze whispered, moved. I know you look beautiful, but if you want to make a big impression on your prince, you have to go all out, said the Amazon, narrowing her eyes. When is the date? For tomorrow. I think it might work, she whispered. What are you thinking about? Rihanna asked, seeing Iska's expression. I think I have more than enough time to create a very pretty outfit, she said with a smile. Wouldn't it be easier to just go to a store and buy one? Kagaya asked wearily. A dress she likes, that's all. Iska loves making clothes so I don't think it'll be a problem, Rihanna whispered. But I don't want a dress, Neze said. The truth is, I don't feel comfortable wearing one. I like Belle, but I don't want to change the way I dress. I prefer comfortable clothes like I do now. I understand, Iska whispered, nodding at her friend's words. The pants you have now are perfect, they're cute and a little fitted, perfect for you. So? Do you have another shirt similar to the one you're wearing but in a different color? She asked curiously. Well, Noin gave me some, I have a purple one, a white one. The white one. That's perfect. Iska interrupted excitedly. Find the white shirt and come to my room, I'll go get things ready. What will you do? Asked the curious she-wolf. I'll make you look beautiful without changing the way you dress. Trust me. And so the Amazon ran off to her room, leaving her friends alone. He looks very trustworthy, Rihanna whispered. Iska has great fashion sense, so trust her, Neze, Asta said. I'm sure she'll make something you'll really like. Okay, then I'll go get the shirt. And with those words the she-wolf went into her room to search. I never thought I'd see Neze like this just because of a boy, Kagaya whispered, rolling her eyes. It's called love, Asta said with a smile. We all change when we're in love. I wonder how I would behave if I were in love. I'd like to have a prince too, like Iska says. It's all just nonsense, the Oriental woman said wearily. Don't worry Kagaya, it's not like there's anyone desperate enough to notice you. Veins appeared on her forehead as she heard Rihanna's words, seeing her run away. Idiot, she whispered grumpily, walking away and leaving Asta alone in the hallway. She just peeked out the window and saw the sky with a sparkle in her eyes. I'm sure that one day I'll also have my own love story like Neze. These were her thoughts, accompanied by a smile, before she lowered her gaze. What are you doing on the patio floor, Noin? A while later. Lyra was walking happily through the corridors humming a song. Why was she happy? Not even she knew. Happiness simply came to her from one moment to the next. But he wasn't doing drugs, that was bad. Although he stopped in the hallway upon hearing a very curious sound. It was the sound of a hammer. Are they remodeling the headquarters? He wondered, searching for the source of the sound and realizing it was coming from Iska's room. What could she be doing now? The sound of the hammer hitting could be heard for a few seconds until it stopped. But the silence didn't last long, as a drill started to sound afterward. But what Lyra said, perplexed and curious to know what he was doing. Following the drill, she began to hear a chainsaw, further confusing Lyra. What are you doing, Iska? Lyra asked curiously, hoping she would hear her. And if I hear it, since the sound stopped and footsteps began to be heard towards the door. The door opened and a welder's mask appeared, giving the hobbit a fright. Relax, Lyra, it's me. The person removed their mask, revealing it was their wolf friend. Neze? She said, increasingly confused. What are you doing in Iska's room? We're creating my outfit for my date tomorrow, she replied with an excited smile. Is it armor or what the hell? I asked, raising an eyebrow. With all this noise, it sounds like they're creating everything but clothing. Those are just Iska's jokes, nothing more. Hurry up, Neze. We don't have all day. Came the voice of the Amazon from inside. I have to get back to work. Goodbye. Thus the door closed and the sound of the hammer and drill began to be heard again. The hobbit only had an anime-style sweat drop when she heard that. This family is definitely full of sick people, she thought as she continued on her way. Luckily, I'm the sanest one here. I don't want to imagine what it would be like if we were all crazy. Lyra shook her head slightly, then smiled. Okay. Let's create another nuclear bomb that I'll never use and will just keep stored away. Let's get to work. And with those words the hobbit went to her workshop, the sounds of work coming from Iska's room being heard in the background. Tomorrow would be the appointment or rather, the outing with Belle to deliver that package. Neze will work hard to make tomorrow special. He just hoped that no one would ruin his efforts. The next day. Ding dong. The sound of the bell that was next to the gates of the headquarters could be heard in the place. Outside the headquarters of the Justice family, a certain albino was curiously observing the surroundings. It was Belle who was dressed in a normal way, black pants, a black shirt, and over that shirt, he wore a long-sleeved button-down shirt which he had open. A simple but brilliant style. The reason he was there was because they had arranged for Belle to go to the Astri family headquarters so that he and Neze could leave together directly to the place where they had to bring the magic stones that allies bought. It was better than thinking about meeting up somewhere. This feels like a date, Belle thought, though he blushed a few seconds later. Haha, what am I thinking? We're just going to do a job, nothing more. He had to admit that he felt a little nervous about that outing. Although I feel it will be very empty to just go and get that and say goodbye. Should I do something else? he thought doubtfully. Who are you? The albino snapped out of his thoughts, noticing a pretty elf with glasses staring intently at him next to him. The Celta era. Oh, well, Are you another employee of the company where I bought the furniture? She asked curiously. I'm sorry, but I don't have the money to pay you today either, but I will next week. However, I won't be here Monday through Sunday, so it's best if you come back next month. I think you're mistaken. I'm not here to collect money or anything like that, I explained with a nervous smile. So? Well, I'm looking for Neze. The elf was a little confused by those words, although seconds later she opened her eyes in surprise. White hair and red eyes. She didn't notice it at first, but she realized that this boy was her friend's love interest. Oh. Is something wrong? Nope, Neze will be out soon. And so the elf quickly entered the headquarters, leaving the albino alone at the entrance, puzzled by this strange interaction. She's a very curious elf, he thought, then smiled. He stood for a few minutes waiting for Neze to come out, although he could unintentionally hear some shouts from inside. You look very beautiful, Neze. Shut up, idiot, or he'll hear. Go get him. The albino was only slightly confused by those words, but decided not to dwell on them. I wonder what kind of magic stones Miss Allies bought, the curious man thought. Even though I had been in the city for a while, there were still many things I didn't know. Now that I think about it, I haven't done much research about this city and other things, maybe I should find out more, he thought, his gaze fixed on the ground. He arrived in the city of Arario at a very bad time that didn't give him time to even explore the city, and now that there was peace, he had only dedicated himself to exploring the dungeon and other things. The few things she knew were thanks to her advisor who gave her classes from time to time. Beyond that, I hadn't investigated further. There are many rare magical artifacts, I should investigate them at some point, he thought, now having a clear new objective. To fill oneself with knowledge. Hello, Belle. The albino snapped out of his thoughts upon hearing his name, raising his gaze. And when he saw who called him, he opened his eyes in surprise, and they shone a little. In front of him stood Neze with a slightly shy expression, caressing his left arm with his right hand while smiling at him. Shall we go? I asked with a slight smile. Allies already gave me the address of the place. Hidden and watching through the window were Iska, Asta, Kagaya and Rihanna, waiting to see what words Belle would say. If he doesn't praise her, I'll kill him, Iska whispered, wanting her plan to succeed. He already won, his idiotic expression says it all, Kagaya whispered. Meanwhile, Neze felt a little nervous seeing that Belle was still looking at her. Is something wrong? No, it's just you look very beautiful. That's it, damn it. Asta threw himself on top of Iska, preventing her from continuing to scream and making them notice his presence. Meanwhile, Neze remained speechless, her face completely red, still not believing what she had heard. I was perhaps expecting a prettier beautiful, but for some strange reason the word precious had a great impact on her. His heart was beating like crazy and his tail was wagging from side to side with happiness. Thank you, was all he could say as he mentally thanked Iska. Shall we go? He didn't understand. They were supposed to be just delivering a package and he felt very nervous, as if he were going on a date with that beautiful she-wolf. He was also making a great effort not to be embarrassed. Why yes, let's go. And so the wolf and the rabbit left the headquarters to fulfill their mission, both silent and nervous, with Neze determined to turn it all into a date. Meanwhile, at headquarters, Iska was jumping for joy upon hearing the praise her friend received, and Asta was trying to calm her down. On the other hand, Kagaya and Rihanna just watched the place where they both went, then looked at each other and nodded slightly. Iska's help was a complete success. But this was not over yet. End of chapter. Chapter 6. Rihanna and Kagaya. Aid. Please save me. Mom, Dad. I'm burning up. Those were the cries of agony that could be heard throughout the city of Arario, which was destroyed and had many buildings on fire. The Evilist had gotten his way. They had managed to win that battle against Arario, turning that night into a complete nightmare. And in the middle of all that chaos was Neze. Blood was running down his head and he had multiple wounds on his body. It hurt. His body demanded rest. But I had to go on. Although his mental state was deteriorating. Help! Shouted two small children on the second floor of a burning building. When Neze saw the two children at the window, he didn't think twice about going to save them. But before he could take a step, the building exploded and collapsed completely, not giving the children even time to scream in pain. Curse. It was a scream filled with frustration, anger, sadness, and a lot of despair as he pounded the ground. They weren't the first ones he'd seen die that night. He had already seen more than a dozen people die in horrible ways, including some dying in his arms when he tried to take them somewhere to be healed. Ever since the whole war with Evilist began, Neze had been affected by it for a long time. Seeing people die in some attacks always hit her hard, but she was able to hide it from her family. Although she could hide it, that feeling kept growing in her as more time passed, and as she saw people die, she continued to resist it despite everything. But this time, everything she had been holding back wanted to come out of her. I simply couldn't anymore. Seeing so many deaths and knowing that they had lost a battle that night had hit her too hard. Damn it, I whispered, my voice breaking, watching as another pillar of light rose into the heavens. He no longer knew how many gods had been killed that night. He lost count after the third one. Please. Someone save my son. She could see in the distance how some of her friends had already collapsed. Ryu, Celti, and Ryu had not been able to resist it. And it would soon happen to her too. Why? She whispered, falling to her knees and trying to hold back the tears in her eyes. She wanted to cover her ears. She didn't want to keep hearing the cries for help in the agony. She had endured for a long time behaving like the strong, confident girl they could rely on. But behind all of that was a teenager, a girl who found it very difficult to carry something like that. A girl who only wanted it all to end so she could smile again. Just a girl who couldn't have a childhood, someone who at a very young age was involved in all those misfortunes. I couldn't resist it anymore. And I can't anymore and no more. Her strength, her security, her confidence, all of that was falling apart in the midst of that disaster. All the pain I had been holding in was suddenly coming out. If it collapsed completely, it could no longer be recovered. No more. I'm sorry. No Tyrandas. But before Neze decided to give up, someone shouted loudly, catching his attention. She slowly raised her gaze and saw standing in front of her, amidst all that destruction, was an albino with red eyes and blood running down his head. He looked young, I'd guessed he was about 14 years old, it was the first time I'd seen him. That boy was Belle. Don't give up. You can't give up. She shouted, her eyes showing that she was afraid. Neze just stared at him, listening to his words. If you give up, who will give all these people hope? She shouted, her voice trembling. They need you. And I know. Please. Not you. You're the strongest and bravest girl I've ever seen. I know you can do this. Neze's eyes opened in surprise upon hearing those words, staring intently into the boy's eyes. It wasn't that he was braver than her. Perhaps he had only been in the city a short time and hadn't seen all the horrors that had happened, and that was giving him the strength he needed to keep going. But those words he said to her. Those words. Aurelio lost the war, but we can save lives. Even if it's just one person, it's a life that can go on. We must live today for the sake of tomorrow. For a moment everything around disappeared and only that albino existed in Neze's eyes. She was about to collapse, to throw everything away, and he appeared out of nowhere just to give her motivation. I didn't know him, it was the first time I'd seen him, and yet I was giving him the words of encouragement he needed. I know that you will be the light for many people. Belle extended her trembling hand towards Neze, who only looked at her. In the distance, allies continued to save civilians, as did Kagaya and Lyra. Iska and Rihanna were trying to give words of encouragement to their friends who had broken down. They were the words of a stranger, but I will continue. They gave him the strength to continue in that war. Perhaps the pain and despair remained within her, that wouldn't disappear, but she found the strength to help the people who needed her now. She would cry and let it all out in her room once it was all over, but now it was time to help. And with that whisper, Neze took Belle's hand, that hand that helped her get up so she could move forward. From that moment on, that albino had a great impact on her. The day bellcranel completely captured that she-wolf's attention. That she-wolf who was able to continue fighting thanks to him and his words. Present. A certain couple was walking calmly through the streets of Aurelio. They were Belle and Neze, the latter being embarrassed by the outfit she was wearing, but happy remembering the praise she received. She still couldn't believe she was on a date with him. She owed it all to allies and, of course, to Iska, who made her look beautiful. Now her job was to transform that assignment into a date with him. It would be difficult but she could do it. She wouldn't disappoint allies and Iska after all the effort they put into helping her. It would be a success. It's a beautiful day today, isn't it? Neze asked with a cheerful smile. Yes, it looks like it will be perfect. And after that there were no more words from the she-wolf, who lowered her gaze in shame, while Belle watched the shops. What else should I talk about? I can't think of anything. She thought nervously, trying to think of a topic of conversation, but nothing came to mind. Why am I acting like this right now? I'll give him a bad impression. Out of the corner of my eye, I turned to look at Belle, who was still walking with a calm expression, observing his surroundings. He's calm, I'm the only one acting like a weirdo, she thought sadly. I need to calm down. Meanwhile, in Belle's mind. It can't be a coincidence, he thought, trying not to blush. Out of the corner of my eye I turned to look at Neze, who was walking with a slight red tint on her cheeks, her gaze lowered. It can't just be a coincidence that she dressed so beautifully just for a simple job. When he had been waiting for her for a while, he expected her to come out in her usual clothes, but he was surprised when he saw her looking so beautiful in a type of clothing she didn't usually wear. It was something I didn't expect. She's dressed so nicely just for a job, he thought, trying to control his blush. But he was reminded of some memories, some wise words that his grandfather had given him when he lived with him. Escucha bell, si una chica si viste y si arregla para verse mucho más linda, en una salida casual es porque ella espera que si algo más que solo eso, tienes que entender el corazón de una mujer, no actúes como un idiota que ignora todo eso, y la deja desilusionada actúa como un hombre y has que ella sienta que valió la pena vestirse así de linda este. Grandpa, Belle thought, now finally understanding those words. Meanwhile, two girls were walking cautiously behind them so as not to be discovered. They were Rihanna and Kagaya. It's clear that Neze is inexperienced, she doesn't know what to do, Rihanna said, seeing how the wolf had remained silent. You're inexperienced too, Kagaya reminded him mockingly. But you're right, it's Neze's first date, so it's more than obvious she won't know what to do. At this rate, they'll just go and get that order and say goodbye. It can't end like this, Neze has tried so hard for now. I know, but we can't intervene and interrupt her non-appointment. It all depends on her. Both girls just watched their older sister, who was still somewhat blushing. Just from her expression they could tell she was thinking about what to do for the date. They were truly surprised that the same Neze was violent and destructive when she fought against Evilus. Hey Neze, Belle called to the wolf. Ah, yes. She said, coming out of her thoughts and turning to look at him. What's wrong? Have you had breakfast yet? He asked, trying to control his nerves. Breakfast? Yes. I already had breakfast, she replied cheerfully. Oh, I understand. Idiot. The wolf and the rabbit quickly turned around when they heard a scream, but they didn't see anyone, although Neze recognized it as Rihanna's voice. Ah. And thanks to that scream she understood why he called her that. He wanted to invite her to breakfast. I'm such an idiot. She screamed mentally as she realized what she had said. Well, then. No. I haven't had breakfast. She quickly changed her answer. I didn't have time for breakfast. I couldn't even have dinner yesterday. Is that right? I asked, a little surprised by the change in answer. So, would you like to go somewhere for breakfast first? I haven't been able to have breakfast either. I would love to. She accepted with a beautiful smile as her heart beat rapidly with happiness. Little by little, that was turning into a date and that made her happy. Then let's look for a cafe for breakfast, I know a few, but if you have a place in mind don't hesitate to tell me. Whichever place you choose will be fine with me, so let's go. Perfect. And so they both continued walking, only this time talking a little more than at the beginning. Although Belle could tell how her tail was wagging much more than usual since he invited her to breakfast. I knew that reaction from wolves. It was when they were happy. Is she really happy to be having breakfast with me? He thought, a little embarrassed and trying to hide it. Or is it because she's hungry? Although inside she felt happy about that outing. As they walked away, Rihanna and Kagaya came out of an alley and followed them again. If it hadn't been for your scream, he probably wouldn't have noticed, Kagaya said. Ah, I can't believe Neze almost let an opportunity like that pass her by. That guy invited her out to eat of his own free will, and she almost turned him down, Rihanna said, letting out a sigh. I'm surprised he took the initiative. For a moment I thought he'd be one of those idiots who never understand anything and ignore any signal the girl gives them, Kagaya said, squinting at the rabbit. Or maybe he was really hungry, or perhaps he could tell Neze's intentions from the clothes she was wearing. Well, if her clothes didn't give her away, then her tail will. She keeps waggling it from side to side, Rihanna laughed playfully. It's so obvious and cute. We have to keep following them, at this rate I feel that Neze will be the one who doesn't understand that boy's signals. They've changed the recipe. And so both girls increased their pace so as not to lose sight of them. They weren't going to interfere with the appointment unless it was absolutely necessary, as it had been a few minutes ago. They were confident that Neze could handle it from now on. She could do it. In the cafeteria. Do you already know what you're going to order? Belle asked, holding the menu in his hands, as did the wolf. They were both in a decent and very quiet cafe in front of the window with a view outside. Rihanna and Kagaya were sitting at some tables in the back. Fortunately, the smell of coffee and desserts prevented Neze's sense of smell from detecting their scent. I think I'll order a coffee and a fruitcake, I really like those, she said smiling as she placed the menu on the table. I'll order a coffee and some sandwiches, they're always delicious for breakfast. I understand, I like them too. She was truly happy to be having that moment with him, even though she hadn't extended the invitation. "Have you decided what you're going to order yet?" At that moment, a human with long, black hair approached them both to place their order. Although you could see his frown on his face as he looked at Neze, a look that Rihanna and Kagaya noticed from afar. "Yes, we'd like 2 coffees, a fruitcake, and 2 sandwiches," the albino ordered with a smile. "I'll bring them to you right away." But the girl's frown changed when she heard Bell change his expression to a kinder one and his tone of voice to a sweeter and more mellow one. "Do you frequent this place?" Neze asked curiously as the waitress left. "I usually come here with my family from time to time. Kami-sama likes the cakes here, so it's normal that we come at least once a week," she explained, glancing out the window. "I hope you like this place too." "Well, so far I'm liking it," she replied with a smile. "It has a good atmosphere." By that point Neze had already forgotten the task allies had asked them to do. He had simply focused on enjoying the date. And that's most likely what allies wanted, for her friend to enjoy that moment. "I'm glad you liked it, we can come back here another day to try more things, they're delicious." Neze's cheeks flushed again upon hearing those words. Does that mean he wants to go out with me again sometime? She thought happily as her tail wagged behind the chair. "Although I also know another cafe which prepares delicious desserts, or so Kami-sama says, we can go there at least next time." "I'd love to." I happily accepted the invitation I had just received. While in the distance that waitress glared angrily at the smiling wolf, jealousy was evident in her eyes. It was obvious that she was someone who was interested in the rabbit. That meddlesome she-wolf, she thought, clutching the tray in her hands. Meanwhile, Kagaya and Rihanna were just sitting around drinking coffee and occasionally glancing at their friend and the rabbit. "I think this is the first time I've seen Neze smile like that," Rihanna whispered. "Yeah, and who would have thought it would be over a boy?" Kagaya lifted her cup and took a sip of her coffee. "I always thought Neze wasn't interested in those kinds of things." "Me neither, I always saw her as someone serious and focused on her goal of protecting Aurelio." Although it's not that unusual," Kagaya smiled mischievously, turning to look at Rihanna. "Neze, during his heat, always locks himself in his room and doesn't come out until he's calmed down. I think he's already feeling the need to find a partner so he can relax and enjoy those times, someone to take away that itch down there." "Kagaya. Don't talk in such a dirty way," Rihanna scolded, embarrassed. "Haha, but I'm just telling the truth," she laughed. "Although werewolves are almost the same as elves when it comes to choosing a mate, they don't go for just anyone, so it's very likely that the interest she feels for that boy is very special." It's likely," she whispered, taking a sip of her coffee. "Although she looks sweet, when she's in love she seems very innocent and shy. They say that wolf girls completely change their personality when they are in love, and we can say that this is true." "Exact." However, the conversation between the two girls was interrupted by the sound of a cup breaking. They quickly turned their gaze towards that place and saw that same waitress with a guilty expression, holding her tray. And then they turned to look at Neze, whose entire white shirt was stained with coffee. The dress that she and Iska had worked so hard to make was ruined. "Oh. Miss, I'm sorry for my mistake." The waitress apologized in a sweet, innocent voice. "Relax, it was just an accident," Neze whispered, looking at her shirt, which was completely stained with coffee. "This is a disaster," Belle said worriedly, seeing the broken cup on the floor. "Did you hurt yourself?" No, it's just a huge stain on my shirt." Neze laughed, a little embarrassed at the albino's concern. Meanwhile, the girl frowned angrily at the interaction. "We are so sorry." At that moment, a somewhat fat man, who appeared to be the owner of the cafeteria, approached the table looking worried. "We're so sorry about our employee's mistake." The man apologized, then glared angrily at the girl. "You'd better go take out the trash." "Alright. And you, we won't charge you for what you're going to eat, take it as an apology for our waitress's mistake." Don't worry, it was just an accident," said Neze, a little embarrassed that the girl was being scolded for just a small oversight. "I insist. This place has always treated its customers well, and I won't let them leave without compensation." While the owner was apologizing, the waitress frowned as she walked away from the table to take out the trash. That expression was noticed by Kagaya and Rihanna, who didn't like at all seeing Neze's date being ruined by that girl. And for some reason they felt that it wasn't an accident. "Let's go." And so both of them stood up and left the establishment to look for that girl. "Oh, what a shame," Neze thought with a sad smile as she saw her stained shirt. The smile was noticed by Belle, who felt guilty. Meanwhile, with the waitress. The girl let out a satisfied laugh as she went out into the back alley of the cafe to throw away the trash. "She deserved it for acting like a cute girl in front of my boyfriend," she thought irritably. "I should have spilled the coffee on his head instead of his shirt. I missed my chance." That girl had been in love with Belle from the first moment he arrived at the cafeteria. But she was the type of girl who was very jealous and possessive, someone who didn't want to see him near another girl even if they weren't together. She didn't even speak to him. The only times she exchanged words with him were when she asked for the order, but she had faith that this would soon change and he would begin to observe her. And once she had a relationship with him, she wouldn't allow him to get close to all those girls. He would be hers alone. But first I have to get rid of that ugly she-wolf. I have to make her look as ridiculous as possible, so she won't want to come near me again, she whispered in frustration. She'll even cry from how humiliated she'll feel. That'll teach her not to go near him. The human opened the trash container to throw away the bags while smiling with satisfaction. But before she could, someone stopped her by slamming the container shut again, startling her. So you did it on purpose, very nice. It was more than obvious. The girl backed away in intimidation when she saw Kagaya and Rihanna standing in front of her with gloomy expressions. Who are you? Friends of the ugly wolf, Kagaya replied, taking a step forward, making the girl back away even more frightened. Ever since I saw your stupid face, I knew you had something against Neze, and it seems I wasn't wrong, Rihanna said, cracking her knuckles. Be grateful that Neze didn't notice your bad intentions, but it wasn't like that with us. Wait, it's all a mistake, said the frightened girl as she bumped into the back wall. A mistake? Well, the way you were talking made it seem like it was all on purpose. Do you have any idea how much effort Neze put into looking beautiful today? Rihanna asked, annoyed. All for a bitch like you to ruin it. Please. We're part of the Justice family, and we don't like to hurt civilians, but you messed with the wrong girl, Kagaya whispered as she drew her katana. I wonder how you look with all your hair cut short. You clearly take good care of it. And that face needs a few bruises, Rihanna whispered with a crooked smile. If it's up to Neze, we'll become anything but vigilante girls, although we will get justice. Help. 5 minutes later. Kagaya and Rihanna were leaving the alley satisfied after avenging their friend. How dare she say Neze is ugly? I mean, I'm not a lesbian, but even I know Neze is very pretty, Rihanna said indignantly. Has that woman never looked in a mirror? And with the look we gave her, I seriously doubt she'll want to see herself in the mirror for a long time, Kagaya whispered with an evil smile, and Rihanna let out a laugh. Although upon leaving the alley they saw Neze and Belle outside the cafeteria, they were forced to hide and listen to the conversation. I'm sorry Neze, it's my fault your shirt got stained, Belle apologized sheepishly. Your fault. Haha, it was just an accident, you don't have to apologize, said the she-wolf with a warm smile. But I was the one who brought you to this cafe. I think that's a very convoluted way to blame you, Neze said, letting out a small laugh. But it's still a shame, you look so pretty in that shirt and it's been ruined. The she-wolf's cheeks flushed as she heard those words, and she looked away. Well, I must admit it was the best one I had, she whispered sheepishly, as her tail wagged happily. Let me reward you, let's go to a clothing store and I'll buy you a new shirt. Huh? She blurted out in surprise. And no, it's not necessary. Of course it is, you can't walk around all day with a shirt completely stained with coffee, it's definitely uncomfortable. Well. Just accept, Neze, Belle said with a smile. Consider it a small reward for helping us with the upcoming exploration. Come on Neze, just accept, Rihanna whispered, still hidden. You can model different outfits for him so he can admire your beauty. You'll have him in your hands. I highly doubt Neze will be able to resist modeling in front of him, but she has nothing to lose by trying, Kagaya whispered with amusement. For some strange reason, the whispers of both reached Neze, who took them as voices of her conscience that were helping her. Oh okay, but you'll help me choose, she accepted, embarrassed, knowing that would be difficult for her. Okay, after we find some new clothes we'll go pick up Alice's order, meanwhile let's go to a clothing store. And with a smile on her face and somewhat embarrassed, Neze began walking through the streets with Belle in search of a clothing store. It seems that this date for both of them was going to be a long one. Rihanna and Kagaya left just as the couple departed. Well, apparently that accident wasn't enough to ruin your date, in fact I think it improved it, Rihanna said with a slight smile. Neze has great mental strength, those little trifles are nothing to her, Kagaya commented, watching them walk away. You're right, she's the strongest girl I know, I whispered proudly. Well, let's keep going before we lose sight of them. Rihanna was about to follow them, but Kagaya grabbed her shoulder, preventing her from doing so. Leave them alone, he said, watching as they both disappeared into the crowd. Huh? You don't want to follow them anymore? Rihanna asked, surprised. It's not necessary, I've already verified what I wanted to verify, he replied with a smile. Besides, it's only a matter of time before Neze notices us. Do you want to end up like Nguyen and Mariu if you make her angry? Ugh. Neze looks happy on the date and I highly doubt she needs us to watch her back, after what I just saw I highly doubt her impromptu date will be ruined. Well but. Let's stop being nosy and go back to headquarters. Okay, Rihanna agreed, defeated and disappointed at not seeing more facets of her friend in love. There's nothing to worry about, Neze will do well on her date. I hope so. So does that mean you accepted him as your partner? It's not like I have any say in Neze's decisions. She's the oldest of us all and can make her own choices, Kagaya laughed, starting to walk. But I have to admit that boy is decent for her. At least he's behaving like a gentleman and treating her well. Well, you're right about that, I'm sure that when she returns to headquarters she will do so with a big smile, so there's nothing to worry about. Rihanna stopped and turned to look at the place where Neze and Belle had gone, remembering the smile they both had as they walked. That made her smile too. Yes, you're right, Neze will be fine. So both girls decided to return to headquarters satisfied after seeing how much fun their friend was having on that date. Rihanna and Kagaya's help was well, it's not like they helped her directly, but they gave that girl who tried to sabotage the date what she deserved. So it was a success. But that special date for the she-wolf was not over. And before it was over, she would take a big step in her relationship with him. End of chapter. Chapter 7. Neze. In one of the many clothing stores in the city of Arario. Belle was standing in front of the establishment's changing rooms. His expression showed that he was nervous or perhaps anxious, probably a little of both. Not long ago they had arrived at the store so that Neze could change that shirt that was stained with coffee due to the waitress's small oversight. So when Neze arrived, she grabbed a few outfits, went to try them on, and told Belle to wait for her outside the changing rooms to give her opinion. And that was precisely what made the albino somewhat embarrassed. Neze will try on different kinds of clothes for me, he thought, embarrassed. No. It's not for me, it's just because he needs to take off that dirty shirt, that's all. Although he had to admit that he felt somewhat excited about it. Seeing Neze in different types of clothes, she would surely look very beautiful in each outfit she tried on. I have to give her my most honest opinion, but I don't want to upset her with any comment, she thought, going to sit in a chair across from the dressing room Neze had entered. Although it's more than obvious she'll look beautiful in anything she wears, we just have to wait and see. And with his heart beating a little fast, he sat in that chair waiting for the beautiful brunette to come out of the dressing room. Meanwhile, with the she-wolf. She was looking at all the outfits she had chosen, thinking about which one to put on first. Although she had a slight blush from the embarrassment she felt. I can't believe I made the decision to do this, she thought nervously. She was embarrassed to do a sort of modeling in front of Belle, but as that voice in her head, similar to Rihanna's, said, it was her moment to score points and impress him. I wonder if he doesn't dislike my body, she thought as she took off her shirt and looked at herself in the dressing room mirror. Unlike many women, she didn't have the most feminine body in the world. It was a well-trained body, a sign that she exercised every day. She always thought that a body like that wouldn't be to everyone's liking, not knowing that many men were always staring at her in awe. Some liked strong women like her, although her muscles weren't exaggerated. It was enough to make her look like a strong and sexy girl at the same time. Everything perfectly balanced as it should be. I hope it's someone nice for Belle, she thought sheepishly, starting to put on the first outfit to find out her companion's opinion. At that point, Alice's request had already taken a back seat, just as the perfect treat he'd had planned. Meanwhile, Belle continued sitting and watching the shop, waiting for Neze to come out. Fortunately, besides those two, there was no one else trying on clothes in the other changing rooms. It would surely be uncomfortable for Neze if more people saw her. I'm ready, the wolf's voice came from the other side of the curtain. Really? Then come out, he said, ready to see the she-wolf. Well. And after a few seconds the curtain opened, revealing the albino. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her heart was beating rapidly as she felt the albino's gaze fixed on her. On Neze, hold on, I thought. Meanwhile, Belle just stared in surprise and amazement at the appearance of the she-wolf. She truly was one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen, if not the most beautiful. You look beautiful, Belle whispered, making Neze's face grow even hotter. It suits you very well, Neze, it's similar to the outfit you were wearing. Really? Thank you, she whispered, a happy smile forming on her face. It was the first time she had heard such a nice compliment directed at her, and the best part was that the compliment came from the boy she liked. Her tail wagged happily because of it. Will you choose that dress? Belle asked curiously, still seeing how beautiful she looked. And no, I still have a few more to get your opinion. Just give me a moment. And so Neze went back into the dressing room while Belle let out a sigh to calm his heart. That was intense, she whispered, recalling the impact it had on her. She really is very beautiful. Meanwhile, Neze quickly took off his shirt and pants to try on another outfit. Receiving that praise from Belle had made her happy, and for some reason she wanted to continue receiving praise from him. She was afraid of becoming an allies 2.0 by obsessing over praise, but she couldn't help it. It was the boy she liked who was praising her. I wanted to hear those sweet words. Let's do this again, she thought, starting to put on the next shirt and impress him. Now she felt more motivated to do it. It was time to start modeling. How do I look now? It fits you perfectly, I think it would be a good outfit for your workouts, it looks comfortable. And what else? Do you look pretty? Thank you. I'll go try on another one. How does this one look on me? Wow. I'd say it suits you perfectly, with an elegant and mature touch, you look very beautiful. I like it, but it feels a little uncomfortable around my neck. Well, that doesn't change the fact that you look beautiful. I'll go try on another one. And this one? Wow, I'd say this one goes perfectly with your style. You're right, so far it's the one I've liked the most. I think it's the first time someone has looked good in anything they wear. Come on, you're exaggerating. I'm just telling the truth. Thanks. And this one? Pretty. And this other one? Lovely. And this one? Beautiful. After a few more minutes, Bell was blushing furiously in his seat, just like Neze in the locker room. I don't think my heart can bear to see Neze again, he thought, embarrassed. I don't think my heart can withstand another compliment from Belle, the embarrassed she-wolf thought, looking at her reflection in the mirror. But. They both smiled at the thought. It makes me happy. How lovely was the thought of the saleswoman, having seen everything from beginning to end. Some time later. The wolf and the rabbit left the clothing store with a bag in Neze's hands. You didn't need to buy me 3 pieces of clothing, she whispered, embarrassed. In the end she decided on the 4th option, the white t-shirt covered by the black vest. It was the one that most closely matched her style, although she also carried other clothes in her bag. I already told you it's my gift, just accept it, Belle said, trying to hide the slight blush on his face. Both were still embarrassed by the recent modeling experience. It was intense, especially for Neze since it was his first time doing that. But I could say with certainty that it was worth every single compliment I received. Fine, but next time I'll give you a gift so you can't refuse, the she-wolf warned, smiling beautifully. I'll be waiting for you, and Belle returned the smile, a strange atmosphere beginning to form around them. If Kagaya and Rihanna were still present, the latter would have already fainted from the sugar rush her wolf friend was giving her. And now what do we do? Neze asked, remembering the main reason they left. Belle will surely tell them to go and get the package and that they'll be done with all that, and that's fine. Although it was for a short period of time, it was very pleasant to be with him and he made her happy. I don't know, Belle whispered, touching his chin with a finger before smiling. It's still early. Would you like to take a walk around town for a while? The errand allies asked me to run isn't going anywhere. We can arrive a little later. The she-wolf's heart beat strongly upon hearing those words. Perhaps that date that wasn't really a date would be much more perfect than she imagined. I'd love to, Neze whispered, smiling. Where do you want to go? Anywhere, it's been a long time since I've gone out to have fun, so we have to take advantage of the opportunity. You're right, the same applies to me. So, shall we go? Come on. And so that curious couple continued on their way, chatting animatedly, their happiness evident in their eyes. All of this under the watchful eye of Aridid, who decided to take a walk around the city after witnessing this curious scene. It seems someone will arrive at headquarters very happy today, Allies thought, pleased for her friend. I really am amazing. I seriously doubt the others will make as much progress as I did, haha. Aridid put her hands on her waist and watched as Neze and Belle disappeared into the crowd. Good luck, my friend. You deserve happiness more than anyone. I hope you return to headquarters with a happy smile and good news. And with that said, Allies went on with what she was doing, only this time with a little more enthusiasm, seeing how happy Neze was. Hours and hours later. Night was already falling on the city of Verario, the sun was beginning to set and the streets were beginning to darken. And along those streets walked Belle and Neze, each with a smile after having enjoyed that day. We almost forgot the order, Neze laughed, carrying the bag with Allies' order. You're right, honestly I'd completely forgotten. It was around 5 in the afternoon when they both remembered the main reason for that outing, running to that place before it closed. Fortunately it was still open, but the owner scolded them for the long delay in bringing the order. And now that was a source of laughter for both of them. Well, in my defense, I was having so much fun that I simply forgot. The same applies to me. If Neze had doubted before whether they were friends or not, now she had no doubts. After that outing, it could be considered that they were friends, after all, they had a lot of fun. Although sadly everything comes to an end and I reached that wonderful exit. They hadn't had so much fun in a long time, they didn't even think about what to do, they simply let the moment guide them, and that was enough to make that day perfect for both of them. Neze was even scared to see how perfectly Alice's plan worked out. What the Redeed did was definitely like scoring a goal in the World Cup final. As a reward and in gratitude, he would call her captain for a whole day. Being called that always made her happy. "Hey Belle." "Huh?" "Thank you," she said with a beautiful smile. "Thank you for such a fun day, I had a great time." I'm the one who should be thanking you," he laughed, scratching his cheek. "I usually just spend my time locked up in my headquarters or in the dungeon, it felt nice spending the afternoon with you." "I'm glad to hear that." Even though it was just a simple outing of walking around the streets, seeing some shops and trying some street food, they both had a great time. Sometimes a night out doesn't need anything amazing to be wonderful. Just being with the right person can turn a normal night out into something much better. "Hey, by the way, you don't need to come with me to my headquarters, although I really appreciate it." She smiled a little embarrassed, looking at her home in the distance. "My grandfather always told me that when I went out with a girl, I should always accompany her home, because that's what a gentleman does." "Well, those are some curious tips from your grandfather. From what you've told me, I can imagine what kind of person he is." "Haha, you're not wrong, my grandfather didn't behave like someone his age." The streets were already dark and there were no people around. The Estrie family headquarters was somewhat removed from busy places, so they could have some privacy. "Now that we have the order, all we have to do is wait for the day of the expedition," Neze commented, looking at the bag in his hands. "Are you going?" Well, if I have nothing to do, I'll probably go." "I hope so, I would really like you to join us." Belle smiled, making his companion blush with those words. Sometimes he wondered if Belle said all that on purpose or just said it without thinking, because if it was the second option, he had the talent to accelerate a woman's heart without effort, at least his own. Well, I'll find a way to free up those days so I can go," she whispered sadly. "After all, I always planned to go." "Really? That's good to hear." The mission would be in a few weeks, a simple mission to go and collect certain materials on one of the many floors of the dungeon, nothing complicated. Perhaps, just perhaps, that mission would become something special for both of them. And so, after a few more minutes, they both arrived at the Estrie family headquarters, a sign that this meeting that wasn't really a meeting, had come to an end. Well, this is where it all ends. They had enjoyed that day so much that they hadn't even noticed the hours, and unfortunately it was all over. They would have liked it to last a little longer, but they also didn't want to be out late wandering around the city. "I had a lot of fun today, thanks for the clothes," Neze said gratefully as her tail wagged slightly. "You're welcome, everything looked great on you, it would have been a shame not to buy it." Neze's cheeks flushed again upon hearing that. He was really good at giving compliments, even if he didn't realize it. "Then don't worry, when the day of the exploration comes I'll be there to help you," he said, giving a thumbs up. "Count me in." "Thank you, Neze, I really appreciate the help." After those words, they both remained silent, staring intently into that night. Their eyes sparkled slightly as they looked at each other. There was a very special touch in the atmosphere that had formed around them. They didn't want to say goodbye, but they had to. "Then goodbye, it was a pleasure spending the day with you," whispered the she-wolf, taking a few steps back. "I didn't want the date to end like this, but I couldn't find the courage to take a certain step. I felt very embarrassed." "I think the same," Belle whispered, watching her walk away. "Good night, Neze, see you soon." "Yes, soon." And with that said, the girl turned around, ready to enter the headquarters and bring that magical day to an end. Belle just stood there watching her walk away. There was something inside him that urged him to do it, that it was now or never. The day had been too perfect to leave it like that. And that's why I would find the courage to do it. Even though it was just a simple question, it meant a lot to him. "Hey Neze." Before the she-wolf could cross the bars, Belle's voice stopped her. "Yeah?" The girl turned to look at the albino, seeing him smile a little sheepishly. "I'm not lying when I say I really enjoyed this day," he said, scratching his cheek. "I know, I enjoyed it too. So I was wondering if we could have a date sometime." The she-wolf's heart nearly skipped a beat when she heard that. "You know, a real date with no strings attached," she said, looking away and trying to control her nerves. "I'd like to go out with you again, I don't know what you think about it." "I accept." And the moment she recovered from her surprise, the she-wolf accepted the rabbit's invitation without hesitation. She didn't want to behave like the typical girl who made excuses just to make herself seem interesting and have the guy beg her. She really liked Belle and wasn't going to let that opportunity pass her by. "I would like to have many more dates with you," she said, smiling beautifully as she put her hands behind her back. "Really? That's great." I exclaimed, happy that she had accepted. "Then we'll have another date soon and we can visit the other cafes I told you about this morning." As long as they don't spill coffee on me, hahaha laughs, a laugh that the rabbit also shared. When we both have some free time we can go out, so I'll be waiting for it. While they were talking, all the girls, including the goddess, were peeking out the window to see how that date would end. Come on Neze, you've got it in your hands, Rihanna whispered, happy for her wolf friend. She's beautiful, Iska whispered, watching her friend radiate a bright light of happiness. Ugh, I still can't believe I was the only one who didn't achieve anything, Mariu whispered dejectedly. Don't worry, Lion will probably join the list, so have hope, encouraged Lyra. Hey. Complained the elf. Shhh, I feel like something interesting is going to happen, whispered the smiling goddess. Back to the couple. Then I think I'll go, see you soon Neze, for the next date. Belle said goodbye, turning around to leave, happy that the day had gone well. She had many images in her mind of the she-wolf in different outfits and with different expressions. He was going to return to his headquarters more than happy. Meanwhile, Neze just watched as he turned around to leave. They could have ended the date like that, it was already more than perfect, but Neze wanted to do one last thing. Yeah. The albino turned to look at her and was speechless as he felt the beastman's lips touch his cheek in a shy kiss. The girls couldn't help but let out a scream of excitement when they saw what their friend did, although fortunately Neze and Belle didn't pay attention to them, they didn't even hear them. They had shut themselves away in their own world. What? Was all Belle could say in shock, feeling the girl's lips separate from his cheek and seeing a beautiful smile on her face accompanied by a blush. I too will be eagerly awaiting the next date and I'm sure it will be just as wonderful as today. Thank you for today, Belle, goodbye. And with that said, the she-wolf turned around and walked quickly into the headquarters, leaving Belle frozen in front of the gates. Still in shock, he brought his hand to his cheek, still feeling Neze's lips. Did he kiss me? I whispered, unable to believe it. Belle definitely wouldn't be able to sleep that night. Meanwhile, with Neze. She quickly entered her headquarters and closed the door, leaning against it with a smile on her face, listening to the rapid beating of her heart. I still couldn't believe I had kissed him on the cheek. I didn't know how, but I managed to gather all the courage to do it. She wanted to scream with excitement, throw herself onto her bed and roll around like a girl in love. But that would have to wait. Ahem. The fake cough caught her attention, making her look up and see her friend smiling at her. Well, not all of them. Ryu was stammering, unable to believe what she saw. Did you see me? Asked the embarrassed she-wolf. Every moment, Kagaya replied. Neze and Iska stepped forward with a smile. Congratulations. And with that cry the Amazon rushed to hug her friend, happy to see that she had made great progress in winning over the rabbit. That's my wolf. Allies rushed to hug and congratulate her. I knew you could do it. It's all thanks to you all, I whispered, embarrassed but with a happy smile. Thank you, girls. The others grabbed Neze by the arm and dragged her into the living room, wanting to interrogate her and find out how the date went. They had to know every little detail. Meanwhile, Astrid stood in the hallway watching her daughters walk away. You've really grown up, Neze, I whispered, remembering when Neze was just a little wolf who joined the family. Now she was a young lady in love, the years passed quickly. I think it's about time I helped her, I have to think of something, and with those thoughts, Astrid also walked towards the room, wanting to know how that date went. The event was a great success. Neze managed to score a great goal in the last second, advancing many positions. Her heart, like that of a lovesick maiden, beat like crazy just remembering him. That day was a very special one, and I hope the next ones would be too. Their love story was slowly taking shape. End of chapter. Chapter 8. Ryu. Another day in the family of justice. Another normal day like all the others. A day that would have nothing special about it. Yes, that would definitely be it. Or at least that's what the vigilante girls thought, as something was about to happen that would leave them in shock. Something that would change everything. The natural order of things. What a cool day. The one who said those words was Rihanna, who was lying on the living room sofa enjoying her day off, with no patrols to do. It's a perfect day. Scattered around the room were the rest of her family, with the exception of Ryu and Astrid, the latter because she was taking care of her garden. Ryu's location was unknown since morning, although everyone thought she was out doing her elf things. There's nothing better than lying on the sofa and doing absolutely nothing, Rihanna said with a satisfied smile. Iska, give me a foot massage, I need it. What I can do is twist it. She had. Yes, everything seemed to indicate that it would be just another day at that venue full of beautiful women. Meanwhile, on another sofa sat Neze, who had a book in her hands and was reading it with a smile on her beautiful face and unintentionally overheard her friends' conversations, which amused her. She had been this happy ever since her date with Belle ended a few days ago, the best date she had ever had with him, well, it was the only date they had had so far, but it was perfect in her eyes. It was wonderful. And since that day she had seen him a few times in different parts of the city, chance encounters where they took the opportunity to sit and chat about any topic. I could say that from that day on, her relationship with him had progressed a lot and that made her very happy. Happiness that her friends obviously noticed, seeing how sweet her older sister looked in love. And the main person responsible for that whole relationship growing by leaps and bounds was sitting on another sofa painting her nails. The great allies, who had been smiling proudly since that day, a smile that was beginning to annoy some people. DSK, she thinks she's better just because she beat us at helping Neze, Nguyen whispered enviously. Show off. Her ego's gotten a little bigger, Asta whispered, frowning. Now she thinks she's the best of them all. You're going to fall, allies, Lyra whispered, her eyes narrowed. Everyone helped except me, Mariu thought depressedly in a corner, seeing that everyone had done their bit. Things were really lively that day at the courthouse, a family moment with healthy girls. But that moment of tranquility was about to change thanks to a certain elf. Wow, what a tragic ending, Neze thought as she finished reading the book. Who would have thought the girl would sacrifice herself for her beloved in the final fight? That was sad. Lately she had developed a taste for reading thanks to her elf friend. She liked it so much that she could read a whole book in a week. I would consider it an achievement if it weren't for the fact that Celti reads that same book in a single day. The little elf was a reading machine. Hey, everyone, where's that stinky elf? Kagaya asked, brushing her hair to make it smooth and beautiful, noticing her rival's absence. I haven't seen her since this morning. Who knows, maybe he got lost on the path of life, Iska replied as she put some makeup on her face. I think she went for a walk in the park or something, I heard her say that yesterday, Asta commented as he tore a sheet of paper from a notebook, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it at allies, which hit her on the head. You can throw all the paper balls you want at me, Asta, it won't change the fact that I was better than all of you, allies mocked, still smiling proudly. Haha, besides, this is so childish. Are you a child or something? I'm still a minor, so I'm allowed to do it, she replied as she made another ball of paper and threw it at the Redeed, who nimbly dodged it. Well, you asked for it. Allies quickly grabbed a notebook and started tearing out pages to prepare her ammunition and begin her paper ball war with Asta. Oh, come on. It's my turn to clean today. Rihanna complained, seeing how they were making a mess. Behave yourselves. Ah, how childish, Kagaya sighed wearily as she continued brushing her hair. I wonder where Lion is, Neze whispered, a little worried about her elf friend. He's probably still babbling about how indecent that kiss on the cheek was, Lyra teased as Neze's cheeks flushed slightly at the memory. Hey, let's swap the paper balls for bombs. It's just a joke, she whispered as she saw everyone turn to look at her. At that moment the door to the room opened and her elf friend Ryu entered, wearing a serious expression, too serious for her, capturing everyone's attention and stopping their paper ball fight. Oh, Lion. Where were you? Asta asked when he saw her. We haven't seen you all morning. What were you doing? But the elf did not answer, she just walked past and headed towards Neze, much to everyone's confusion. She's sure to complain about all the balls of paper, Iska thought, knowing what the elf was like. But what happened next was something none of them expected. Neze, the elf called in a slightly deeper tone of voice, but still feminine. And that was very strange for all of them. What's wrong, Lion? She asked curiously, turning to look at her. Let's go. Where to? The Buskara bellcranel. The bell? Why? She asked, confused. It's my turn to help you, I'm going to make sure you have Hex with him today. The room fell into total silence after what Ryu said. Some even had their jaws dropped to the ground, not believing that the elf had said that. The nun, the most innocent and pure elf in the family, said the word with S. Maybe it's not a big deal, but coming from Ryu it was a big surprise. Hex. Neze's face turned bright red upon hearing that. What do you mean? Are you serious? Don't you know what Hex is? Ryu asked, rolling her eyes. Hex is when a man penetrates a woman with his penis, repeating that action until they both have an orgasm, and today I'm going to make sure you have your moment with him, and you're going to enjoy it. The drink Nguyen was holding fell to the ground in shock, unable to believe what he was hearing. Lion, allies whispered, perplexed, not believing those words were coming out of her friend's mouth. Where did the innocent elf go? The haha, Kagaya laughed, her typical mocking tone lingering on the elf's face, ready to launch into another humiliating remark. What is this? Do you want to act like the mature girl? Even if you can talk about these things without embarrassment, you're still. You shut your mouth, you damn bitch. Kagaya remained silent upon hearing what the elf said, becoming bewildered by those words. His taunt stopped them in an instant. You already helped Neze, so it's my turn, so don't interfere. You'd better keep brushing that filthy hair of yours, she insulted, then looked at Neze again, leaving Kagaya speechless, who couldn't believe what she said. Wow, was all Noin could say, surprised by what was happening. What are you waiting for, Neze? Let's go. I exclaimed when I saw that the she-wolf wasn't moving from her seat. We have to go find him. Ah yes. And Neze, perhaps because of this strange behavior, didn't know what to do and simply decided to follow her elf friend, still processing what was happening. Thus, both girls left the room, leaving the rest sitting in silence because of what they had just seen and heard. Haha, they shut Kagaya up, Lyra mocked, looking at the oriental woman who was still in shock. Boy annoying surrogate Mary. What's happening? I have a feeling that you and we won't be the only ones on that wall anymore. I hope so. Meanwhile, Eyes just crossed her arms, nodding over and over again. I knew it, Lion has already entered a rebellious phase, the Redeed commented. Little by little, she's ceasing to be a child. And that moment will soon come for Selty, Asta whispered, turning to look at the elf, who became nervous. He called you a slut, Iska said, causing a tick to appear in Kagaya's eye. The normal day for the Justice girls had just disappeared. In the city, Neze and Ryu were walking through the streets determined to achieve their goal, well, Ryu's goal since Neze was still surprised by the elf's actions. Lion, what are we doing? We're looking for your man, she whispered, frowning and glancing around. Once we find him, we'll put the plan into action. Lion, I don't think that. What? If you keep up that attitude, you'll never get anything more than that kiss on the cheek, the elf said, turning to look at her seriously. Or what? Is that kiss on the cheek more than enough for you? Well, I feel very happy about that, she whispered sadly. It's a small but sure step. The FFF, with that way of thinking they're going to end up taking it away from you. Ugh. Her elf friend was really acting strange. She had never acted in such a cold and direct manner before. What had happened to make her start acting like this? She was acting very strangely. Listen, Neze, it's more than obvious that men are very attracted to carnal acts, so it's a good option to tie him down with Hex, she said, continuing to search for the albino with her eyes. Once you do it, he'll become addicted to you, just trust him. Lion, things aren't like that, the nervous wolf said. There are a series of steps that need to be taken too. And who cares about the steps? In the end, the conclusion is carnal acts, so let's skip all that and get straight to the point. But. Listen to me, Neze, he said, stopping and looking at her. You're a she-wolf and you have to prove it. You don't have to treat that rabbit with kindness. You have to tear him to pieces with your claws and teeth to show him who's in charge. Lion. He's your prey, you have to make him yours no matter what. Neze just stared fearfully at the elf. Where was the innocent girl who got embarrassed by everything? They were nothing alike. All of this was reminding her of when Maryu tried to help her. Lion, what's wrong? Me? Nothing, he replied simply. You're not like that, Lion. Where's the innocent elf we all want? No. That lion doesn't exist anymore. I'm fed up with everyone treating me like their little pig and making fun of me. I'm tired of it. But Lion, that's your charm. We all love you like this at headquarters. I said no. That lion is dead. Now I have been reborn. As she said those words, she moved her hands and in the process knocked a child's ice cream to the ground as he was passing by her. Miss Elf, the boy said sadly, seeing his ice cream on the ground. Why you threw away my ice cream? What do I care, stupid kid? Get out of my sight. Lion, that's too much. Neze shouted as she saw the boy run away crying. You're not like that. I'm willing to do anything so that you have babies with that rabbit. Lion. Listen to me, Neze. You love that man, don't you? And? Do you want to hug him? And? To please him? And? Then act accordingly and make him your partner. Don't be afraid, your path is only one of success. And there he is. I shouted, pointing at Belle, who was buying some fruit at a small stall. Let's attack. Yes. No, wait. At that point Neze finally came to his senses, but it was too late. The perverted elf was already running towards Belle. Wait, Lion. Don't do it. She cried, desperately running after her friend, trying to stop her. The catastrophe was about to arrive. Can I have a dozen apples? Belle asked the vendor, smiling. Of course, young man. Ah, what a peaceful day, Belle sighed, looking at the blue sky. Bellcranel. Upon hearing his name, the albino turned his gaze to that place, seeing an elf running in his direction. Huh? I think she's a friend of Neze's, he thought, recognizing her. I wonder what she wants. You? What about me? You have to please Neze. What? You? Before Ryu could say anything else, the wolf pounced on her and covered her mouth, preventing her from speaking further. Neze? Belle whispered, confused, seeing her friend on the ground trying to control the raging elf. Hello Belle, she greeted nervously and embarrassed by the ridiculous thing she was doing in front of him. Was he serious? Not only were Lyra, Asta and Noin there, but now Ryu was joining in to embarrass her in front of him. She just wanted a quiet romance and to win him over little by little. It was a big mistake to ask them for help, although if it weren't for that, allies wouldn't have given him that great help. "What are you doing?" he asked curiously, seeing how the wolf was having trouble handling the elf. "And me? I'm just playing with Lion," she replied nervously. "Well, I'm lying, she didn't take her schizophrenia pills today, so I caught her so she would take them." "Schizophrenia? I didn't know your friend had that illness." "Why yes a great shame, but I know he'll recover oh." Neze let out a groan of pain and quickly pulled her hand away from the elf's mouth as she bit it hard. And now, with his mouth free, he could continue speaking. "Everything would be easier if you and Neze made love." Ryu shouted to the four winds, catching the attention of more than one person on the street. Little by little, Neze and Belle's cheeks turned bright red because of what the elf had said. The wave of embarrassment began to wash over them, especially Neze, whose heart was racing as she watched Belle staring at her. "How can you be so blind and not notice the beautiful wolf in front of you?" Ryu shouted, still on the ground, pointing at her. "Are you blind?" "Me too." Belle, bewildered by all of this, didn't know what to say. It was the first time I had been in that kind of situation. And what the elf said next was something that could have finished Neze off once and for all. "Wake up, you wretch. She loves you." Although I don't let her finish speaking. At that moment, Neze shouted to prevent her elf friend from completing the sentence, covering her mouth again, this time more forcefully. "Forgive her, Belle, she's drunk and doesn't know what she's saying, ha," laughed the wolf, her face completely red, not knowing what to say because of the enormous embarrassment she felt. This little elf, I have to teach her how to behave and stop yelling at people in the street. Goodbye." And picking up Ryu as if he were a sack of potatoes, he started running as fast as he could, leaving only a perplexed albino next to the vendor. "That was weird," whispered the apple man. Belle, after coming out of his shock, scratched his cheek in embarrassment. "I'm not blind, I know very well that Neze is a very beautiful girl," he thought, remembering the elf's words. "Wake up, you wretch. She loves you." He didn't need to be a genius to realize what that elf meant. He wasn't ignorant enough to think that he meant something else or that he made a mistake. The message was crystal clear. "The one who should be saying those words is me," he thought with an embarrassed smile. "Here are your apples. Thank you so much." 5. The sound of a loud impact was heard throughout the Astri family headquarters, with some quickly going to check. And as they expected, it was exactly as they had imagined. "Yes. We're not the only ones anymore." Noin and Maryu celebrated upon seeing Ryu's body mark on the wall of misfortune. "What's wrong with you?" Neze shouted angrily at the elf, who was lying on the floor after being slammed against the wall. "Did you want me to make a fool of myself in front of Belle?" "We're facing the dark version of Lion," Asta whispered, frowning. "I think he's just entered his rebellious phase, just like allies said." "How could you say all that, Lion? You embarrassed me so much." She shouted as the elf slowly regained consciousness. "Were you going to tell him you loved him? You can't do that. You can't ruin a moment I want to be very special." "Yes." Meanwhile, Ryu, with a groan of pain, sat on the floor rubbing her head, looking around in confusion. What happened?" she asked, hurt and confused. "What happened? You did the craziest thing of your life," Lyra replied playfully. I thought you were boring, but I see even you have your crazy moments." "Huh? What are you talking about?" the elf asked again, her voice returning to that somewhat naive tone. And that was something all her friends quickly realized. She had become the Ryu she always was. "Lion, do you remember what you did?" Neze asked, looking at the confused elf. "Huh? What are you talking about? What did I do?" I asked, increasingly confused. "And why does my whole body hurt?" The girls just turned to look at each other, bewildered. Had someone been controlling their friend's body without them noticing? "Lion, do you remember the last thing you did?" the she-wolf asked. "Well, I was sitting in the park," she whispered, looking down. "I was thinking about how to help you get closer to that boy, but I couldn't think of anything, and besides, I always have a habit of whispering. The god Hermes heard me and offered me a potion. He said that this potion would give me the courage and the ideas to help you." "And you believed him?" Lyra asked, raising an eyebrow. "I was desperate, I knew I wouldn't be of any use, since I would be stuttering every 2 seconds, I just wanted to be of help to my friend." Neze's heart ached when she heard that. Now she regretted having plastered her elf friend on the wall when she only had good and sweet intentions. The real culprit was someone else. "Where are you going, Neze?" Noin asked as he saw the wolf start walking with a frown on her face. "Let's give that god what he deserves," he whispered irritably as he left the headquarters. What did I do?" Ryu asked, scared because she couldn't remember anything. Let's just say your evil side came out, Lyra replied with amusement, much to the elf's concern. Talk. I'm coming. Asfi put aside what he was doing when he heard a knock on the door of his headquarters. And upon opening the door, he found a certain she-wolf frowning. "Oh Neze, do you need something?" the curious human asked. "Can I punch your god in the face?" he asked, cracking his knuckles. "Sure, go ahead," with confidence. Asfi simply opened the door wider to let the she-wolf in, who immediately went to look for the god. "Who is Asfi looking for?" Hermes asked from inside. "Huh? A street she-wolf? What's going on?" "This is for using your damn experiments on my friend." "Huh? No, wait. Meanwhile, Asfi just returned to his office with a small smile, listening to the shouts of his god. Justice, Ryu's help was a complete failure, and all because of trusting in the god Hermes. Poor elf. End of chapter. Chapter 9. Celti. Another day in the city. Another day full of craziness. The warm sun bathed the city of Arario, and a gentle breeze stirred the flags waving above each familia's headquarters. Merchants began setting up their stalls, adventurers headed to the dungeon, and, as always, the members of the Astri Familia started the day with chaos. Anyway, another day in the civilized Astri family. And that's why Royman should be sentenced to prison for life, allies declared, arms crossed and brow furrowed, as if she had stated an absolute and undeniable truth. Around them, Asta and Lyra sat on the floor of the common room, like two little girls listening to an adult telling a scary story, though with more confusion than fear. "Really?" Lyra asked, her face showing a mixture of disbelief and resignation. "Yes." Allies replied firmly, as if she had pronounced a divine judgment. "You're the one who should be in jail," Asta said, pointing at her without any fear. "Allies, you're evading taxes. Royman is obviously going to come after you for not paying them. You're going to get us all in trouble." "Come on, allies, we have the money. Just do the damn paperwork," Lyra said, already tired of repeating it for the 10th time that week. "The more they insist, the less I want to do it," Allies whispered, puffing out her cheeks like a spoiled child and crossing her arms even more tightly. "The day they come for you, we won't do anything. We won't even visit you in jail," Asta sighed in disappointment. It wasn't just an empty threat. It was a promise tinged with resignation. They knew Allies was intelligent, highly capable, and possessed a strong sense of justice, except when it came to paperwork. He was a person who could fight hordes of monsters without blinking, but asking him to fill out a tax form was like asking him to sacrifice a part of his soul. Furthermore, they were 100% sure that Allies was only doing it to annoy Royman and stress him out. For some reason, Allies had something against Royman, always wanting to contradict him. Their captain was far more evil than she appeared. "Nah, you'll see that everything will be alright," Ally said, dismissing it with a wave of her hand. The last time Royman said that, he had a severe panic attack and went to the hospital. The evil ran in the Retide's veins. Boom. At that moment, a loud crash was heard in the headquarters, causing the three of them to quickly run out into the corridors to see what had happened, believing they were under attack. And when they reached the source of the sound, they were surprised by what they saw. Celti was embedded in the wall as if she'd been thrown with supernatural force. Her elf ears twitched, and her spiraling eyes made it clear she was out of commission. Beside her, Neze watched the scene with an anime-style sweat drop on his forehead and an expression that was a mixture of resignation and sorrow. "Neze, what did you do?" Asta shouted as he carefully helped to lift the unconscious elf off the wall. "This time you went too far," Lyra murmured, disappointed, although nothing surprised her anymore. First Noin, then Mariuu, then Lion, and now sweet Celti. "Neze. As captain of the family, I have to stop this wave of unbridled violence from you," Allies proclaimed, dramatically pointing to the sky in a heroic pose that didn't match the seriousness of the matter. "Why are you accusing me?" Neze protested, clearly offended. "Why do you think that is?" The three of them replied in unison. Neze looked away, sweating slightly nervously, knowing that she had given them more than enough reasons to suspect her. "I didn't do it, it was Celti who crashed into it herself," he muttered, scratching his cheek uncomfortably. "Huh? Why would I do that?" Asta asked, scratching his head in confusion. And then the story began. Flashback. A few hours earlier. "Today it's my turn to help you." These were the words spoken by the little green-haired elf Celti with a tender smile, determined to help her wolf friend. They were both walking down the street. "Huh? Help me?" Neze whispered in surprise. "Yes. They've all helped you win over that white-haired boy. Now it's my turn to help you win over bellcranel," she exclaimed with a sparkle of happiness in her eyes. Celti no. The last time he saw someone with such determination, it didn't end well, Ryu. "Don't worry Neze, I won't make a mess like Lion. I will help you win him over." she exclaimed with determination and a big smile. She had such overwhelming determination that for a moment Neze thought she was seeing a miniature version of allies. A dangerous mini-allies. "Oh okay," Neze said with a nervous smile, accepting the help with the hope that everything would go well and she wouldn't be embarrassed like last time. "So, what do you have in mind?" "The foolproof plan," Celty exclaimed, pulling out a notebook with a cover adorned with little drawings of hearts, wolf ears, and a poorly drawn bellcranel with sparkling eyes. "I'm calling it Operation Wolf Love." Neze blinked a few times upon hearing that. "It's a joke." "No. It's a sincere offer of help, so you'd better do it." Excitedly, Celty opened the notebook and showed some notes that caught Neze's attention. "This is the plan. We have to make Belle see you as a sweet, strong, and maternal wolf." "Maternal?" Neze wrinkled her forehead, confused and a little nervous because of how strange it all sounded. "Of course. Men like Belle look for a girl who can take care of them, but who can also rip their heads off if they betray them. Like you." Celty raised a fist passionately. Neze didn't know whether to feel offended or flattered by that comment. "I knew it, you also took a potion from Hermes, that's the only reason for you to act like this." "I'm not under the influence of any potion. I really want to help." Celty had longed for that moment so much that she had been preparing that plan for 2 whole weeks, researching every little detail to ensure the mission was a success. What she wanted most was for her friend to be happy. "Great. Here's the first step you need to take." Celty showed the notebook to Neze so he could read what was written in it. "Stroke her hair like a mother wolf caring for her cub." This is a joke, right?" Neze asked, not believing he would actually do that. "Of course not. Boys really like those kinds of women, I researched it in books and they never lie," she said, standing firm. "Celty, just admit that you took a potion." But the elf just ignored her and continued with her plan. "Now, let's begin. You must pet her head. Today. And how are we supposed to find it?" I didn't even know why I was listening to the little elf, perhaps because of the enormous excitement and enthusiasm she showed in her eyes. "No problem. I've got everything under control." Celty pulled a map of Arario from her pocket. Belle was drawn as a poorly drawn rabbit, marked as a military target in a certain part of the city. "Here's where he'll be in 10 minutes. It's the route he takes every day." "Were you following Belle?" Neze shouted indignantly. Now she didn't remind him of Ryu, she reminded him of Mariu with her crazy love spell. "Strategic research." Celty replied proudly, putting the map away again. "For a mission to be successful, you have to prepare it days in advance." But nothing. Come on." So Celty, determined to achieve it, ran off followed by Neze who felt that all of this would end very badly for her. An embarrassing moment. And I didn't even know why I was playing along with the little elf. With Belle. He was walking calmly through the streets in the direction of the guild. Every day at that time she had dungeon classes with her advisor and she was always punctual. So he calmly continued walking, unaware that he was being stalked in the shadows by a nervous Neze and Celty, determined to carry out their plan. "I see it. Target visualized." Celty whispered from behind an apple crate, using toy binoculars she had bought for the occasion. "Why do you have that?" Neze asked through gritted teeth, awkwardly hiding behind a barrel that was far too small for his size. "One must always be prepared for any situation," he said seriously. Neze eyed, bringing a hand to her face. Was she really about to do this? "And the worst part is that I kept going along with his plans." "How long did it take you to put all that together?" "Come on, now. This is your chance. Operation Wolf Love is entering the maternal physical contact phase." Celty ordered as if she were on a battlefield. "Can't you call it something else?" Neze growled, already on the verge of giving up. He was surprised that Celty acted this way, although her shy side had long since disappeared. She was more sociable, especially with her friends. And something that characterized her was that she was stubborn. When she got something into her head it was difficult to get it out, which is why she was determined to carry out that plan. She had probably read it in a book and, being a book fanatic, she decided to do it. Still nervous, Neze turned to look ahead where Belle was. Since what Ryu had done, things had become a little awkward, well, maybe only for her since Belle continued acting as usual. There was Belle. Walking with that same friendly expression, greeting the fruit vendors, with that smile of his that. Ugh. Celty was right about one thing. A small gesture. What could go wrong? It was just pats on the head, besides, she always wanted to stroke his hair, which for some reason looked soft. His instincts told him he had to do it. Okay, I'll just go up to him and stroke his head like he's a puppy, she whispered to herself, feeling her dignity evaporate with every step. Just a few pats. Come on, Neze. Exclaimed the elf excitedly, peeking out to support her friend. As Neze, her heart beating rapidly, began to approach Belle, who had not yet noticed her presence. I don't know why I always end up playing along with everyone, Neze thought, realizing that she found it difficult to say no to her friends. The one who traumatized her the most was Mariu with that ritual and all that. To this day, I still suffer from trauma. Bell. As I was already close to the albino, I called him, capturing his attention. The rabbit turned around and, seeing her, smiled at her, a smile that touched her heart. She never thought that a simple smile would make her feel this way. Oh. Neze, is something wrong? Belle asked curiously, but without stopping smiling. The she-wolf said nothing, she just stared at Belle in shame before looking at his hair. And as expected, it happened. Neze's hand went to Belle's head and began to gently stroke his hair accompanied by a few pats. "Why, you're a good boy," she whispered sadly, still caressing him. Belle blinked, astonished, blushing, and completely confused. Why was he doing that? Thank you, Neze," he said, confused and embarrassed by it. Meanwhile, Celty smiled proudly at Belle's reaction, but she was slowly falling. "Your hair is soft. What do you wash it with? And you're still a good boy." Neze was dying of embarrassment but couldn't leave. For some reason, stroking Belle's hair was becoming addictive. I wash it with a shampoo that Kami-sama uses. Interestingly, Welf also uses that same shampoo to bathe the dog he recently adopted. Belle responded, still embarrassed by Neze's actions. He felt like a puppy being petted by his master. How cute, Neze laughed, although seconds later he was embarrassed by what he said, as was Belle. Celty, proud that her plan was going well, took out her notebook to see the next step. Great. Neze is going to do it today, she thought with a sweet smile, happy to be helping her friend. Now let's see what we have to do. But then misfortune struck. Alan, give me the girl. No. At great speed, a certain cat from the Freya family was running with a small baby with cat ears and black hair with white streaks, who was laughing in Alan's arms. Behind him came running a girl from the Ganesha family with a frown, it was Denev. Alan, I'm warning you. No, I'm not going to give it to you. As it sped past Celty, her notebook, containing all her plans, flew into the air. When Denev saw a notebook getting in her way, she pulled out her spear and swung it at great speed, shattering it to pieces, and continued on her way to catch the cat and rescue the little girl. Meanwhile, Celty just watched everything with a blank face. As the small pieces of paper floated all over the street. Their plans. His research days. Your noble help. It was over everything. See Celty. Neze, who had seen everything, stopped petting Belle and walked towards the elf, while the albino was confused. See Celty. Small tears began to form in the elf's eyes as she saw her notebook torn to pieces, and with it her hopes of helping Neze. She still remembered some details, but seeing her efforts shattered on the ground broke her little heart. I'm sorry, Neze. And so Celty burst into tears in the street, much to the she-wolf's concern. Wait, Celty, we can make another notebook. I tried to calm her down, but it was no use. No. No more. I'm sorry, Neze. I'm a failure as Noin. And with that said, the elf ran off, still crying, towards her headquarters. Wait, Celty. Meanwhile, the she-wolf ran after her friend to comfort her under Belle's watchful eye. That was weird. The albino thought, then remembered with embarrassment how Neze had stroked his hair. I didn't know why, but it was nice. I could get used to it. I'd better stop thinking about that and go to the guild for my classes. And so Belle continued on his way, ashamed by the she-wolf's actions. End of flashback. Then Celty, unable to bear it, slammed herself against a wall, saying that she deserved it for being a failure like Noin, Mariu, and Lion. Neze finished telling her story, looking at the innocent, unconscious elf on the ground. Oh, poor thing, Asta whispered, feeling sorry for Celty, since just by listening to the story, he could imagine how excited the elf was to help Neze. It's a shame, Ally said, shaking her head slightly. No matter how hard they try, no one can achieve an incredible assist like the one I gave. Celty tried, but she failed. I'm still alone at the top. Instead of showing off, find a way to support Celty, Lyra said. You fat, red rat, whispered the little elf, still unconscious. Ally's eye twitched when she heard that, feeling that the insult was meant for her, and she wasn't so wrong. Meanwhile, Neze just stared at her hand, remembering the feeling of caressing Belle's hair. It was so soft. If it weren't for Celty, I would never have had the courage to do it. The little elf helped her more than she thought possible, even though it was an embarrassing moment. Was the mission a success in bringing Neze closer to Belle? Well, no, it didn't change anything. But hey, at least now the she-wolf knew that her love interest's hair was very soft. A pleasant experience. End of chapter. Chapter 10. Belle. Belle's arrival in Arario came at a bad time. At a very bad time. Terror hung in the air, on every corner, in every glance of the citizens who walked fearfully through the streets. The great city, that mythical city of which his grandfather had told him so many stories, was not the majestic and safe place he had dreamed of. The walls seemed more fragile, the streets more somber, the squares less joyful and more marked by anguish. And it was all because of a single name that poisoned people's hope. Evilus. The dark and bloodthirsty group was at its peak threat. Not a single day or moment passed without Aurelio being shaken by the echo of an attack, a brutal assault, a crossfire that left houses in ruins and hearts filled with fear. The nights were even worse, filled with screams and smoke, with shadows that seemed to devour the city from within. That was something that deeply surprised Bell. He had dreamed of Aurelio as a place where dreams were forged, where adventurers walked tall and heroes were born at every step. But what he found was a broken, desperate city, on the brink of collapse. And yet even though dangers lurked everywhere, even though every day could be the last for any inhabitant, Bell decided to stay. He decided to find a family, a place to belong, like so many others who, despite their fear, didn't run away, but clung to the hope that dawn would bring something better. With determined steps, though his heart pounded with nerves and fear, Bell traversed that wounded city until fate led him to her. His little goddess Hestia. The goddess's warm smile, her tenderness, her faith in him, gave Bell the home he sought. She bestowed upon him her fauna, her blessing and her promise that he would not be alone in that hell. And with the scar etched on his back, with power coursing through his veins for the first time, Bell longed to help. He longed to be part of the salvation of that city that needed him so much. His overwhelming desire to be a hero wouldn't allow him to stand idly by. He saw the faces of crying children, mothers clutching their offspring, the elderly trembling with fear, and he felt he couldn't simply watch. He wanted to be one of those heroes his grandfather had told him about in so many stories, those who never gave up and who brought light where there was only darkness. Hestia begged him not to expose himself to danger. But Bell ignored her. He was just a stubborn 13-year-old boy, almost 14, driven by a huge heart and an even bigger will. And so he did. Unfortunately, he would soon learn that having a fauna didn't make him invincible. Stories don't prepare you for the blows of reality. And the reality of Aurelio was harsh, cruel, and merciless. One afternoon, another evilous attack rocked the city. Explosions crashed like thunder across the sky, fire lit up the alleyways, and fear surged like an uncontrolled river. Bell didn't hesitate. He rushed to help, driven by instinct, by the desire to protect. And he did achieve something. He managed to save some civilians from certain death, pulling them from the rubble, pushing them towards safety. But in that act of reckless bravery, he became the target. 3 members of Evilus, hooded men with strange smiles, all level 2, surrounded him. Their eyes were those of predators who knew they had found easy prey. Bell, with his young age and inexperience, understood too late. He was dead. A powerful punch struck him in the stomach. The air was ripped from his lungs, the pain unbearable, and he collapsed to the ground gasping, his vision blurred, his heart pounding with fear and helplessness. The 3 men laughed. They savored the moment, relishing the cruelty of what they were about to do. They were going to kill him in the cruelest way, and despite that, Bell did not regret what he did. After all, he was able to save a few people, and that was more than enough for him. He had already accepted his fate, and then she appeared. A figure amidst chaos, amidst fire and smoke. A young she-wolf, who looked older than him, arrived with great strength. She seemed to be around 15 or 16 years old, and her presence was as powerful as lightning. A beauty that took Bell's breath away, but more than her beauty, what captivated him was that fierce gaze, that air of justice that surrounded her like an aura. Bastards. The girl's scream echoed, and in the blink of an eye, her fists found their mark. With brutal, precise force, she sent each of the 3 men flying, knocking them unconscious with barely any effort. Dust rose around her, the echo of her blows mingling with the shouts of battle. Neze didn't look at Bell. His gaze was fixed on the horizon, on the burning city, on the enemies that still remained to be defeated. And at that moment I spoke to her. Her voice was firm, protective, with a mixture of severity and warmth. You are brave, but you should take refuge in a safe place. And without waiting for a response, he launched himself back into the fight, his fists like hammers of justice. Bell remained there, on his knees, spellbound. His eyes shone with a mixture of awe, gratitude, and something more warmth that filled his chest. It wasn't love at first sight. It was something pure, deeper, and immense admiration. A spark of hope born from seeing someone so young, so brave and so strong, stand up against evil. It's incredible, Bell whispered, without taking his eyes off the she-wolf who, to him, was like a hero from his grandfather's stories. And from that day on, from that first encounter, Bell never stopped watching her. I admire her. Each time there was a new attack, she searched for that silhouette amidst the chaos, those righteous fists cutting through the shadows. And she always appeared, accompanied by her friends, bringing a measure of order to the hell that Aurelio had become. It didn't take long to find out her name. Neze, from the Astria family. Someone who embodies justice, a strong girl with an unbreakable character who would never give up. That's what Belle saw in her until that day. The day Rario lost the battle against Evilus. Belle remembered it like it was yesterday. The day he discovered that even heroes can falter, that even the bravest person has their limits. And that this doesn't make them any less worthy of admiration, but quite the opposite. The battlefield was a hellscape. Explosions shook the ground, fire devoured buildings, and screams filled the air like a symphony of horror. Belle, panting, blood trickling from his forehead after being injured by a collapse, staggered forward. And then he saw her. Come. The name escaped her lips like a sigh, heavy with worry. There she was. Kneeling amidst the destruction, her gaze lowered, her body trembling. Her strength seemed to have run out. Her eyes, which always shone with determination, were clouded by fear, by weariness, by hopelessness. Belle's idol, the untamed she-wolf, was on the verge of collapse. But for Belle, that didn't destroy his image of her. It made her even greater. Because now he saw not just the heroine, but the person. Someone who was afraid and who, despite that, was still there. I couldn't let her break down. I didn't want Neze to cry, I didn't want the enemy to see that vulnerability and pounce on her. And then, before she could think too much about it, her voice surged forth with all the force of her soul. No Tyrandas. Neze looked up, surprised. Their eyes met for the first time, and in that instant, something was born between them. An invisible bond, a deep connection sealed amidst the chaos. Belle didn't know how, but her words reached Neze's heart. And that was enough. The wolf girl stood up, clenched her fists, and with renewed energy, set off again to help the civilians. Belle smiled slightly, relieved. And then, before running, she turned for a moment. Her voice was a soft murmur, almost inaudible amid the din of battle. What is your name? Bellcranel. Belle, I'm Neze. Thank you so much for your words. And with a slight smile, the first he had ever seen on her face, she disappeared into the shadows to continue fighting. And that's how it all began. From that moment on, Belle admired her even more. He wanted to approach her, to speak to her, but he couldn't find the courage. Unbeknownst to him, Neze was also searching for him with her eyes, wanting to thank him again, wanting to get to know better this boy who, in the midst of war, had given her back her strength. Little by little, the admiration transformed. It wasn't immediate, but it grew, and the first to notice was Neze. And while Belle remained frustrated by his inability to approach, fate continued to move closer to them. Like that day. Hey albino kid. I remember that day very clearly. Her heart skipped a beat, and for a moment, her mind was filled with confusion and amazement. Belle stopped walking and turned his head, trying to identify where that mocking voice was coming from, which, although not aggressive, did sound playful and a little cheeky. That day marked the beginning of something new. The moment when her relationship with Neze began to move forward, transforming from those brief, accidental, wordless encounters into something more meaningful. I remembered it. Turning his gaze to where he thought the voice had come from, his eyes met a sight that took his breath away for a moment. There she was. Neze, standing, with that presence that always seemed to envelop him in a mixture of calm and nervousness. Her beautiful hair rippled gently in the breeze, and her wolf ears twitched subtly, alert to her surroundings. He could see in her eyes how nervous she was, though he couldn't understand why. But what caught his attention most was what was happening behind her. A dwarf and a hobbit, whom Belle hadn't noticed until that moment, were running as if Otter himself were chasing them, trying to hide. The albino quickly understood what had happened. Neze hadn't been the one who called him, but one of those two little ones who were now fleeing to avoid being discovered. Even so, Belle, perhaps spurred on by the opportunity fate presented him, decided to act. His heart raced, not so much from confusion but from excitement. It was the perfect opportunity to approach her, to break down that invisible wall that still stood between them. "Did you call me?" she asked, with a mixture of awkwardness and hope. The first silly question that came to mind, but at that moment, it was the only thing that came out of her mouth. He felt ridiculous instantly, aware that this wasn't the best way to start a conversation. But Neze's gaze, slightly surprised and then softened by a small, embarrassed, and nervous smile, unsure of what to do, reassured him a little. He felt nervous, of course. He was standing in front of the girl who made his heart race uncontrollably, in front of the she-wolf who, without him even trying, had managed to invade his thoughts day and night, the girl he admired so much. But despite everything, he managed to keep his composure. Or at least that's what he wanted to believe. The conversation was brief, cut short before it could get going. Lily called him through a communication stone, her voice a little rushed on the other end of the device, demanding his presence and all that. Belle, somewhat frustrated, had to say goodbye, but not before giving Neze a shy smile. As he walked away, he couldn't help but feel a faint blush creep across his cheeks. He was both embarrassed and happy. That brief conversation, that moment, meant far more to him than anyone could have imagined. From that moment on, his encounters with Neze began to multiply. Small moments that, in his eyes, became unforgettable. Yes, very unforgettable. Like that time when Neze accidentally pushed him when he found her in the dungeon because of Noin. Bell slipped, and before he could react, he fell off a cliff, ending up with several broken bones and a terrible fright that left him breathless. The pain was intense, but what really stuck in his memory was Neze's worried face, the tremor in her voice as she apologized. And thanks to that accident, they were able to talk more honestly, sharing words that brought them closer than ever before. And how could we forget that day when Neze and allies arrived at the Hestia Familia headquarters, preparing for the little exploration they would have together in a few weeks. It was a day filled with excitement and nerves, but also with joy, because he was able to spend more time with her, talk about her likes and dislikes, her dreams, those little details that made Neze who she was. That's when the idea for the date that wasn't a date was born. An errand, yes, but for Bell it was the best outing he could have wished for. He walked beside her through the city, watched her try on different outfits, each one highlighting her beauty in a different way, and every time Neze smiled, Bell's heart felt like it would leap from his chest. And in the end, that kiss on the cheek brief, unexpected, but so warm it left him dreaming for nights afterward. From that moment on, Neze was his constant companion. At first, he thought it was just admiration. But now he understood. No, he no longer just admired her. He had fallen in love with her. With that wolf girl who, without realizing it, became the center of his world. He didn't know when his feelings had changed. Had it been during one of those walks? When he saw her laugh? It didn't matter. What mattered was what he felt now. And he was determined to act. Welf. The sun bathed the chimney mansion courtyard in pleasant warmth. Bell and Welf lay on their backs on the grass, resting a bit after training. The sky was clear and the clouds drifted lazily by, as if the whole world had decided to pause and listen to what Bell was about to say. A decision of the century that would change everything. What's wrong? Welf asked, turning his face to look at his friend. Bell kept his gaze fixed on the sky, as if searching it for the courage he lacked. I'm going to tell him, she finally whispered, a small smile appearing on her lips, full of nerves and determination. So you're finally going to work up the courage to tell Lily that you were the one who spent all the money at the casino? Welf joked, trying to lighten the mood. Bell let out a nervous laugh. No, you idiot, besides, you and Makoto were with me too. It was a mistake on all three of our parts. Haha, Welf laughed, amused. So? What are you going to say? I'm going to tell Neze that I like her. Iridid sat up abruptly, surprised by the seriousness and clarity of his friend's words. His eyes widened in astonishment and a genuine smile spread across his face. Really? He said, still trying to process it. Bell nodded, embarrassed but relieved to have said it out loud. I've been watching her for a long time. I realized I want to be with her as much more than just a friend. I want to be by her side, that's why I've made this decision. Welf let out a whistle, impressed. Of course, he'd noticed it before, the way Bell looked at Neze, the way he lit up when he was with her. But hearing it from him made it all the more surprising. And how do you plan to do it? Bell sighed, shrugging his shoulders. I don't know. I just know I want to tell her. I haven't thought about the place, the time, or the exact words. But my heart is ready. And I don't know why, but I feel that maybe, just maybe, my feelings are reciprocated. Welf watched him with a smile, proud of his friend. Do you want me to help you create a confession plan? He asked, with that spark of excitement and malice that characterized him. Bell laughed nervously, shaking his head. No, it's better to stay in a corner and do nothing. Well, then you'll have to sort it out yourself. Bell closed his eyes, letting the sun warm his face. The decisive moment was drawing ever closer. And in the meantime, he would dream of that instant, the moment when the beautiful wolf would accept his feelings and he could be the happiest man in Aurario. Without knowing that she was slowly but surely also becoming more inclined to make that decision. Only fate knew what it had in store for that couple. End of chapter. Chapter 11. Astri. A small, mischievous and affectionate smile played on the lips of a certain goddess as she walked gracefully through the white marble corridors of her headquarters. Her sandals barely made a sound as they touched the ground, and her long brown hair swayed gently with every movement, shining as if it were catching the morning sunlight. She was the goddess of justice, Astri, a deity whose beauty, though not born of natural beauty, far surpassed that of any goddess who did hold that title. Her eyes, as deep a blue as the clear sky, seemed to hold within them the calm of justice and the warmth of a noble heart. But we're not here to praise her beauty, no. What mattered wasn't her appearance, but what lay hidden behind that smile. A plan. One she was about to put into action. I wonder where Neze could be at this hour. The goddess murmured to herself, her eyes carefully scanning every corner of the hallway. Her voice was soft, almost musical, filled with affection and a touch of mischief. As she passed a large window overlooking the inner courtyard of the headquarters, Astri stopped. The morning breeze gently stirred the curtains, allowing the goddess to peer out curiously. And there, beneath the welcoming shade of a large tree, she saw her. Neze, his beloved wolf daughter, sat on the cool grass, her back against the tree trunk. Her eyes were closed, her breathing slow and deep, as if searching in the garden silence for the peace she found so elusive. She seemed to be sleeping, or perhaps meditating. Whatever it was, she sat there quietly, waiting for time to pass. Astri gazed at her for a moment, letting the affection she felt for her fill her heart. That instant was enough to make her decision. But the determined gleam in her eyes, the goddess continued her walk, stepping lightly into the courtyard. As the sun dipped behind the clouds, she advanced, her gaze fixed on her goal. That's enough, she thought, her lips still bearing that serene smile. I've given allies more than enough time to boast about her accomplishments, but it's time. It's time for Neze to take that step she fears so much, to stop going in circles, to be happy. The breeze gently stirred the folds of her white robe, and Astri allowed herself a moment to remember all that her daughters had done to help, since Neze confessed that she was in love. Mariu, Ryu, and Selti, she murmured almost in a whisper. Poor things, their ideas were a disaster, even though they tried with all their hearts. A small laugh escaped her lips as she recalled those girls' failed attempts. Innocent plans scribbled in a notebook that ended up in pieces, a silly Hermes potion, and a love spell. Yes, they tried, and that's why she loved them even more, because they showed how much they cared for their friend. Allies and Iska, they certainly contributed something valuable. Although you, allies, the goddess's eyes sparkled playfully. You climbed too high on that imaginary throne, didn't you? Well, it's time to come down. The goddess now advanced resolutely, each step firmer than the last, while listing in her mind the effort of each one. Asta, Lyra, Noin, Kagaya, and Rihanna didn't do much, but their support made a difference. Every little bit helped pave the way to this day. There was no turning back. She had waited too long. The moment had arrived, and Astri, the loving and protective mother she wasn't going to let her daughter continue to suffer in silence for love. It's time. The she-wolf truly smiled, she whispered, almost as a promise. And, of course, to teach that mischievous reed she loved so much a little lesson. I hope you enjoyed your short reign, ally, she thought, her lips curving into a sly smile. Because I'm about to knock you off that throne. The mere thought amused him. Sometimes, enjoying those little games with his daughters reminded him how much he loved them. Well, it's time to help Neze, her voice was a sweet murmur, as the wind seemed to carry her words away. And so, she arrived before the tree where Neze stood motionless, her eyes still closed. Astri paused for a moment to contemplate her. The she-wolf seemed so serene, but the goddess knew that beneath that apparent calm hid a whirlwind of emotions. As if she had sensed a warm presence before her, Neze slowly began to open her eyes, blinking to focus on the image of her goddess. Seeing that beloved figure, her heart skipped a beat. Astri Sama, he asked, with a slight tone of surprise. Astri barely inclined her head, with that maternal smile that was so comforting. Good morning, Neze, she said softly, as if trying not to scare a little bird. May I accompany you for a moment? The she-wolf nodded, stepping aside so Astri could sit down. Of course, it's always an honor, Astri Sama, she replied respectfully, though she couldn't hide the slight blush that rose to her cheeks as she felt Astri's affectionate gaze, as if she were planning something. The goddess sat beside him, under the shade of the oak tree, and raised her face to enjoy the murmur of the leaves moved by the wind. You know, he began, in a relaxed tone, almost as if he were talking about the weather, sometimes I wonder how much longer I should observe in silence before intervening. Neze tilted her head, somewhat confused. Intervene? In what, Astri Sama? Astri turned her face towards her, her eyes full of tenderness, but also of that mischievous spark that she only showed when she was about to pull the strings of some plan. What matters, my dear Neze? What truly matters, he whispered, gently brushing away a fallen leaf that had landed on the she-wolf's head. It's time you stopped hiding your feelings. And he added, winking as if they shared a secret, I'm here to make sure that happens. Neze's heart pounded. The goddess of justice didn't speak in vain. She knew that once she made up her mind, nothing and no one could stop her. And so, under that tree, Astri's plan began to take shape. Help me confess to Belle. Neze asked, her voice trembling, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Her ears twitched nervously, drooping slightly, as if trying to hide her embarrassment. Astri gazed at her silently for a few seconds, her maternal smile never fading. It was endearing to see her like this. Neze, the brave, the strong, the ever-reliable leader who inspired respect and admiration among her sisters, now showed this pure and sweet side she so rarely revealed. A side the goddess loved to discover and protect. The goddess nodded slowly, with a knowing glint in her blue eyes, as she tilted her head slightly. That's right, my dear she-wolf, he murmured softly. I've come to help you take that step your heart longs for, but your lips are afraid to utter. Neze lowered her gaze, feeling the heat of embarrassment rise even higher up her neck. Her heart was racing, as if at any moment it might leap out of her body from the nerves she felt. And no need to go to such trouble, Astri Sama, she said, pressing her fingers together in her lap, as if gathering strength to face the conversation. They're just my silly love problems, nothing more. I shouldn't involve you in something so trivial. Her words came out, laden with humility and nervousness. She didn't want her goddess to worry about something that, in her opinion, wasn't worth stealing time from justice itself. Astri raised an eyebrow, amused by the way Neze was trying to dodge the subject. Her smile became a little more mischievous. Oh? Are you telling me I'm being nosy for wanting to help you? She asked, in a feignedly offended tone, though her eyes sparkled with amusement. No, that's not it. Neze exclaimed quickly, raising her gaze with wide eyes, afraid she had offended her beloved goddess. I would never think such a thing of you, Astri Sama. The she-wolf's immediate response and distressed tone made the goddess chuckle softly. Her laughter was serene and warm, like a mother laughing at something funny her young child had done. Tenderly, she raised her hand and gently patted the she-wolf's head, stroking her fur as if calming a frightened puppy. Relax, Neze, she said in a soft, affectionate voice. I just wanted to see you blush a little more. You're adorable when you do, you know that. Neze blushed even more, wishing in that instant that she could sink into the earth and disappear. Embarrassed, she looked away again, unable to bear the intensity of the affection in her goddess's eyes. Astri observed her silently for a few moments and then asked, lowering her tone slightly, with a sweet seriousness. Tell me, Neze, don't you want my help? Or is it because, deep down, you feel you're not ready to confess your feelings yet? The she-wolf opened her lips, as if she were going to answer, but no words came out of them. She lowered her gaze, her eyes reflecting the internal struggle she was waging with herself. Silence reigned for a moment, broken only by the sound of the wind through the leaves of the great tree. Astri, patient and loving, leaned gently against the tree trunk, letting her gaze wander across the clear sky. Her hair shimmered softly in the sunlight, and when she spoke again, her voice was a tender whisper. Just by looking into your eyes, I can see that what you feel is pure, genuine. That's what makes it beautiful, something that deserves to be protected, he remarked, his eyes following the shapes of the clouds. But tell me, when would you be ready to take that step you so deeply desire? Neze clenched her hands on her legs. Her fingers trembled slightly, but enough to betray her agitation. And he stammered, unable to form a sentence that expressed everything he felt. Astri looked away from the clouds and fixed her gaze on her daughter, with that serene expression that characterized her. For us gods, the life of mortals is but a breath, he said, a note of melancholy in his voice. And that's why I believe, with all my heart, that you should live each day as if it were your last, strive, smile, love without fear, so that when the end comes, there will be no regrets. May fear, may anxiety not rob you of the joy of trying something, of confessing what you feel. Neze swallowed hard. The words of his goddess resonated deeply in his heart and he felt it slowly gathering courage. If you don't know how to take that step, Astri continued, leaning slightly in to look her in the eyes, then I, as your goddess and mother on this earth, will help you in any way I can. Because what I desire most is for you to be happy, my little wolf. Neze felt his chest fill with a new warmth, a strength that came not from his muscles or his warrior instinct, but from the very depths of his being. He raised his eyes and met Astri's gaze, blue as the sky, bright as dawn, full of true affection. Like a mother lovingly watching her child. Astri Sama yo. Astri smiled and, with a finger, touched the tip of his nose with a mischievous and maternal gesture. Little wolf, isn't love, at its core, a form of justice? She asked, her eyes shining with conviction. Isn't it right that you, who have given so much for others, should have your own happiness? I, as the goddess of justice, see it that way. And I believe, with all my being, that you deserve to be happy, Neze. More than anyone. The goddess's words fell upon the she-wolf's heart. Neze felt her eyes well up, not with sadness, but with pure emotion, with infinite gratitude for this woman who had done so much in her life without seeking anything in return. I've seen how the others have tried to help you, some with adorable disasters, others with praiseworthy successes, though some may be praising themselves. The point is, they all did it because they love you and want you to be happy, Astri continued softly. And I, as your goddess, as the one who will always be by your side, want that too. I truly want it. Neze lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed, while her lips trembled slightly. Astri Sama, thank you for your words. But I don't know how to do it. Her voice came out as a whisper, filled with the honesty that characterized her. Astri extended her hand, warmly taking it in hers. Don't be afraid, Neze. That's why I'm here, she said, with a confident smile that seemed to light up the world around her. To help you take that final step so that your heart can finally be free to love as it desires. Astri was truly giving the she-wolf a great deal of confidence, but there was still some doubt and fear in her heart. And how will we do it? Neze asked, still with a knot in her stomach, but letting determination begin to overcome her nervousness. Her eyes shone with a new glimmer of hope, while her ears twitched slightly, attentive to her goddess's words. Astri's heart softened as she saw that small spark of courage ignite in her daughter. The goddess tilted her head to one side, lost in thought, as her fingers tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. A confession, it can't be just any moment. It has to be something special. A unique moment, one that neither of us will ever forget, she murmured, her blue eyes lighting up with inspiration. Something that will be etched in your hearts forever, a memory that will stay with you until the end of your days. Neze swallowed hard. The thought was both beautiful and terrifying. Her tail twitched slightly behind her, a reflection of the mix of emotions swirling inside her. However, her insecurity and fears resurfaced in her mind. But what if Belle rejects me? She asked softly, as if afraid of invoking her worst fear with those words. Her voice cracked slightly, her cheeks flushed again, and her hands clasped tightly in her lap, as if searching for something to hold onto to keep her courage from failing. Astri didn't respond with words at first. Instead, she gently reached out and tapped him softly on the nose, light enough to be endearing, but firm enough to startle Neze and elicit a small gasp. The goddess smiled, amused by the reaction, a mischievous glint appearing in her eyes. I want you to clear your mind of all those negative thoughts, Neze, she said, with that serene and wise voice that could calm even the most restless soul. You have to believe in yourself, in what you feel, in what you've built together with him. Being confident in yourself is the first step. He raised a finger, as if marking an important lesson, and moved it from side to side. Besides, she added, lowering her voice slightly and winking at him, I have a feeling that confession will end in a very, very nice way. Neze blinked, her ears perked up again, and her tail began to swish gently but clearly animated. Hope was once more overcoming the fear within her thanks to those words. How do you know, Astri-sama? She asked, a hint of hope in her voice, as a blush returned to her cheeks. She found it hard to believe, but she wanted to. Astri tilted her head with an almost childlike air of pride, placing a hand on her chest. Never distrust the instincts of a goddess, she declared with a radiant smile and a playful tone, as if that were enough to dispel any doubt. Neze couldn't help it, laughter escaped her, first a little shyly, then full of grace when she saw that Astri also started to laugh. And then, after that laugh, she let out a relieved sigh. In that instant, the weight of her fears seemed to lighten. Her goddess was the best. Her mother, her guide, would never doubt her. Okay, she said, taking a deep breath and feeling her heart fill with resolve. What do I have to do? Astri smiled tenderly and proudly at the spark of courage in her daughter. She leaned closer, just enough so that only Neze could hear, as if she were about to reveal the greatest secret in history. What we'll do is this. And while the goddess began to explain, in a low and serene voice, her carefully devised plan, on the second floor of the headquarters, a curious group of eyes spied through a large window, unable to resist the temptation to observe the goddess and Neze under the tree. What could they be talking about? Allies asked, touching her chin with a finger. Her hair was loose and moved in the breeze. Curiosity shone in her beautiful green eyes. Oh, I think I know what's coming, Rihanna whispered, wringing her hands in excitement and flashing a bright smile. Allies will finally be dethroned from the throne she never had. That's it. Asta shouted, raising a fist in celebration. Allies frowned and crossed her arms, puffing out her cheeks slightly, offended. PFFFT. Do you really think so? Astri-sama is very wise, yes, but I highly doubt she'll take the throne from me. After all, I was the one who helped Neze the most. Oh, come on, allies, Lyra chimed in with her usual teasing tone. Everyone knows that Asta and I were the best helpers. Thanks to us, Neze and Belle finally spoke for the first time. And that's where it all began. That's right. Asta approved, with a determined gesture and a gleam in his eyes. And what about me? Noin said, arms crossed, raising his voice. I knew Belle was going to fall off that cliff and that Neze would go up to him to apologize. It was all part of my plan. I had it all coldly calculated. Haha, yeah, sure, Iska teased, laughing. And I made the most beautiful outfit for Neze. I was sure it would captivate that boy. And it did. Too bad he spilled coffee on it before the date was over. But it achieved its goal. Rihanna and Kagaya listened to everything with amused smiles, without intervening. They knew their contributions had been minor and preferred to enjoy the chaos unfolding between their sisters. And Mariuu? How did she help? Lyra asked, raising an eyebrow mockingly. Comical tears began to well up in Mariuu's eyes and she put her hands to her face. You're such a fool, Lyra. she cried, running down the corridor as a stop playfully hit Lyra on the head for making her cry. And Lion? What did he do? Kagaya asked, with a mocking smile. Ryu shrugged, looked away, and crossed his arms. It doesn't affect me, I don't remember anything, he murmured, trying to hide his feelings. Laughter began to fill the hallway as Noin opened his mouth to add something else. And what about C? But her voice instantly trailed off when she saw the glaring glare of Celti, the little elf, who with just that icy expression, made it clear that she didn't want her disaster mentioned. Ah. Nobody is better than me. Shouted Allies, raising an arm as if she were holding up an invisible trophy. You wish. Several of them replied in unison. Thus, amidst jokes, shouts, and comical arguments, the second-floor hallway was filled with a joyful bustle, while downstairs in the courtyard, Astri and Neze continued talking in low voices, carefully planning the big moment. The decisive moment was drawing ever closer. The fate of two hearts was about to be sealed. End of chapter. Chapter 12. Astri Part 2. Another day began in the famous city of Arario, another day like all the others with adventurers going back and forth from the dungeon to the guild. Civilians working or shopping and children playing. Just another day except for two people. Hey, are you ready? Neze asked, her voice a little shaky as her eyes briefly avoided Belle's gaze. Her ears twitched nervously and her tail wagged slightly behind her, betraying the whirlwind of emotion she felt. Yes, I'm ready, Belle replied with a friendly smile, though a hint of confusion flickered in his red eyes. His hands tightened the straps of the backpack he was carrying, trying to hide the small knot of nervousness that had also formed in his stomach. The two young men were at the main entrance of Arario, the great gate that connected the city to the outside world. The morning was cool, a gentle breeze stirred their hair as the sun was just beginning to rise in the sky, a sign that the day was just getting started. The two of them carried backpacks equipped with the essentials. Water, a change of clothes, and most importantly, money. In addition, Belle was carrying his inseparable dagger. Neze tried to maintain her composure. But it was obvious, even to Belle himself, that something was bothering her. The slight trembling of her hands as she adjusted her gloves, the way she gently bit her lower lip, the way her gaze shifted whenever their eyes met. It was clear that something was making her nervous. Belle, for his part, although somewhat nervous about how sudden everything was mostly confused by the mission they were both about to carry out and also by Neze's attitude. Why did she seem so different today, more nervous than usual? The young man had no answers to those questions. All he knew was that he was willing to help. Thank you for helping, a warm, maternal voice was heard in the room. And before them, with her usual serene grace, stood Astri, the goddess of justice, her hands clasped behind her back, a tranquil smile that seemed to encompass everything. Her white robe moved gently in the breeze, and her blue eyes held a glimmer of anticipation and amusement, as if she already knew how this little story would end. I can't believe Astri-sama did all this for me, Neze thought, a blush creeping across her cheeks as her gaze flickered for a moment to the cobblestones. She glanced up and saw her goddess's serene smile. That smile she knew so well. A smile that said, trust me. Astri had taken care of everything. She herself had spoken with the guild to arrange the necessary permits for their departure, using the perfect excuse. A mission outside the city that required their cooperation. And, as always, the goddess of justice had gotten what she wanted, being a goddess loved and respected by all. The mission was simple. Eliminate a small group of goblins that had begun to roam the area around a forest near a village that held special significance for Astri. It was the same place where, long ago, the goddess had lived for a time after descending from the sky, welcomed by the kind arms of the villagers. When Neze heard that, she became excited, wanting to know the place where her goddess began her story in the earthly world. What better way to thank them than to send my daughter and the young man she loves to help them? Astri had thought as she wove her plan with the precision of an artisan. But beyond the mission itself, what the goddess sought was clear. To create the perfect scenario. A journey alone. Without distractions. Without interruptions. Just Neze, Belle, and the moment they had both unknowingly been waiting for. A place where they could open up emotionally. I helped the people who gave me a home when I came down from the sky, and I helped my daughter find hers in Belle's heart, Astri said to herself, as she looked at them with that immense love that only a mother can feel. And there was something else. In that town, there was an old tradition, a tradition she herself had unwittingly started, but one she found beautiful. She hoped Neze could use that tradition to take that long-awaited step. Now everything depended on the she-wolf. The stage was set. The play was about to begin. All that remained was for her to gather the courage to speak her truth. Belle, for his part, hadn't needed to convince him much to accompany Neze on that mission. She still remembered the conversation she had with him yesterday. Astri-sama. Belle whispered, a little surprised when he saw her that afternoon at the headquarters gate, her figure illuminated by the light of the sunset. "Hello, Belle," the goddess replied, with that sweet and serene voice that always managed to calm any unease. "I would like to ask you a favor." Belle looked at her, curious and attentive, always ready to help. Estree's explanation was brief and clear. Neze had a mission outside the city, but none of her companions could accompany her. And the goddess, like a concerned mother, didn't want her daughter to travel alone. "So I was wondering if you could accompany her," he said with a warm smile. "It will only be for a couple of days, and the mission is simple. Nothing an adventurer like you can't handle." Belle didn't hesitate for a second. Her answer came out with such naturalness that it almost made the goddess laugh. "Of course. No problem," she said enthusiastically, feeling a genuine desire inside to help Neze, to accompany her. Upon hearing this, Estree closed her eyes for a moment, grateful. Everything was going according to plan. Deep down, something told her that Belle would never have refused such a request, especially not if it involved Neze. And now, there they were. 2 backpacks, 2 hearts beating strongly, and a path towards a destination that could lead them to happiness. Estree watched them for one more moment before raising her hand and saying goodbye. "Take good care of yourselves, both of you," she said, with her characteristic warmth. "And remember, the most important thing about a mission is returning safe and sound." Neze looked at her, and her eyes spoke for her, and the goddess understood what she meant by her gaze. "Thanks for everything." Estree also responded with her eyes, and Neze managed to understand her. "Now is your time." And deep in her heart, the goddess smiled to herself. When they come back, she thought, watching them walk away. When they come back, they'll be holding hands. I know it. And allies, allies, I can't wait to see the look on your face when you see them together and have no idea how it happened. Estree's plan had already begun. Now everything depended on the hearts of those 2 young people to dare to take that final step. But she was sure they would succeed. The walk to that village had begun. The Aereo gate was behind them, and the stone road was turning into dirt the further they went. Nature began to surround them with trees all around and green grass. It was something new and refreshing to get out of the city. It was a leisurely walk, without haste. Belle and Neze walked side by side, enjoying the birdsong and the soft crunch of the earth beneath their boots. According to Estree, the journey would take approximately 6 hours on foot. But neither of them felt it would be a great challenge. After all, they were both used to much longer treks in the deepest levels of the dungeon. Estree-sama did this for me. I have to do my best. Neze thought, barely biting her lower lip as she clenched her fists. Her tail twitched from side to side, reflecting her racing heartbeat. She knew this day was crucial. The moment she both feared and longed for was drawing ever closer. And although doubt sometimes crept into her heart, Neze decided to leave it in the hands of fate. Whatever was going to happen, would happen, and she would accept it. Belle, meanwhile, walked with a serene expression, a slight smile on his lips. He felt at peace. There was something about walking beside Neze, even though they didn't exchange a word at times. It was pleasant. She had that quality, she was someone with whom one could be silent without it becoming awkward only a few times, but for other reasons. That, among many other things, was what he liked about her. After all, she was the girl he admired and his role model. Is she happy? Thought Belle, amused, noticing how the wolf's tail swung happily from side to side, as if she couldn't help it. That tail always looked so fluffy. Hugging it was one of the things I wanted most, but I didn't want to seem like a pervert. We must do our best on this mission, Belle, Neze said suddenly, turning to him with a determined expression, though her cheeks were slightly flushed. Estree-sama is counting on us to help the people who love her so much. We can't let her down. Belle looked at her, and her smile widened, warm and sincere. You're right. Let's give it our all. He replied, nodding energetically. And so they continued. The wind was with them, the sky was a deep blue, the atmosphere calm and promising. It was true that strange things had happened between them lately, like Ryu's crazy antics, Sulty's odd schemes, and a few other entanglements. Neze sometimes couldn't help but feel embarrassed when she remembered certain moments, but she tried hard to hide it during their walk. Belle, for his part, remembered everything. Although he didn't show it, every detail was etched in his memory. Especially that kiss on the cheek during their date. That fleeting moment that still made him blush whenever he thought about it. They had shared so much in such a short time since they started getting closer. They went from 2 people who secretly admired each other but didn't have the courage to speak to each other, and now, without realizing it, they were very good friends. Although some ideas were crazy, Neze had to admit that it was all partly thanks to her friends. They were the best family. Oh Neze. At that moment, Belle broke the silence of the walk, turning to look at her with a small smile as he realized that they hadn't even been walking for an hour. At that pace, the journey would feel a bit long, even though they walked quite a bit in the dungeon, they didn't feel the time because of the constant fighting and being on high alert. Unlike now, when they were in an extremely quiet place. Yes. She asked, looking at him curiously. The walk will be rather long. What do you think if I don't know we tell anecdotes, strange stories, or maybe we play a game? You know, just to pass the time, he suggested, a little nervous that Neze wouldn't like the idea. But that disappeared when I saw how Neze's eyes lit up a little at the idea. Sure. That sounds fun, I agree, wanting the walk to be more entertaining. Besides, that would relieve some of the tension and nerves I was feeling. Great. Belle said, looking up at the sky. How about we ask each other questions and answer honestly? Of course, only if you want to answer the question. Neze glanced at him sideways, a little nervous. She knew that those kinds of games could lead to awkward situations, but at the same time, the idea was tempting. Getting to know Belle better, sharing laughs, making the journey more enjoyable. Okay, I accept the game, she whispered finally, a faint smile gracing her face as her tail wagged gently from side to side, betraying the joy she was trying to hide. But no weird questions, okay? Promised, Belle agreed, raising a hand as if making a solemn oath, which made Neze chuckle. Then, you start. The she-wolf brought a hand to her chin, lost in thought. She had so many questions in her mind, but she wanted to choose something simple to begin with. What's your favorite food? She finally asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Belle didn't hesitate to answer, his face lighting up as he remembered flavors he enjoyed so much. Well, I'd say spaghetti, but now my favorite food is a delicious stew that Kami-sama makes. It's the best, she said enthusiastically, almost savoring the memory. Although lately, to be honest, I'd like to try something you cook. Neze's ears twitched nervously and her cheeks turned a light pink. That doesn't count as an answer. She exclaimed, embarrassed that he made such comments. Of course it counts. Belle laughed, amused to see her so embarrassed. Now it's my turn. The albino paused for a moment before asking his question, glancing at her kindly. What is your biggest fear? Neze's smile faded for a moment. Her eyes shifted to the road and her tail stopped wagging, as if the words had struck her deep inside. That my friends can read my thoughts, she finally whispered, her voice full of sincerity. Belle frowned slightly, surprised by the answer. Because? Neze took a deep breath, confessing what she rarely allowed herself to share. Because I'm not as strong as they think. I try hard to be a reliable older sister, but I have insecurities. I'm afraid they'll be disappointed if they know what's really going on in my head and that I'm not as reliable as they believe. Belle remained silent for a moment, taking in her words. And then, with the same kindness she always showed, she smiled at him. Well, luckily no one has the ability to read minds, so you're safe. And besides, I think you're amazing just the way you are. Neze felt the warmth return to her cheeks, but this time not from shame, but from gratitude. Thank you, Belle, he said softly, but with deep feeling. Now it's your turn again, he encouraged her. Neze smiled and decided to continue playing. What is your favorite place in Arario? The wall, Belle replied without hesitation. I like spending time there, watching the city, feeling the wind, thinking. I must admit it's one of the most peaceful places, Neze remarked, recalling the times he had climbed up there to breathe fresh air. It's a good place, Belle agreed. Okay, now it's my turn. If you had the chance to punch someone in Arario, who would it be? Neze looked at him incredulously and then began to laugh, covering her mouth. What kind of question is that? She chuckled, though she eventually took it seriously and thought about it for a second. I'd say Noin for some silly reason, but she's my friend, so probably the god Hermes. Hermes-sama. Why? Neze clicked his tongue, crossing his arms, his expression amused but somewhat annoyed. For many reasons that I prefer not to mention. Belle burst out laughing. That sounds like a good story for another day. Neze rolled her eyes, amused. Okay, my turn. If you could transform into an animal, which one would it be? Belle looked at her sideways and smiled. The wolf. That way I could understand you better. Are you serious? Neze started laughing, this time without holding back. I doubt you need to be a wolf to understand me, Belle. The girls always say I'm not that complicated. Even so, I'd like to be one, he said. It's always intrigued me. I understand if you wish, you can awaken an ability that allows you to transform into one. Haha, maybe I'll manage it someday, she laughed, before asking her next question. What do you hate most about a person? To betray his friends, Neze replied without hesitation. That's the lowest thing anyone can do. Belle nodded, fully understanding his words. That's so you, she murmured. Neze looked at him curiously, and Belle clarified. You always protect those you care about. You're one of the most loyal people I know. The she-wolf lowered her gaze, blushing at the compliment. It's your turn again, he said, trying to hide his embarrassment. Right, let's see, Belle said, scratching the back of his neck thoughtfully. If you had one wish, one you could make and have granted instantly, what would it be? Neze opened her eyes a little wider than usual, surprised by the seriousness of the question. She looked ahead at the horizon and then at Belle. "I want all the people I love to be happy," she finally said, the sincerity evident in her eyes. Belle smiled, admiring her even more. "I knew you'd say something like that, Neze." And so, amidst jokes, anecdotes, sincere questions, and innocent confessions, the hours continued to pass. What began as a simple game transformed into an honest dialogue between two souls who grew closer and closer. For a moment, Neze stopped thinking about her confession. She was simply happy, enjoying the journey in Belle's company. And Belle, for his part, knew that that day would be etched in his memory as one of the warmest and most precious moments of his life. Their hearts beat in unison, slowly, but ever closer, as if they knew that this day would be very special for both of them. The walk had felt much more bearable, thanks to the lively conversation they shared between questions and answers. The laughter, the curious anecdotes, and the little games had made time fly by. The 6-hour journey, which at first might have seemed long and monotonous, had vanished amidst words and smiles, becoming a very pleasant moment between them. And almost without noticing, they finally arrived at the village that Estrie had indicated to them. The place was humble, but full of life. The small houses of wood and stone stood in rows on both sides of a main cobbled road, and the aroma of freshly baked bread and burning wood floated in the air. Locals bustled about, busy with their daily tasks. Women hanging laundry, elderly people sitting in front of their houses chatting, and children running and playing, their laughter filling the air with joy. A couple of vendors offered fruits and vegetables from carts, while the blacksmith worked at his forge, his hammer striking repeatedly. Neze paused for a moment, contemplating everything with curious eyes and a touch of happiness. "So this is the village Estrie-sama arrived in when she descended from the sky," she whispered, a mixture of respect and affection in her voice. Something about the place felt special, almost sacred to her, knowing it had been part of her goddess's past. Belle stopped beside her, also observing the simple bustle of the town. "It's a very lively place," she said with a gentle smile, feeling the landscape awaken warm memories. "It reminds me a little of the town where I lived with my grandfather." Neze turned her head to look at him, interested. "Really? Was that the place where you grew up?" Belle nodded, his eyes turning a little nostalgic. "Yes, not as big as this one, but also full of friendly people and children playing in the streets. It's nice to see something like this again." Neze smiled upon hearing that, noticing the melancholic glimmer in his eyes. "I'm sure your grandfather would be proud of who you are now," she said sincerely, and Belle looked at her, surprised by her words. "Thank you, Neze, that means a lot to me," she replied, and for a moment, the world seemed to go silent, just for them as they looked at each other. But that didn't last long, as they looked away somewhat nervously and continued observing the town, noticing something interesting. In the distance, at the other end of the village, a thick and dark forest could be seen, a forest close to the houses on the edge of the village. "That must be the forest Estrie-sama told us about," Neze said, observing the place carefully. "Yes, that's where those goblins are hiding. They're a great danger to civilians, but we're here to make sure nothing happens to them," Belle stated firmly, a sign that he wanted to help. "And to protect the place that means so much to Estrie-sama," Neze added, sharing that determination to protect this special village for her goddess. "Before venturing into the forest, we must find the village mayor. It's important that he knows we've come to help, so you can rest easy while we work," the wolf explained, setting off down the main path. Belle followed her without hesitation, adjusting her backpack while smiling. "Sure. Good idea." As they walked among the houses, greeting the villagers who looked at them with curiosity and a hint of hope upon noticing their weapons and equipment, Belle couldn't help but feel a warmth in his chest. He was happy to be there, to have this mission, and above all, to share it with Neze. In fact, an idea was beginning to form in her head, timid but insistent. Maybe this is the moment. Maybe today I could tell her how I feel," he thought, glancing at her out of the corner of his eye. Neze, meanwhile, walked with determined steps, but inside his heart was beating strongly. "Belle is here, she's by my side, Estrie-sama trusted me," she thought, her gaze lowered. "I can't let this opportunity slip away." They both had the same goal in mind. The only thing left was to see which of the two would dare to take the first step. "Neze, what do you think the mayor will do when we tell him we've come to help you?" Belle asked curiously, though more than anything he did it to break the silence. Neze glanced at him and smiled slightly, feeling more relaxed thanks to the question. "She'll surely be surprised and then invite us out for a meal," she said, amused. "Estrie-sama told me how hospitable people are here, so that's likely to happen." "That would be great," Belle said excitedly. After 6 hours of walking, a good meal would be the perfect reward. Neze laughed softly, making him a little embarrassed because he acted like a starving person. "I think we should complete the mission before any meals. We need to make sure the townspeople are calm." Belle nodded, looking at her with appreciation. That's what I admire most about you, Neze, always so responsible, he whispered as the memory of her saving him flashed through his mind. The she-wolf blushed gently, looking down for a second. And you're always so kind to everyone, she said softly, but loud enough for him to hear, remembering that moment when he extended his hand to help her move forward. The two remained silent for a moment, sharing a knowing glance as the bustle of the town continued around them, a certain affection noticeable in their eyes. Anyone who saw them would quickly notice that the two were in love. The only ones who didn't seem to realize it were the two of them. They walked for several minutes through the narrow streets of the small town, guided by the directions they received from the friendly inhabitants. "Excuse me, could you tell us where the mayor lives?" Belle asked an old man who was sweeping in front of his house. "Oh, of course. Continue straight down the street and when you reach the fountain, turn left. You'll see a large house with a red roof. That's our mayor's home," the man replied with a smile, bowing his head slightly in respect as he noticed they were adventurers. "Thank you very much," said Neze, returning the smile and nodding politely. "May the gods protect you, young ones," added the old man before returning to his task. So they continued on their way, asking a couple more times to confirm the route. Everyone they approached answered them kindly, and some children even followed a few steps behind, looking at their weapons and backpacks with wide eyes. It seemed that in that town they respected adventurers. Finally, they arrived in front of a modest but sturdy house, built with thick wooden beams and a roof of red tiles, somewhat worn by time. Hanging on the door was a small wooden shield, the symbol of the village. Neze took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door. Come in," a warm voice said from inside. When the door opened, an elderly man with completely white hair and a face wrinkled by years greeted them. He wore simple clothes, but his bearing conveyed dignity and experience. His gray eyes lit up when he saw them. "Ah, visitors. And judging by your weapons, adventurers perhaps." "That's right," said Neze, bowing his head slightly in respect. "We are Neze and Belle, from the Astri and Hestia families. We have come to help with the goblin problem." The mayor's eyes shone with relief and joy. "Astri Sama. What wonderful news you bring," she exclaimed excitedly, clasping her hands to her chest at the mention of the goddess's name. "Come in, please come in for a moment." Belle and Neze looked at each other, nodded, and went inside. The interior of the house was cozy, with polished wooden furniture, a small fireplace with glowing embers, and the scent of fresh herbs filling the air. The old man led them to a table and sat down with them. "I sincerely thank you for coming. Those goblins have been causing trouble. We fear they'll attack the children who often go to the forest or destroy our fishing traps," she explained, pouring some tea into simple cups. "But knowing that Astri Sama sent one of her sons to help us makes me happy. Don't worry, sir. We'll take care of them, and the forest will be safe again," Neze assured him, taking the cup with a smile. "That puts our minds at ease," said the mayor, and after a sip of tea, he lowered his voice, as if sharing a secret. "Did you know that this forest is a special place for us?" Neze tilted her head, interested. "Special? Why?" "Yes, not only because we fish and hunt in its river, but because something happened in that forest that we have never forgotten," the old man began to recount, his eyes drifting slightly off into memory. "About 20 years ago, the goddess Astri appeared in this village, so bright and divine, next to a large white stone in the middle of the forest." Belle and Neze listened attentively, fascinated, especially Neze since it was about their goddess. When the goddess Astri touched the earth, the stone lit up as if blessed by the heavens themselves. For several minutes, it shone with a pure light, a radiance that filled our hearts with hope and peace. "Astri Sama," Neze whispered, thrilled to hear how her goddess had left such a deep mark on that place. "Since then, we've called that stone our sacred stone. And over time, we created a small tradition. With hammer and chisel, we engrave our deepest desires on it, those that our hearts hold most dear, hoping that, by being written in that blessed place, they will come true," explained the mayor, his voice filled with affection for that memory. Belle and Neze looked at each other for a moment. "How beautiful," Neze said, moved. "That stone must have hundreds of wishes engraved on it." "That's right," the old man agreed. "And every time someone fulfills their promise, they return and thank the stone, the gods, and Astri Sama for having chosen our forest to descend upon." Neze felt a warmth upon hearing that story. "We will make sure that the forest remains a safe and peaceful place for you," she said in a firm voice, her eyes shining with determination. "Thank you, boys. Thank you so much," the mayor smiled, extending a trembling hand to shake theirs. "May the forest guide your steps, and when you're finished with the goblins, you can visit the sacred stone and perhaps write something you wish there." Belle and Neze exchanged a brief but meaningful glance. Their eyes met for only a few seconds before they both looked away almost simultaneously, a faint blush tingeing their cheeks. The same thought had crossed their minds, as if their hearts had whispered in unison. "Write a wish on that stone." As they left the house, they noticed how the sun was softer, a sign that it was already quite late, probably around 4 in the afternoon, but they had enough time to exterminate those goblins. The old man, leaning against his doorframe, watched them with a kind smile. "May the gods guide you, and may your steps be light, young ones," he said serenely, raising a hand in farewell. "And when you reach the stone, let your heart speak." "Thank you for everything, sir," Bell replied, bowing his head respectfully. "We'll make sure the forest is safe again," Neze added, her voice firm but gentle, as she did the same. The old man nodded, watching them walk away along the dirt road that led into the forest. The soft cool wind accompanied their steps, stirring the leaves of the trees and sending those scattered on the ground flying. Each step they took seemed to bring them closer not only to the forest, but to something deeper and invisible that bound them together. Belle glanced sideways at Neze, noticing how the sunset light highlighted the softness of her features and made her gray hair shine, as if she were surrounded by a warm aura. Neze, for his part, felt his own heartbeat accelerate for no apparent reason. "When we get to that stone, will I be able to write what I want?" he thought, with a knot in his chest. They continued walking, the murmur of the forest beginning to reach their ears like a promise. The forest awaited them. And perhaps, so did the sacred stone. The place where the purest and deepest desires awaited to be recorded. The place where, without fully knowing it, their destinies were about to intertwine. End of chapter. Final chapter. Neze and Belle. The evening breeze gently caressed their faces as Belle and Neze walked along the stone path that crossed the village towards the forest, ready to complete the mission they had been entrusted with. The streets were less crowded as it was only about 2 hours until nightfall. They could both do the mission tomorrow, but they didn't want to risk the goblins launching an attack that night, so they would go and eliminate them immediately. After all, they were goblins, so they doubted they would be a problem. "This town has a very peaceful atmosphere," Belle remarked quietly, watching a group of children happily running after a makeshift ball made of rags. "Yes, it's easy to understand why a Stree Sama loves this village so much," Neze replied with a gentle expression. Her ears twitched occasionally, catching the sounds of her surroundings. Laughter, doors closing, pots boiling in a nearby house. Everything was so welcoming. Belle smiled and turned slightly towards her. "Would you like to live in a place like this someday?" Neze looked at him, surprised by the question, but then lowered her gaze with a small smile. "Maybe so. A place where you don't have to constantly look over your shoulder," she said, remembering how tense everything was in Arario with the adventurers and the others. "Where people live in peace. That would be nice." "Me too, you know it reminds me of my hometown, so yes, I would love to live here." Neze just smiled fondly upon hearing that answer. They continued walking in silence for a moment, contemplating the idea of a peaceful future, as their steps slowly led them away from the village. The cobblestones gave way to solid ground and then to a path that wound through the trees. The forest was very large with a great number of trees everywhere. Daylight came in a little through the trees, enough to light the way. And the atmosphere felt strange, very quiet for a forest. You couldn't even hear the birds. "Are the goblins coming this way?" Belle asked, pointing down the dirt path that wound through the tree trunks. "It is. The mayor said that goblins were appearing near the river and the sacred stone. If we follow this path, we should get closer to that area," explained Neze, who was already adjusting her gloves, ready to fight at any moment. As they advanced, their steps grew softer and quieter. The laughter of the village faded into the distance, replaced by the crunch of dry leaves beneath their boots. Everything was so silent. The animals had probably left the forest because of the goblins, who, despite being the weakest monster, were still a problem. "Elle, do you think these kinds of simple missions are underestimated by other adventurers?" Neze asked, breaking the silence, her gaze fixed on the ground in front of her. "Undoubtedly, a few simple goblins are something that doesn't warrant importance for the vast majority, but they completely forget that not everyone has the strength to fight them. Adventurers see these missions as a waste of time, but helping people is never a small thing," he replied firmly. "Protecting this forest and this village is also important, even if they are just goblins. Especially if it's a place that someone like a Stree Sama values so much." "Thank you," Neze whispered, lowering her gaze slightly, touched by those words. "Why?" he asked, puzzled. "For accompanying me. For not taking this as a bother." Belle let out a soft laugh. "Annoyance? Not at all. In fact, I'm happy to be here with you." Neze didn't answer. She just nodded gently, her cheeks flushed and her tail wagging slowly, betraying her excitement. And that's when they both stopped. The air changed. A colder gust of wind came from deep within the forest, and a faint but unpleasant smell reached their nostrils. It was a stench they knew all too well. "Can you smell it?" Belle asked, becoming more alert. Neze nodded. Her gaze turned serious, and her ears darted around, trying to catch any unusual sounds. And there they were. Heavy footsteps, low growls, branches snapping. Not far from her position. They both crouched down slightly and advanced stealthily, carefully pushing aside branches. There were quite a few bushes and leaves in their path, but after a few more meters, they found what they were looking for. About 20 meters away, in a clearing, there was a natural rock formation surrounded by old, gnarled trees. Scattered around it among the undergrowth and mud were several animal carcasses, broken bones, scraps of cloth, and fresh footprints. A makeshift nest, but clearly used. "It's here," Neze whispered. "There are many more than I thought." Bell frowned and watched intently. He saw silhouettes moving through the shadows, small green bodies, yellow eyes gleaming in the gloom. Some were armed with spears they had made themselves. Others seemed to be carrying things, perhaps stolen goods from the village or simply hunting spoils. "If we don't stop them soon, they'll attack. They won't be long before they move toward the village," Bell remarked quietly. Neze clenched his teeth, his expression hardening. "Then we can't fail. This place will not become a monster hunting ground. Not even to ruin Sama's memories," Bell added. They looked at each other. There were no more nerves. Only determination. They may be mere goblins, but even they could kill an adventurer in a single moment of carelessness. Even though they had Fluna, they were still mortal after all. They had to take that fight seriously and exterminate every last goblin. Crack. The cracking of a branch was the signal. The instant one of the nearest goblins turned its head in his direction, Bell propelled himself forward like a silver flash, his dagger gleaming in the small light that filtered through the trees. With a single clean movement, he cut the throat of the first goblin that crossed his path. The creature's body fell without emitting a scream. And the sound of his body falling alerted all the goblins who were in the place. And then the battle began. Neze clenched his fists and charged at the first group of goblins, his body moving with incredible agility. His knee slammed into one's stomach, sending him flying, while he spun gracefully to deliver a powerful kick to another's jaw, sending him flying several meters and crashing into a tree. "Bell, to your left," she shouted, noticing a goblin trying to flank him. Bell spun around just in time, blocking an attack with his dagger and responding with a direct thrust to the creature's heart. His experience in the dungeon was evident. Every movement was clean and swift. "Thank you," replied the albino without losing his concentration. But the goblins did not stop. There were at least 30 of them, maybe more. Although individually they were weak, their numbers made them a little more difficult to face. Furthermore, you were faster and stronger than the goblins in the dungeon, showing that you had been alive for a long time gathering battle experience. They growled, shrieked, and attacked in groups, trying to corner them. But Bell and Neze, despite it being their first time fighting together, were well synchronized. The she-wolf ran between them at great speed, not giving the goblins time to react. An elbow strike here, a kick there, a twisting leg that swept two at once. The crunch of breaking bones and the groans of fallen goblins filled the forest. "Neze!" Bell shouted as he saw 3 goblins rushing at him from behind. But Neze didn't need help. He leaped backward, bracing himself against a tree trunk, and used the momentum to spin in the air, landing a direct downward kick on the skull of one of the goblins. The sharp crack of the impact echoed through the forest. The other 2 retreated, hesitating for a second whether to attack, and by the time they made the decision, Neze had already killed them. Bell grinned as he dodged another enemy's club, responding with a flurry of quick movements with his dagger, which sliced them through like butter. "I can't fall behind," he murmured with determination. Within minutes, more than half the goblins lay on the ground. Some were unconscious, others already lifeless. The clearing was littered with small bodies, and heavy gasps filled the air. The scent of earth and blood mingled in the forest. As if the forest itself were spitting them out, 10 more goblins emerged from the east. One of them carried a lit torch, and his shriek sounded insane. But Bell and Neze just kept fighting against them, no matter how many times they came out. The deep cuts with the dagger. The strong kicks and punches. No matter how many there were, they didn't even get a scratch. The growls. The claws. The attacks are useless. For about 5 minutes they were wiping out every goblin that appeared. Until. Silence. When Neze decapitated the last goblin with a single kick, the forest fell into total silence. For a few seconds, the only sound was their own slightly labored breathing. They both looked all around in case there was still a monster. The surroundings were covered with tiny bodies, bloodstains on the leaves, broken branches, and the lingering smell of death and damp earth. They never appeared again. "Looks like that was all of them," Bell whispered, letting out a sigh. "There were too many of them, it would have been impossible for the townspeople to have managed to finish them off," Neze said, adjusting her gloves, relieved that the danger had been eliminated. "They may be simple goblins, but they would have been a danger to civilians. Fortunately, they had already been eliminated." Neze sighed as she adjusted her hair, which had become disheveled during the battle. But then she realized that Bell was looking at her with a smile, which made her feel nervous. "What? We make a good team," she said, her voice filled with joy. Neze felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing that and smiled as well. Yes, we're a great team. Silence reigned between them, but it wasn't awkward. It was a peaceful pause. The kind of pause that feels natural between two people who enjoy each other's company, even after a battle. The birds slowly began to sing again high in the trees. The last rays of sunlight slipped between the trees, dimly illuminating the place. Perhaps we should take a break before searching for that sacred stone, Neze suggested after that silence between them. Yes, good idea, I'm also curious about that stone, maybe we can go to the nearby river. And so, slowly, they began to gather their backpacks that they had left hidden among some bushes at the start of the battle. They turned to look one last time at the corpses of the goblins, some of which were beginning to turn to dust, to see if any were still alive. And after verifying and confirming that everyone was dead, they began their walk through the forest. It was getting dark, but neither of them cared. They could see perfectly. Furthermore, they would not leave until they found that sacred stone. Belle walked a few steps behind Neze, calmly observing her. She seemed more at ease, though her tail still swished slowly from side to side, revealing her state of mind. Tiredness, but also a certain joy at having helped the village that meant so much to her goddess. The river must be close, Neze remarked, pausing for a moment to look up and gently sniff. I can feel the dampness in the air and that scent of fresh water. Yes, we're close. Belle smiled. Sometimes I envy the beastman's abilities. We're very proud of it, she said with a playful air of pride, turning her head to look at him over her shoulder. Although it's also bad because the smells are really annoying sometimes, like when Lyra uses her stink bombs. It's torture for my sense of smell. Belle laughed at that comment, and Neze did too, feeling the warmth around them both. They walked a little further and finally, the forest opened up. There, beneath a starry sky, flowed a crystal clear tranquil river, surrounded by smooth stones and lush vegetation. The water moved calmly among the rocks, creating a peaceful sound in the place. Wow, Belle whispered, stopping at the edge and looking at the scenery. That's beautiful, Neze added, finally letting out a long sigh as he bent down and wet his hands, not without first taking off his gloves. The water was cold, but refreshing. She washed her face and then sat down on a flat stone, stretching her legs with a sigh of relief. Belle approached and sat down next to her to drink some of the water he was carrying with him. I think we deserve this after the fight, he said with a relaxed smile. Yes, we deserve it, Neze commented softly, approaching the river again and letting some water fall on his head, shaking his ears like a little animal that had just been bathed. Belle let out a soft laugh at that. You always do that when you get wet. What thing? Shaking yourself like that, he said, mimicking the gesture with his hands. Your ears. Neze put her hands to her head and touched her ears in embarrassment, turning her face slightly away. It's an instinct I guess, she murmured, unable to stop herself from smiling as she noticed him chuckling softly. They both remained silent for a few seconds, listening only to the running water. The tranquility of the place had something special about it. It was as if that corner of the forest existed outside of time. And the moonlight illuminated everything perfectly. It was a perfect place to relax. You know what? Belle began suddenly. I'm glad I came with you on this mission. Neze blinked and looked at him. Oh really? Belle nodded. Yes. It's been a long time since I've felt so calm. No rush, no too many worries. Just walking with you, talking, fighting side by side. I like it. The she-wolf lowered her gaze with a slight smile, clasping her hands on her knees. I liked it too, she whispered. It's been a special day. Even though we fought against a horde of goblins. Even so, she replied, turning her face toward him, her eyes shining. Because we did it together. Belle didn't respond. He looked at her, and for a moment, they both stared at each other. The atmosphere between them had changed since they defeated the goblins, and they had both noticed that. From the warmth. Then Neze looked down, nervous, and cleared her throat. Maybe when we get back to Aurario we could go out like this again. Not on a mission, just you and me. Like last time. Belle smiled gently, nodding. Another date. Why yes, if you want, of course. Her voice became quieter. But this time without coffee. They both laughed, remembering that little accident that wasn't an accident, but which Kagaya and Rihanna took care of. Okay. I promise, Belle said, placing a hand over his heart as if taking a solemn oath. Neze turned her face slightly, pretending to look at the river to hide what she was feeling. But her tail betrayed her excitement. It wagged gently, making it clear that she was happy. Do you want to get your feet wet? He asked suddenly. The water feels good. Sure, it will be relaxing. In silence, they both walked barefoot towards the shore, the water brushing against their ankles with a pleasant coolness. They needed it after having walked for 6 hours without stopping. It was very relaxing. It's been a long time since I've done something so simple, Neze commented as the water caressed his skin. Me too. This reminds me of when I was a kid and lived with my grandfather, Belle said with a nostalgic smile. We'd go to a nearby river every morning to collect water, and sometimes we'd fish. It must have been a peaceful life. He was. That's why I like to savor these moments. They make me feel close to him again. Neze nodded slowly, understanding the emotion in her voice. And without thinking too much, she reached out and gently placed her hand on Belle's, which was resting on the grass. Belle looked at her, his eyes slightly wide, surprised. She just held his gaze. Thank you for coming with me, Belle. He intertwined his fingers with hers without saying a word, and they stood watching the river, feeling the heat on their cheeks. The atmosphere between them was changing more and more. As if he were preparing everything for a certain special moment. The night was far from over for both of them. Some time later. Neze put his boots back on, shaking the water off his feet as he took one last look at the river. Belle had also stood up, checking the equipment just in case. Although everything was quiet, experience taught him not to be completely overconfident. Even so, his face wore a serene expression. The walk, the conversation, and the shared silence had filled the air with a great tranquility. He could still feel the warmth of Neze's hand on top of his. Shall we go look for the stone? Neze asked, finishing putting on his boots. Belle nodded with a smile. Yes. It shouldn't be too far, the mayor said it's near the river, he said, starting to walk. The sacred stone, Neze whispered as they walked side by side. I wonder if it can really grant wishes. Perhaps not literally, Belle replied. But I believe that just writing down a wish, carving it somewhere, it already has power in itself. Why are you making it real? Does writing it down give you the courage to do it? She asked, glancing at him sideways. Belle nodded. Exactly, although a Sri Sama surely had a lot of influence as well. And to think that this forest was the first place he ever set foot, Neze whispered, a twinkle in his eye. The walk lasted no more than 15 minutes. The forest grew thicker, quieter, as if each step they took led them further and further away from everything. Despite it being night, both could see perfectly thanks to their enhanced senses and the moonlight. And after walking a few more minutes, there it was. Between two enormous trees stood a large stone, rounded at its edges, with a flat shape on the front. The first thing they noticed was that the stone emitted a slight warmth, a subtle heat, as if it were gently pulsing to the rhythm of the forest itself. Even a faint glow appeared. As if a Sri had left a bit of her divinity on that stone when she came down. It truly seemed sacred. Neze stopped, his eyes wide with amazement, knowing that this stone held great significance. She's beautiful, he whispered. Belle was also amazed. It wasn't just any stone. He felt as if a sacred presence enveloped them. As if that rock had witnessed dozens, perhaps hundreds, of wishes over the years. The Sri Sama appeared here when she came down from the sky, Neze whispered, already imagining his goddess standing on top of the rock with a divine aura around her. Ami Sama appeared on a rooftop she didn't know how to get down. Neze burst out laughing at Belle's sudden comment. They both approached slowly. The surface was covered in prayers. Hundreds of them. Some were simple and unusual, engraved on the edges of the stone. I want to have a good harvest. I want my daughter to get better. I hope I marry her. That she forgets about her husband and falls in love with me. Don't let my mom find out that I was the one who broke her plate. I found out thanks to this message. Let her let me see the children. Neze couldn't help but laugh at what was written, as did Belle, who continued reading a few more requests. May the gods hear my words and give me strength to protect those I love. Please, let him notice me at least one more time. Neze read some of them in a low voice, with her ears down, and an expression that reflected tenderness, as some words perfectly described what she felt. Look at this, she said, pointing to an inscription. Though I cannot say it aloud, I wish to always be with her. Belle read it too. Her eyes lingered on those words. It's incredible, all these thoughts, recorded here by people who lived, felt, loved. It's as if all the feelings of the people were trapped in the stone, Neze said softly. It's something very beautiful and moving. And to think that all of that had been caused by their goddess. The Sri truly had a great impact on that town. The air around him grew denser, not from tension, but from something warm. A profound silence fell between them. The warmth of the stone seemed to envelop them, drawing them closer little by little without words. Belle didn't know how to explain it, but he felt his chest filling with something. Something soft yet intense. As if his feelings wanted to push outward toward her. Neze knelt before the stone, caressing with his fingertips one of the oldest wishes, now almost erased and barely legible. I wish I had the courage to achieve what I so desperately want. This place makes me want to be honest with myself, she said softly, her voice gleaming. Belle looked at her. The way the moonlight touched her face, the way her tail barely moved, and the gentle seriousness in her expression told him that something inside her was changing. As if something were approaching. The breeze in the forest had become softer, as if the wind itself knew it should be silent. Even though it was night, the stone emitted a faint light. Neze and Belle stood in front of her, saying nothing for a few minutes. It was a peculiar silence, heavy with emotion. They both knew something was happening. They could feel it in the air around them. "You know," Neze said, breaking the calm with a low voice. "This stone doesn't just hold wishes. It holds stories. Stories of people who may no longer be here, but who left their hopes and dreams here." Belle nodded gently, still observing the dreams in the stone. "And it's special because it was where a Sri Sama appeared when she came down from the sky." Neze smiled slightly, her ears twitching at the memory. "Yes. She always says that this place restored her faith in humanity, since she always saw them at war from the sky. It was the first place where she was treated with kindness, where people lived in peace and harmony." "Wow, that sounds nice," Belle whispered. Neze turned to look at him. "And what do you think about that? About the gods, I mean." Belle took a few seconds before answering. "I think there are gods who see mortals as toys. Like Hermes as garbage." "That? Nothing, go on." "Well, as I was saying, there are also others who see mortals as their family. Like Kami-sama, like a Sri-sama. I believe that if a god comes down to earth and chooses to take care of someone, then their divinity doesn't make them less human. It makes them closer." "I like that answer," Neze murmured with a smile. After that short conversation, they both remained silent, observing the sacred stone. Neze's eyes shone slightly as he looked at the stone. There was something inside her that told her she had to write what she felt on that stone. There was a small space where he could place his wish. His heart was beating rapidly. "Neze?" Belle called when he saw that the wolf wasn't saying anything, she was just staring at the stone as if it were speaking to her. "It's strange," Neze thought, a twinkle in her eye. "This stone, it's as if a Sri Sama is speaking to me, telling me to say what I feel." She moved a little closer to the stone as she took out a small dagger that she always carried with her. Belle watched her curiously. "What are you doing?" But Neze did not respond. It seemed that she was letting her heart guide her, that it had taken control. She knelt before the stone and, with extreme care, began to carve words in a low corner, near where that ancient message she had seen was located. Belle didn't approach her, he just watched her curiously, waiting for her to stop writing. The metallic sound of the dagger against the stone was soft. Neze, focused, wrote with a racing heart. Her cheeks were flushed, her ears twitched slightly. Something inside her, something deep, compelled her to do it. To be brave, to let it out. When she finished writing, she dropped the dagger to one side with a sigh, as if all the tension were released in an instant, as if her heart had finally left her in peace. And then Belle approached and leaned in curiously to read what he had written. And what he read left him in shock. "May Belle love me." Those were the words written on the stone. His heart stopped for a second. The red eyes slowly scanned each letter. And when he understood the message, his expression changed. The mixture of surprise, confusion, warmth, happiness. "Neze," he whispered. She blinked. "Even with my knees on the ground." She slowly turned her face towards him, and that's when she noticed him. The sparkle in her eyes. Her expression was slightly embarrassed. The dagger on the ground. The carved words and his gaze fixed on her. It took his mind a few seconds to process it. I had read it. Or rather, she had written her feelings on that stone, forgetting that Belle was with her. She exclaimed, bringing her hands to her face as her ears drooped. I didn't mean to, it wasn't my intention, I don't know what happened." She stood up quickly, taking a step back, nervous, her face completely red with embarrassment. He just confessed without realizing it. "It was an impulse. I didn't even think. I just." But his words gradually faded away. Because there was no point in denying it anymore. Belle had read every word. The desire was clear. It wasn't an insinuation, it wasn't a hint. It was a confession written from the heart and soul. Neze slowly lowered her arms, still trembling. Her hands were pressed against her chest. And Belle wasn't doing any better. Her heart was racing after reading that message. That confession. The light of the sacred stone continued to pulse gently, like a heart that did not need a body to beat. Neze stood there, his eyes fixed on Belle's, both of them ashamed. The wish he had just carved seemed to glow slightly, as if the stone, too, had felt the weight of those words. "May Belle love me." There was no turning back. He just confessed his feelings on that stone. It would be stupid to deny it or make up an excuse. She went on that mission determined to unleash what she felt. To tell her what I had kept hidden for so long. What I could no longer keep hidden. "Belle," she whispered, her voice trembling but determined. It was now or never. He remained silent, listening to what she had to say while his heart pounded rapidly. And then. Neze began. "I've admired you for a long time, ever since that time." He lowered his gaze for a few seconds, remembering. "When we were at war against Evilus. When everything was falling apart and I couldn't take it anymore. The wind blew gently, stirring her hair slightly. Her ears trembled. Belle said nothing, but his expression was that of someone who remembered that moment exactly. I thought I was going to break, she continued. That I wouldn't be able to keep fighting. But you spoke to me. Don't give up. You looked at me with those eyes of yours, full of faith of hope. Neze's voice cracked slightly, but he didn't stop. And you told me it wasn't the end. That as long as we were standing, we could still protect what we loved. You gave me a strength I didn't even know I had. Belle swallowed hard. He remembered that scene. It had been a terrible battle. But he never imagined that his words had affected Neze so deeply. From that day on, she said. I began to observe you, to hear about your achievements, to see your actions. Every time you helped someone, without expecting anything in return, I felt that. He looked up, and finally his eyes met hers. I fell a little more in love. Belle opened his mouth trying to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. He seemed to have been hypnotized by Neze's voice and words. I didn't know how to approach you, she continued. So my friends helped me. All of them, in one way or another. Some with ridiculous ideas. She laughed softly through tears, remembering those moments, others with great help, others with literal shoves, haha, others making me clothes. Each one helped me. I always tried to find some excuse to talk to you. So that you would notice me. So that maybe you would see in me something more than just a friend. Belle listened to her, his heart pounding in his chest. Every word reached her heart. I never thought I'd have to tell you like this, Neze said with a nervous smile. But now after writing that wish, after seeing how you didn't leave my side even after reading it, I feel like I can't keep hiding it anymore. He took a step towards him. So close that if he stretched out his hand he could take hers. In fact, that's how it was. I gently took Belle's hand, feeling the warmth of the touch and realizing that she wasn't the only one who was nervous in that place. And then, in the silence of the forest, the sacred warmth of the stone and the soft wind that caressed their faces, Neze whispered the truth she had long kept in her heart. I love you, Belle. She said it in a soft, clear voice. It wasn't an explosive or clumsy confession. It was a sincere, honest, beautiful declaration. The heat remained in her cheeks as she stared at the albino, feeling a great weight leave her as she finally confessed. Meanwhile, Belle remained motionless. His heart raced with great force. The way she looked at him. The way his hands were trembling. The sincerity in her voice. Everything touched her heart. Neze, she finally said, barely a whisper. She closed her eyes for a moment, holding back tears that didn't quite fall. She felt nervous. Still too nervous, unable to believe she had said everything she felt. The forest seemed to have fallen completely silent for a moment, as if it wanted to create the right atmosphere for them both. Neze was trembling slightly. Her hand was still holding Belle's. That closeness made her nervous, but not with fear, but with a new feeling, the nervousness of having been completely honest. And then, Belle took another step. And no need to answer me, Neze began, avoiding his gaze. Neze. But the she-wolf's words were cut short when she felt Belle gently touch her cheek. She looked at him, her cheeks flushed, her breath held, and her heart beating so hard she felt her chest couldn't hold it much longer. Now let me say what I feel, Belle murmured, his voice low, trembling, but firm. Her heart skipped a beat when she heard that. Belle's red eyes looked bright as he watched her. You said you started falling in love with me during the war, but He paused for a second, hesitating. And then he lowered his hand from his face, only to squeeze his intertwined fingers with hers a little tighter. I knew you long before that. Neze blinked in confusion. Hey? Perhaps you don't remember, he said with a slight nostalgic smile. But during an attack by Evilus, when I was just a trembling novice with a dagger in my hand, you appeared out of nowhere and saved me. Neze's eyes widened in surprise. Did I save you? Yes, he nodded gently. That day you were like a heroine. Elegant, resolute. It was the first time I'd seen someone fight so fiercely to protect others. Me. And you didn't just save me physically, you gave me hope. Admiration. The she-wolf swallowed, unsure how to respond. Her heart was racing. Since then, Belle continued, I always watched you from afar. I always wanted to approach you. To say something to you. But you seemed so strong, so trustworthy, and I felt so small. She smiled somewhat sadly, lowering her gaze slightly. I never had the courage. But when you first spoke to me, when you called me even though I know it wasn't you, he looked at her again, a look that made his heart tremble. That day was one of the happiest days I've ever had. Neze felt tears welling up in her eyes, not knowing what to say or do. That confession, it was everything she had never dared to imagine. I've always admired you, Neze, Belle said in a lower voice. I've always been drawn to you, to your strength, to your warmth. And even though I felt nervous and didn't know what to do with what I felt, every moment with you only made it clearer. She couldn't stop staring at him. The sacred stone continued to glow. The entire forest seemed to be listening to them. And then, Belle took one last step until he was just a breath away from her. Their foreheads almost touched. Knees. Why yes, she whispered, barely audible. Belle closed his eyes for a second and then opened them, looking at her with all that his heart felt. I love you too. The silence that followed those words was unlike any other. It wasn't tense. It wasn't awkward. It was a warm silence, as if the entire forest were creating the atmosphere, as if the stone itself had understood that its purpose had just been fulfilled. Neze couldn't take his eyes off Belle. His soft red eyes gazed at her with such deep affection that she felt her chest fill with warmth and an enormous joy that just kept growing and growing. He had said that he loved her. I didn't know what to say, but I didn't need to say anything. A smile began to form on her lips, trembling at first, but sincere, full of happiness. And then she saw Belle smiling too. That warm, gentle smile of his, the one that had so often brought her peace, was now just for her. They both approached, slowly, carefully. Not out of doubt, but out of a desire that every second of what they were about to experience would be special and unforgettable. Their foreheads touched gently. Her eyes closed, and in that instant, the world froze. It was just the two of them, under the moon, at the foot of the stone where wishes were born from the heart. They said nothing more to each other. It wasn't necessary. Their faces began to draw closer. Little by little. Leisurely. With fear. Emotion. Desire. And above all love. The kind of love that isn't born in a single day, but rather one that gradually developed until reaching that day where the feelings of both were more than strong. The tremor ran through Neze's hand as he gripped Belle's fingers tightly. Belle responded in kind. And after a few more seconds. Their lips met in a kiss. A sweet kiss. Their first kiss. A moment they had dreamed of for a long time and which was now a reality. Neze's heart pounded. The warmth of Belle's lips made her tremble, but not from fear. It was a new sensation, one she had dreamed of many times, but now, at last, it was real. As she kissed him, she remembered everything. All those moments to get to where we are now. I am in love. That day when she confessed her feelings to all her friends. Hey albino kid. Lyra and Asta calling Belle so that she would have the courage to talk to him. Noin, the fool, pushed her and unintentionally sent Belle over the cliff. Come on Neze, it's time for your love to become a reality. The biggest trauma he received was because of Mariu. Don't thank me, it's all to help my great friend. Allies, giving her great help, managed to get her first date with Belle. I'll make you look beautiful without changing the way you dress. Trust me. Iska creating the most beautiful outfit for her. Brianna and Kagaya, she never told them, but she noticed their presence at the beginning of the date and although she didn't know what they did, she felt that they also helped her. It's my turn to help you, I'm going to make sure you have sex with him today. Let's move on to the next one. The foolproof plan. I call it. Operation Wolf Love. Celti with her sweet help which resulted in a disaster. And? Isn't love, at its core, a form of justice? As goddess thanks to her he was living this moment. So many adventures and crazy things with her friends and now. He achieved his goal. Slowly, she and Belle separated after that kiss without separating their foreheads. They both had a smile on their face, much more so Neze, who felt like her heart would burst from the enormous happiness she felt. And the same thing happened with Belle. Ha. At that moment, they both let out a small laugh without letting go of each other's hands, illuminated by the moonlight and next to that stone that had Neze's wish engraved on it. May Belle love me. The wish that was fulfilled instantly. Far from there. In Arario. In a quiet location, a goddess was drinking a cup of coffee while sitting near an open window in her room. Astri, dressed in a simple nightgown. I was reading a book, enjoying the silence of the night before going to rest. But. At that moment he looked up when he felt something. The warmth in his chest. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting that warm feeling caress her heart. It already happened, she whispered with a soft smile. He calmly got up, moved closer to the window, and looked up at the sky. The moon shone brightly, so clear, so beautiful. And Astri smiled, like a mother who knows that her daughter has found the happiness she so richly deserved. Well done, Neze, he murmured. Well done, my dear girl. She sat down again, with the cup in her hands, and a smile that wouldn't disappear for a very, very long time. Because love, when it comes from the heart. Even the gods who give them their soul can feel it. End. Epilogue. At the Astri family headquarters, a peaceful afternoon drifted by, punctuated by laughter, petty arguments, and various noises that echoed through the hallways. The girls, scattered throughout the spacious main hall, entertained themselves with a variety of activities, just like the teenagers they were. Allies was in her usual position, sitting on the back of the sofa, eating grapes and throwing one into the air to catch it with her mouth with a 50% success rate. 3 correct answers in a row, and I'll reclaim my emotional throne, he said, tossing another grape into the air that hit his forehead and fell to the ground. Ugh, damn gravity. Iska, for her part, had several sketches of clothes on the table that she had been drawing since the beginning of the day. I'm thinking about a new collection for warm climates, with side slits and functional necklines, she commented on air. Maybe something that wins hearts and commands attention. It will be a trend. Why do Amazons like cleavage so much? Rihanna asked from a nearby armchair, hugging a pillow with a relaxed smile. I don't know, I don't really like it, but I have to admit it's a very attractive style, Iska replied without looking up. Something like that would look great on you, Rihanna. I don't like that style, she whispered sadly. Asta and Lyra were in the middle of an intense card duel, probably with rules they had invented themselves. Come on Lyra, play your card, although I doubt you have anything decent in that pathetic deck, Asta mocked. My grandfather's deck doesn't have any pathetic cards, Asta, Lyra said, pulling out a card and smiling at what she saw. But what it does have is the invincible Kurobo. Kurobo? The dwarf screamed in horror at the sight of that fearsome monster. Impossible. In another corner, sitting on a sofa, were Ryu and Selty, each reading a book about hex education. They had to do it after losing a challenge with Kagaya. How indecent, thought Ryu, embarrassed by what she was reading. Incredible, whispered Selty, her eyes sparkling slightly as she continued reading. Noin was lying on a sofa reading a romance story while letting out sighs every few moments. How beautiful, I wish I were the protagonist, she thought, letting out another love-struck sigh at how romantic everything was. Goddess, give me strength to endure this damn envy. Meanwhile, on another sofa, Mariu was eating a plate full of cookies and a glass full of juice. Delicious, said the girl with a few crumbs on her cheeks. And lastly there was Kagaya, who was leaning against a window with her eyes closed, enjoying the afternoon breeze. It was a very quiet morning at headquarters with everyone doing their own thing. Those quiet moments were special for all of them. But it was Rihanna who, amidst the noise of everyone, suddenly raised her voice in a thoughtful tone. Hey, does anyone know when Neze is coming back? Rihanna asked, her face half covered by the pillow, but her eyes showing obvious concern. The atmosphere, which just seconds before had been relaxed and filled with small everyday trivialities, changed slightly. As if everyone suddenly remembered the same thing at the same time, Neze still hadn't returned. Al's eyes fell back onto the sofa with a long sigh, throwing another grape which this time she managed to catch with her mouth. I thought I would have returned yesterday, she said, looking at the ceiling. The mission was short according to Astri-sama, but almost 3 days have passed. Aha, and doesn't it seem strange to you that this short mission is with him? Noin said, pointing vaguely toward the door with his thumb. With Belle. Obviously, everyone found out that Neze had gone with Belle on that mission out of town. It was a huge shock to learn about it. Very strange, Iska added without taking her eyes off her notebook. And too convenient for the two of them to be alone together. Do you think Astri-sama planned something? Selty asked from her seat, closing the book she was holding. Her face was more serious than usual. It's very suspicious. Either that, or the universe finally decided to give Neze a chance after she'd spent her whole life trying to achieve it, Kagaya murmured without opening her eyes, still feeling the breeze. I'm betting on the former. Asta crossed his arms tightly and nodded several times. It's clearly a trap orchestrated by our goddess. A special mission for Neze to confess her feelings. I'm sure of it. Al's is going to fall for it like the rat she is. Oh? And why the insult? Exclaimed the offended Redeed. I also think something must have happened between them, Lyra commented while playing with her cards. Neze was so nervous before she left and it's been 3 days now and she hasn't returned. And she didn't even leave us a secret message, Noin said, as if it were a personal betrayal. After everything we did to help her. Did we do anything? You didn't do a damn thing, Kagaya said sarcastically. You just pushed her love interest off a cliff. At least it brought them closer. I didn't cause him any trauma. Noin shouted. At that moment Mariu started crying again, remembering her failure, and began eating more cookies. The fake date, Iska's outfit, Lion's vulgar language, and my incredible help in getting closer to him, allies listed, wagging a finger. And he doesn't tell us a thing. We couldn't keep pushing her either, Iska added. In the end, if something happened, it had to come out on its own. Yes, but we still want to know what the hell happened, Rihanna muttered with a small pout as she hugged her pillow tighter. I'm dying of curiosity. Now there are 2 of us, Iska said. Although I admit there is something romantic about the idea of her walking back with the sunset in the background, her silhouette projected by the light, her soft smile as her tail moves, and then she says I did it while giving a thumbs up. Why do I feel like that's going to happen exactly like that? Kagaya whispered, narrowing one eye without moving from the window. No way. I wanted to be there when it happened. To see his face right after he confessed. Al's eyes shouted as if she'd just lost a historic event. My gossipy soul can't stand it. Besides, I was supposed to give the final assist. The one that would help score the winning goal. I don't even care how he did it anymore, Nguyen added from the sofa, arms crossed. I just want to know if he succeeded. Was there a kiss? Was there a confession? Was there a kiss and a confession at the same time? Did they hold hands? Did Bell carry her in his arms as the sun set? You're reading too much cheap romance again, Kagaya said wearily. All I care about is whether she's happy, Rihanna said sincerely. I saw her preparing with such enthusiasm. Neze has always been strong, but also very careful with her emotions. If she was brave this time. It must be because Belle was truly worth it, Lyra said, slowly shuffling her cards. I think that's what gave her the strength. I've never seen her so determined. She's truly deeply in love. I'm not going to lie, Asta said, staring at the ceiling. I want to know what that feels like too. To love someone and have them love you back. For a moment, they were all silent. The kind of silence where they were all thinking the same thing. They all wanted that kind of story, even Kagaya, although she didn't want to admit it, felt curious about it once, although her pride would never accept it. When she gets back, we're going to corner her with questions, Selty said with a scary smile. Where are you? Her cheeks still puffed out from the cookies, timidly raised her voice. What if nothing happened? What if he didn't go for it? Then we'll hug her and tell her she did the best she could, Rihanna said sweetly. And then we'll push her twice as hard to try again, Nguyen added. Obviously Asta agreed, already having more plans in mind. Well, Iska sighed. There's nothing left to do but wait. Although I'm dying to know if they're dating yet, Nguyen said dreamily. It was at that moment that they all, without needing to say it, slowly turned their heads towards the entrance door, as if by magic they felt that the moment was approaching. The atmosphere was left in suspense. As if fate were granting them the last few seconds of peace before the storm. A storm of shouts, laughter, hugs, and gossip. As if they felt that door would be opened at any moment. And as if fate would have it. That's how it happened. The door opened with a soft click. And there she was. Come on. Standing in the doorway of the room with her backpack slung over her shoulder, her uniform somewhat disheveled from the journey, strands of her hair still tousled by the breeze outside, and that smile. A shy, warm, and embarrassed smile that spoke louder than any words. But the most revealing thing was not his face, but his tail, which moved from side to side with lively energy, as if his body could not contain all the joy that sprang from within him. The silence was absolute for 3 seconds. 3 long, tense, and electrifying seconds. Until. Neze. Ally shouted, jumping off the sofa as if she had just seen a celebrity on the street. She's back. Asta shouted, pointing at her as if she were a miraculous apparition. Tell us. What happened? What did you do? Nguyen jumped up from his seat and ran towards them. Neze, speak now. Mariu pleaded, waving her arms with cookies still in her mouth. The others immediately approached, forming a squad of interrogators around her. Surrounded, Neze took a step back, her cheeks flushed and a soft giggle escaping her lips. Hello everyone, she greeted shyly, holding tightly one of the straps of her backpack. Well. What happened? Selty asked, her eyes shining like stars. Did you do it? Kagaya added, arms crossed, but with one eyebrow raised, clearly awaiting confirmation of the year. Did you confess? Iska pressed, her eyes shining with excitement. Neze just lowered his gaze, still without answering. Her smile, however, did not disappear. Nor the rapid movement of its tail. It was as if her heart hadn't yet realized she had arrived home and was still floating there in the forest, there on the sacred stone, there next to Belle. Neze, Rihanna murmured, taking a step forward with a sweet smile and sparkling eyes. Just tell me something. The she-wolf gently raised her gaze, curious. Are they dating? The others held their breath. Neze froze for a second. Her face turned completely red, she lowered her head sharply and pressed her lips together. And he nodded. Just once, but firmly. Aye. Several of them shouted at the same time. Kagaya had to cover her ears, feeling like her eardrums were about to explode. The room erupted in a roar of laughter, shouts of celebration and victory, while Neze just laughed, watching everyone's reaction. Ally simply fell back onto the sofa, putting a hand to her head. The mission. My goddess really brought them together? He exclaimed, looking at the ceiling as if he expected a street to appear in a cloud of hearts. You beat me. This is historic, Iska whispered. I knew it was going to happen. Kagaya, you owe me 1,000,000 valis. Asta shouted. I didn't bet with you, you idiot. Kagaya protested, but even she couldn't help but smile at her companion's happiness. Neze was enveloped in a hug by several of her friends. Some hugged her tightly, others stroked her head, while bombarding her with questions. How was it? Where did it go? Was there a kiss? Did they hold hands? You told him you loved him. Did he tell you he loved you too? And Neze could only laugh, her eyes shining with excitement. Yes, she said softly amidst so many hugs. All that happened. Ah. They screamed again. And that was the sound that dominated the afternoon at the Astri family headquarters. A celebration that needed nothing more. Because when one of them achieved her happiness, they all celebrated it as if it were their own. "Girls, thank you," Neze whispered, her voice trembling, her eyes shining with restrained emotion as she scanned each face before her. "Really, thank you for everything." The room, which just seconds before had been filled with laughter and celebration, stopped for a moment. Not because someone told them to be quiet, but because everyone felt that knot in their chest. The kind of silence that only words from the heart can invoke. Neze's tail kept wagging from side to side and her gaze was down, trying to hide tears that were forming in her eyes. She had never cried in front of them before, but today she couldn't help it. I don't know if I could have done it without you," she continued. "All the support, the advice, even when you pushed me mercilessly or traumatized me with witchcraft," she said, looking at Nguyen and Mariu, who just laughed sheepishly. "Seriously, thank you. You gave me the strength I needed. Thank you." "Don't cry, Neze, you're making me cry," said Mariu with a trembling voice, while a tear was already rolling down her cheek with a cookie in her other hand. "No. If you cry, it'll ruin the perfect moment. You have to stay radiant," Iska shouted, pulling out a handkerchief as if it were a styling emergency. "You shut up and let her cry if she wants to. Tears are part of happy endings," replied Alice, who was already wiping her own eyes with her shirt sleeve. "That boy better respect you, or I'll break his legs if he makes you cry." "That's it." "What? If it makes her happy then there's no problem." Neze just laughed, his voice breaking with emotion. Brianna was the first to approach and gently hug her. "The only thing that matters is that you're happy," he whispered. "And it shows that you are." And one by one, they all came closer. First Rihanna, then Iska. Then Selti, Lyra, Mariu, Nguyen, Asta, Kagaya, even Ryu, who was usually more reserved, patted her shoulder with a calm and happy expression for her. Allies approached the end and stood in front of her, arms crossed and smiling. "Well, Private Neze," he said in an exaggerated general's voice, "you have completed the mission with honors. You have official permission from this family to be happy with him." Neze looked at her and, unable to contain herself any longer, hugged her. "Thank you, Allies." Iridid held her for a few seconds and then, sighing, ruffled her hair as if she were still a child. "Next time, let me know so I can watch the kiss, okay? Allies?" They all shouted in unison. The room erupted in laughter again at Allies' words. And so, amid hugs and jokes, the sunset appeared over the city. Neze, still surrounded by her sisters, stopped for a second. He looked around. She saw the faces of the girls who had been her family since she was a child. She remembered the nights she cried silently, feeling useless. The times she felt she could never express what she felt. All those fears, the doubts, the silences. And how, thanks to all of them, I had gotten here. That day, under that roof, with that love. That day was his. And also of all. "Thank you really," she repeated in a barely audible whisper as a new tear, this time of happiness, slid down her cheek. Every adventure. Every crazy thing she experienced with them. She would keep them forever in her heart. Night had completely fallen over Arario. The city slept, the houses silent, and the clear sky covered with stars. A round, bright moon hung high above, serene, as if lovingly watching over all those who had not yet closed their eyes. On the second floor of the Astri Familia headquarters, on a small balcony overlooking the back garden, a figure swayed gently, perched on the railing. It was Neze, legs dangling, gaze fixed on the sky. Her expression was serene, a small smile still lingering on her face. Her tail, held to one side, swished softly. Her ears twitched slightly, alert yet relaxed. His heart was beating slower now, but he still felt a warm emotion in his chest. Behind her, soft footsteps broke the silence. Neze didn't need to turn around to know who it was. "Beautiful night," said Astri's serene voice. The she-wolf smiled before looking over her shoulder. "Very much so," she whispered. "It feels special." Astri, wrapped in a light white cloak, approached with 2 cups of tea in her hands. She offered one to her daughter, who accepted it carefully and gratefully. "Chamomile with honey," the goddess commented, sitting down beside him with her typical calm. "For hearts that have been through a lot in a short time." Neze laughed softly, looking down at the hot cup. "Thank you, Astri-sama." They both remained silent for a few moments. A comfortable and warm silence. Only the sound of the wind, the soft rustling of the leaves, and the distant hooting of some owls accompanied the scene. So Astri said with a small smile. "It seems everything went well." Neze lowered her gaze slightly, her lips trembling with a shy smile she was trying to suppress. "Yes, much better than I imagined," she said softly. "There were moments when I felt I wouldn't be able to do it. That fear would win. But when we got to that place, in front of that rock. Something inside you changed, the goddess said, gently completing her thought. Neze nodded. Then she let out a soft, embarrassed laugh. What I did carving those words was the most daring thing I've ever done in my life. And the most honest thing, said Astri. Sometimes you don't have to say much, just what's right and from the heart. He was the one who read them. He was so quiet I thought he was going to reject me. But then he took my hand and looked at me as if he'd been waiting for me all that time. Astri smiled tenderly. Because it probably was. Neze smiled affectionately. Thank you, she said softly. You made this possible. The mission, the place, the timing, everything. If it weren't for your help, your trust, everything you did, I wouldn't be here, so happy. Astri turned slightly towards her and without saying anything at first, raised a hand and gently stroked her head, like a mother looking at her daughter with pride. Don't thank me, Neze. I only showed you a path. You were the one who decided to walk it. Neze looked up, her eyes shining. She wasn't crying, but the lump in her throat was clear. Even so, thank you, she repeated. For never giving up on me, for believing in me even when I didn't believe in myself. For giving me a place to grow, and now, for helping me be with him. Astri looked at her tenderly. She extended an arm and wrapped it around her affectionately, drawing her closer. I didn't do anything out of the ordinary for a mother, she whispered. And you're my daughter. All I've ever wanted is for you to be happy. Neze leaned against her shoulder, closing her eyes. The warmth of her goddess, the tranquility of the night, the peace she felt inside, all blended together like a soft melody. The wind continued to blow, and the moon enveloped them in its light. Good evening, Neze, Astri said after a few minutes. Good night, Mom, the she-wolf replied for the first time with that word, letting out all her love in a sigh. Astri closed her eyes. And a smile appeared on her face. The smile of a mother who knew she had done the right thing. Neze stayed there a little longer, breathing calmly, with a tranquil heart and a peaceful mind. That was their home. That was their happy ending. Not with fireworks, nor with a grand adventure. But with a cup of tea, a bright moon, and her mother's arms around her. And that was the night Neze finally found everything she had been looking for. Their place. His love. And their happiness. And she would make sure to take care of him forever. And let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.